All righty, and here we are for the grand finale of The Order of Stars, the Song of Hope. I say that, and I know that there's going to be more streams and there's going to be more recordings, but I'm pretty satisfied with everything that has been delivered, which is a fitting name for what the Song of Hope is called, Deliverance. There's going to be definitely more additions, but what I've started to realize is I just know what I'm talking about. Actually, I should record this officially. View project, the key. The key. Associations. Part 1. Okay, here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. And we're back for what I'm calling the finale of the Song of Hope, called Deliverance. This has been a journey beyond belief. This has been an adventure, and we actually need some music. I almost forgot about my music. I don't need it, but it feels good. I love it. Okay, here we go. So, as you guys can tell, even having, I don't want to use the word mastered out of cockiness, but mastered the process, your workflow, your thoughts, your methodology, you can still make on paper what some people would call a mistake. But I ask you, is it really a mistake? Or is there more to that? What do you guys think? What if I just wanted to break the perception? What if I wanted to prove to myself that actually I don't need it? What if that's the key to everything in life, that we just need to realize to ourselves that we just need to become uncontrollable? What if we actually don't need coffee? What if we don't need water? What if we don't need food? What if we, like, I could go on and on and on, right? Like, but you first have to prove it to yourself. You have to break that perception, that hold on you. And that's what we talked about last time. But this time, we talk about the key to life, which is becoming uncontrollable. But sometimes to become uncontrollable, we have to remember how far we've come. And that's why today I gave myself some key visual reminders. This outfit that I'm wearing, if some of you guys go back and see some of the first videos that I ever uploaded on LinkedIn, and they were about very different topics, and I was wearing a similar outfit to this, and I had a different setup. Everything I did was different. I didn't stream it. I didn't do my recordings live. I did them privately, and then I edited them to a T before releasing them. You guys are seeing the behind the scenes, the full version. This is like if I was making Lord of the Rings, or like making a video game or a new movie live, or like writing my book live. This is what you guys are witnessing right now. The final product is going to be 98% similar to what I'm releasing right now. So how amazing is that you guys get to see that, but you get to see the whole process. So that's just a reminder of how far we've come. Because yesterday, or just a few days ago, I spoke about how it's hard to sometimes understand how much progress actually has been made. And I like to use the phrase, the fallen leaves tell the story. And it really is true, especially now in fall. If you think about it, you look outside and you see all these leaves on the floor, and you're just like, wow, this tree has seen a lot, has experienced a lot. And the tree is an analogy for us. We have seen a lot. The fact that I'm capable of doing what I'm doing right now, despite not telling the majority of you, and I never will unless we ever get to that point where in our relationship or friendship that I feel comfortable doing so, everything that's happened to me. And we've overcome all those things. And yet here we are, fighting and spreading truth and answers. And again, these are things, my beliefs, these are my interpretations. I challenge all of you to challenge them, to analyze them, but don't just wave them away. Be like, well, hold on, wait a minute. Why is he saying everything that he's saying? Is there something that we should be picking up here? Could there be more to what he's saying than what he's actually saying? So pay attention, guys. There's a lot to be gained. This might be one of my favorite recordings yet, the topics that I'm going to talk about. But just remember, guys, it's progress. Look how far we've come. And I challenge all of you to do the same in your journey as you begin to become part of the order of stars. So let's get started. So today we're talking about the key of life, right? Becoming uncontrollable. And one of the things that I want people to think about when it comes to that is, well, in which ways or in which areas are we being controlled? And as you start thinking about it, just look around you. Think about everything that is in your room. Think about everything that you are wearing, that you smell, that you see, that you hear, that you feel. And ask yourself, well, wait a minute. Why do we have these things? Why did I get these things? Or why am I doing this? Or why is that? And you start to realize that in some shape or form, you have been controlled in every single thing that you've done. Now, the question is, because this is where I got lost on my journey of being a seeker, of a wanderer, is that I took it too far in the sense that I thought that, well, okay, so they've coded and programmed us in every single shape or form possible to do everything that we do. And once I caught on that there's nudges and influences everywhere, I lost it. So I ask you though, is all code necessarily bad? Or could code, so think of it like everything that you're built, everything that you're wearing, everything that you say, the way you phrase things, your arm movements when you're talking, all that stuff is a code. I don't think the way I communicate is bad. If anything, I think it's awesome. But I've been coded to communicate that way. Through amalgamation of many people, through many experiences, I'm a sponge, right? I learned how to absorb from everyone, take their powers, essentially, the best parts of everyone. So basically, I learned how to steal code. And I ask you, in that case, if you can take everyone's code and then make it your own, is code bad? Inherently on paper, no. The problem lies in my argument is that the majority of people don't realize that we're just a combination of code. So since they don't understand that, the code controls them rather than they control the code. So what today really is about is mastering how to rewrite any code, being able to take the code that controls us, flip it, and now we are the ones who control the code. We are now the designers rather than the ones who are being designed. I mean, for people who are struggling to understand the concept of can all code be actually not, if we're programmed to such a degree, how can it not be bad? Well, I mean, just for example, like guys, like, hey, if you saw a picture of like your beautiful girlfriend or wife and there's a music attached to it or something like that, like in her dress, and it's her coming down like the stairs and you see her, like, is that necessarily bad? Now every time you hear that song or you see that dress somewhere else, like whatever that kind of color dress she was wearing, it brings back an association or an approximation of that. You're like, oh my God, my wife, my girlfriend. And it could just be the song, right? It could be the song Watermelon Sugar. And it could be a black dress. And that was the dress that she wore on your first date. You guys see, like, now you combine both and it instantly makes you think of her. And just like that, those are codes. Do you guys see like how it works? Now, another code could be like, hey, I learned how to dress well, like combination, like some people could say fashion, don't let it control you, but like, hey, you take the best of everything. So now, what if we learned how to rewrite any of that code and the narrative that we have attached to those associations and those approximations? That's what we're going to be talking about today. Because once you're able to do that, that is the secret to never being controlled again. Okay, so we begin. That's the introduction. Let's get into some theories to make people understand why we're leading up to that, the Associations approximations. But I want to explore, go on a journey with you guys. Come on a journey with me. And let's figure out truly if the entire world is run on code and associations and approximations. So what do you guys think? Are bad things necessary for a fun game? What do you guys think? Are they? Do we really have to have problems to make something enjoyable? Why can't it just be good? Yes, it's something to overcome, but are they really needed in life? Think back to any challenge you've overcome, to any problem that you've surpassed. Did we need that negative effect to realize the power of a positive thing? Or like, to rephrase that, do we need something bad to happen to see the value of something good? Would we be able to understand it if that bad thing never happened? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is it possible? Is it possible to learn things without having to have something bad happen? What do you guys think? What if we only had negative things or bad things happen in a game? So, for example, last stream I encouraged everyone to embrace video games, to play video games. So what if we had all those negative experiences in a video game so that we could essentially simulate these outcomes? And by simulating these outcomes, it's not our actual experience, but through music, through visual attachment, through senses, we can feel the code without actually having to live the code. And through that, could we learn the same lessons that we would have had to learn in person? Is that possible? Or could it be that we don't even need those lessons at all, and something decided for us that we need to have these bad experiences? What do you guys think? Right? So couldn't you learn how to let's say you're trying to learn how to make a video game. Could you learn how to do so if everyone is contributing to helping? If just truly, like, let's say right now I'm working on it. My brother helps, someone who's watching the stream helps. Like, all these people are helping. We're still learning something every day, right? I mean, oh, that's how that works. Oh, that's how this works. Oh, hey, how do you guys do this? And someone comes in and tells you and explains their knowledge and understanding. Doesn't mean, are you not having fun? Is it not challenging? We're not saying that someone's going to come and do the whole thing for you, but like, you're actually still learning, you're enjoying. I would say that piecing it all together, right? Like combining the art, the music, the design, the story, the game. I mean, that's exactly what I'm doing here with this stream, with the Order of the Stars, with the Song of Hope, like combining so many things. And I've kept adapting, kept learning, kept changing my approach to make something that not only I'm happy with, but I believe will deliver the message that I'm looking to deliver. And again, the question is, would it have been possible to do without challenges? Is it the only reason that I was able to get to this point because bad things happen? What do you guys think? So if you were designing that video game, do you need your system that you're designing it on, your computer system, to break, to stop functioning, to make it a fun adventure in designing this video game? Like, oh guys, I know we made this video game together, but the reason why we made such a good one was because randomly it stopped working for 3 days. So because of that, we had to learn how to like write things out on paper and then figure things out and get new tools. And was that really necessary? What do you guys, doesn't mean that, you see, like, essentially the way I would rephrase it is these bad things happen to us and they lead us down a path if we choose to flip it and essentially because we got weaponized against us, right, to stop us to present challenges. And the people who thrive in the current design of the game of life are the people who understand how to flip it. So essentially you take it and you're like, aha, and it's like, well, what good things can I take here? And it works, right? Like you can exponentially grow. You can use the challenge. We talked about a progression to climb a ladder that you never would have been able to reach before. You can embrace your dark side, but still use light actions to climb. So many great things can come from those things. But I ask you, if I would argue that the majority of people are not at that level and not at the point, and yes, that's part of the training that I'm doing right now and teaching people. But if the game of life operates on, that's the way it operates currently. And I would say 9 out of 10 people just aren't prepared to handle that. Why is it designed that way? You could say it's designed that way to encourage people to make that climb, to grow. But I argue that it's designed that way intentionally to keep people down, to keep people controlled. Because not everyone has that strength and the talent. Then the few that do jump to the top. But why do you think the majority are down here? And then the ones that are top who figure it out, they keep it for themselves. They don't do what I'm doing, which is sharing it for free. If they do share it, it's behind a paywall. You guys see, like, the system is designed in such a way that they present it as, oh, the bad things, the challenge, make it fun. They're necessary. But I ask you, first of all, are they? Doesn't mean that they don't help. They can exponentially make you grow. But you have to learn how to weaponize them back. The majority of us can't do that. You guys see where the problem lies? This is where the phrase, can sometimes dropping something change the angle sufficiently where when you go to grab it, you see things differently. What do you guys think? You know, one thing that I'll just throw in here, just because I think I'm planting seeds is really what I'm doing. Think of that we are surrounded by creators or spirits or people that know how to influence us, you know, whatever makes sense to you. Could even be like your older brother, right? And he knows what to do. So if you understand the power of suggestion, you can essentially implant memories into people that aren't even true. Think of it as like you're putting cookies in a cookie jar. You're the cookie jar. And all of a sudden, let's say you open the lid and you're trying to pull out a cookie to eat. You didn't realize that your best friend or your brother or like your parents or some kind of spiritual entity put extra cookies in there. So all of a sudden, well, you can't really see what you grab, right? With the cookie jar, that's the whole point of the cookie jar. Right? It has a beautiful design outside. So you go in there and you grab it and then you're like, oh, a cookie. And then you eat it and you're like, oh, I don't like this cookie. Why would I have that cookie in there? Why did you have that cookie in there? You didn't put it in there. Think about that, guys. You didn't put that cookie in there. But it's in there. That's what I call the power of the author, the power of the creator. And that is why I can never go back to the way I used to live and why I choose to actively teach everyone the illusion and what's going on. Because for anyone who's confused, I challenge you and encourage you to try to write a story. Write a story. Write a game. Could be a short story. Develop a game, develop art, like a board game, like make an art piece. Just something that tells a story. And it needs to have a few characters. And like I said, it could be 3 paragraphs, the story. So it's not about length, but it just needs to have at least 2 characters. So when you're writing the story for this thing, you're going to have to decide what happens to these characters. So the question that once you start realizing, when you start trying to write a story in character backgrounds, if you care about the quality of the story, the question of does this happen or does this happen next will come up. You're like, okay. And while you're like, start brainstorming, write it on a sticky note, on a piece of paper, it doesn't matter. And while you're thinking about it, like, hey, will this happen next or will this happen next? At some point, I promise you, you're going to get to the point as an author, as a designer, where you're going to mutter the phrase, well, either way, they need to do this. Could be whatever. So, for example, let's say the hero wakes up with amnesia and you're trying to think about his path to get from A to B. And you're just like, well, B being like to save the princess, and A is like the village he wakes up in. And at some point, if you're like brainstorming with multiple people or just yourself, you're like, oh, either way, he needs to go to every town on his way to saving the princess. Either way, he needs to. Do we give him a dog? Do we give him a choice ending? Like, can he choose how his story ends? Does he have to explore a dungeon? What traits should he have? What abilities should he have? Wait. Hold on. We should not. Let's not erase that part, guys. We need to keep that because that's where he can meet the girl. We need some comic relief in the story, guys. How can we figure out how to get a character added to the story without interrupting the whole storyline? Should we change where they start? Should they start in this town instead, and then he goes back to his home village later? Why would make him go back to his home village, guys? What if we make a bad situation happen? Like his home village is starting to burn or something like that. That would make him go back, right? What do you guys think? So, as we start learning about writing stories, designing things, fate, I would call it. Is there something that is writing our fate? Deciding which way we go. Do we go left or right? And if that's true, let me ask you something. Why do most people resign themselves to that fate? You know, some people might argue that that phrase, why do most people resign themselves to fate, is bullshit. It's just reality, dude. Come on. It's just reality. What do you mean resign? You're just living life. We're just living life. Well, what if we could change it? Remember how I told you that character, the author was deciding what we were writing? Like, well, how do we get him to go back to his home village? How do we get him? What if you hear that your home village is on fire, but you're like, hey, I'm not going to go back there. I know some people that I can send that are the best people at dousing the fires. And they're going to douse the fires and it's going to be okay. And I'm going to send protection over there and I'll bring them, all the villagers to us, to where I'm at. I'm going to send like an army of freedom fighters and they're going to help me and they're going to bring all my villagers and friends from my hometown to me. I'm not going to go to them. All of a sudden the designers and the authors like, what? How is this possible? This was the whole reason how we were going to get him to go back there. Like, how did he bypass this? The character was not supposed to do that. He was supposed to go back to his hometown because then when he goes there, then he's going to meet the villain and he's going to bait him. And it's going to be like a chain reaction of events that leads us to go down this path of the storyline that we wanted to have him do. What do you mean he sent someone to do it instead? It was supposed to be him. How did he avoid the event? So for people who are familiar with Final Fantasy X, think of it like this. There's a character called Titus, the main character, who woke up in a foreign world, who doesn't know anything. He meets a summoner, basically an allegory, a symbolism for like a chosen one. and she has to go on a pilgrimage to save the world. I'll leave it at that. And this guy, for some reason, this time when he's in this video game, he wakes up. He's like, whoa. He snaps out of it. He's no longer controlled. He became uncontrollable. He understands the associations and the approximations. He learned how to rewrite any code and narrative, and the code doesn't control his movements anymore. He controls the code. So he finds out, he basically ends up learning the story of what's going to happen because now he can see the code. And he tells the character Yuna, the summoner, the chosen one, don't go on this pilgrimage. Don't do it. Just chill here with me. Let's have fun. Let's have a great, great, great time here on this beach island. Just go to the ocean. Let's raise an animal together. Let's sing songs. Maybe let's have a family. What do you think? If him already rebelling against the code is disastrous, but they could salvage it. But now if the other character that was literally like, she was the chosen one, she was the one that majority of the events are based on her, like basically her presence activates the events. So this is something we talk about a lot. Like there's certain triggers for events. Think of it as if you interact with something, like if you pick it up or if you touch it, that's an interaction. Another one could be if you walk by something at a specific point. Think of it like you step on a rock on the sidewalk, but the moment you step on it, all of a sudden an event activates, like a dog barks. That's how events work in games, but think about that in life too. That's how it works in real life too. Then there's others that we call like parallel process auto running that are just happening in the background. So like weather, like just rain going down. There's a 25% chance every time you walk outside that there's going to be rain, or every day when you wake up, the rain's going to show up. And then it just starts. Doesn't matter what you do, right? We call that a parallel process. And auto running, like there's going to be events that happen that you can't stop until they finish. So now all of those events are only activated if a switch is triggered. Now, what is this switch? What is the variable that makes those events activate? It would be the summoner's presence. Her showing up to those locations and doing something is what causes them to happen. So if she never shows up to those locations, the events never trigger. So what if her presence, and like they go to another village and all of a sudden it brings like this storm that causes destruction in that village, that literally brings it to ruin. Because of that, now they have to rebuild and they have to ask for donations and all those things. So by her stopping her pilgrim, like Titus, the main character, stopping the summoner from going there, that village never got destroyed. And the longer they delay, it never gets destroyed. So now all of a sudden, they are living in a world, in a reality of the game of life, or their game of life, that never would have existed otherwise. Like they're just like, wait, like there comes a point, like their village was supposed to be destroyed, let's say November 21st. If she never goes there, that activates the event. Then starting on November 22nd on, it's completely not written. Nothing is scripted. Nothing is prepared. There's no code yet. Like the only code that exists is the pre-existing code that they already have, which means that now if they snap out of it and if they wake up, all of these people that are in this completely unexplored territory can now decide for themselves what's going to happen next. So this is the exciting part, guys, where I would argue that what's happening right now as we speak, if you pay attention to everything I'm telling you, is that all of the events that were supposed to happen and activate in the world are not happening. We've already completely changed the timeline, just so everyone knows. Like with the information that I got that I wasn't supposed to get and that I'm revealing to everyone, the timelines have changed. The reality has changed. So now it's up to you. So something was supposed to happen already by this point. It hasn't. So right now what they're trying to do is salvage it and take back control. The majority of you are letting that happen. That's why I say, why do you resign yourself to fate? Because you're letting them re-script the life, recode everything, so that all the hard work that we did to break people out of this is being thrown down the drain. So this is your chance, guys. Are you going to finally wake up and say, no more? I can finally completely change the narrative. Like literally, it's just a blank slate. Just think like history of the world. Like there was something that wrote the history for the entire earth. And we broke that. Like it's broken. Starting today, Thursday, November 21st, 2024. History, there's no nothing is predetermined anymore. Starting tomorrow, nobody knows what's going to happen. So I ask you, if that's the case, if like, let's say 2 weeks from now, Russia and Ukraine were going to make peace. But now, why not? They could make it tomorrow instead. Friday, November 22nd. Peace will happen between Russia and Ukraine Friday, November 22nd, 2024, because it was supposed to happen 2 weeks from now. But now we're going to save ourselves 2 weeks of casualties and problems just because it's not written anymore. There's no predetermined code. But you could still choose to wait it out and the code will run at that point. Or why not take it in your hands and manipulate the code? That's what we're teaching. You know, everything needs to be a question. Just ask yourself, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this information being presented to me? Why do I have the things around me that I have? Just, it's going to change everything. It's going to change everything. And I want people to understand that sometimes waiting is a viable tactic, because you might miss out on something that was going to happen if you went outside, right? Like, you know what? I could go outside right now, literally this second. I'm not going to stop my stream. I'm just going to run outside. Something will happen. Well, I could have waited in here instead and not go out until 3 hours from now. Do you guys see, like, you could argue that waiting equals avoiding. And then there's also the option of facing. You have to choose which one you do. Do you face it? Do you avoid it? Do you wait? But my suggestion to all of you is, I've talked about events in the other streams. I talked about it briefly earlier, but don't activate any event outside if possible. When you go outside, do minimize all interaction, minimize walking to places, like going to like a bar right now would be the most dangerous thing you could possibly do, because there's a million different people and things that can literally just present themselves to you, and they can bring you down a path and activate an event and start presenting code to you, and they can start coding your storyline, your game. Or you can just literally just stop it right here and be like, okay, now I am the author. Now I am the creator. I get to decide. And if we all collectively did that, then you know what I say? We're going to start understanding the limitations of their power. And who's they? Again, the common theme throughout all of my recordings is you decide. You know, I say that there's a dark one that is influencing everything, that's draining our energy, that there's spiritual forces, light and dark, that are nudging us and guiding us along. Some people might think it's an AI. Some people might think it's God. Some people might think it's angels and devils, like whatever makes sense to you guys, aliens. I think it's a combination of all of those. And as the veil is thinning and things are being revealed, I do believe that we're going to be making contact with some things that are present around us that currently are unseen. And I'm excited about that. I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be cool to meet the hot alien girls. Or whatever, right? You guys decide. But it's going to be fun. So, there's going to be a little bit of some spoilers here, but I just want to touch on this really quickly, is that Final Fantasy VII, the original was released on PlayStation 1 back in the 1998 or something around there. And they remade it. And when they remade it, just recently, came out a few years ago, and the second part came out this year. There's 2 characters that in that storyline that seem to actually know the events that have happened from the original game. It's almost like they got information given to them that they shouldn't have had. And because of that, I ask you, if you were given information about what's going to happen on Earth, would you do something about it? Would you choose, one of the characters chooses the approach of, I'm only going to do slight changes because, well, what if today I was supposed to just sleep and instead I'm doing this stream? Man, I chose what the other character did. I just call it the light character and dark character. The dark character chose major changes. We're going to do major disruptions. And, well, something might happen because I completely changed my path and completely changed my timeline. Like, I was supposed to just literally sleep today and relax. And instead, I'm doing this. Do you guys see, like, how is this going to change things? Where was I going to go? Who was I going to meet? What was I going to do? I want people to start thinking about the consequences of those actions. So if you would know what's to come, what would you do? So what if we're tied by something called like the arbiter of fate, and it has determined that we must live the predetermined script that it wrote for us? Now, I've decided, and just like what one of these characters decided, well, I'm not okay with that, because what if you find out that in your future you lose, like you lost? Or what if you find out that the world gets destroyed and loses, or something of that nature? Like, are you okay with that? Or that, hey, you're gonna die on Christmas or something, or you're gonna instead you're actually gonna live, and that's when you're gonna get a girlfriend and you're gonna have a daughter. Like that's what's gonna happen for me on Christmas. I get a girlfriend and a daughter, right? And you're like, cool, awesome. That's awesome. That's an incredible Christmas gift for 2024. But do you guys see, like, you can change those things? And what if you realize, though, that you can't intervene directly? What if you can't intervene directly? So you need to use a proxy. You need to find someone that could, someone who's playing the game of life. So in this story, they find a character who had traumas and amnesias, and they are living the game through him. And you always think, like, what is this guy really the villain? Or what if he's actually just trying to bait this guy through negative baits to force him to learn things and understand things that he wouldn't have learned in he didn't learn these things in the original game. And this character all of a sudden now learning stuff. And actually, what if by learning these things, he destroyed the arbiter of fate? So now all of a sudden anything can happen. So now that anything can happen, it's just like, well, what do we do? He can see the timelines now. He can see different realities. What if this is all leading to completely changing the ending? How cool would that be, guys, if all of a sudden we just collectively, if you guys listen to everything I'm saying, we will have officially destroyed the arbiter of fate that has predetermined our entire life. And we can now take back full control, and we can decide our endings. We can decide every single second of our life. You might think that that's already the case, but what if I told you that's not? But now it is. Now you no longer will have to play out the specific events that they decided for you. They're like, well, you're the baker in the small village in Germany. You have to be the baker in the small village in Germany. And you're like, wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to go to Mexico, and I'm going to build a rent kayak shack there. I've always wanted to do. I saw a movie, Shawshank Redemption, and I wanted to always do that and see what the next one. So that's what I'm going to do. Literally, I'm going to have a kayak stand there. They're like, no, you're the German baker. Come on, that was your role. Please, no, please, no. We have no other narrative written. Go for it, guys. It's time. Okay. Let's go next to if we can now break free from the fate that we've resigned ourselves to. I ask you, is that not understanding manipulation? So if we understand manipulation, what do we do with it? Do we choose to heal, or do we choose to use it? This part I'm going to be able to fly through because I already talked a lot about it. But once you understand how they do it, how they wrote everything, how they coded everything, and go back and listen to all the recordings that I've done. You start seeing it's all manipulated. All the freaking events, the signs, the problems, the triggers, the traumas. It's just, the only way to fight back is, I mean, I've been giving all the tactics, the shields, the methods, the approaches, and we're going to talk about the key today, the ultimate way to fight back. But you're going to learn how to flip it. But why do we have to live in a world where we have to learn how to flip it to survive? So I ask you though, is it possible to learn from the manipulators? And if so, what do you use it for? So I argue that these manipulators, and some people might know them as narcissists, and other people that randomly show up, like, are they even real? Like, truly, you're just walking outside and someone shows up and says something, and you're like, well, that's oddly specific and suspicious. That brought back a bad reminder. So if I say that they're sent to hurt you, but what I've noticed with my skill set is that you can actually heal them. Now, are they just like a non-playable character, an NPC? Probably, but that's up to you to decide. I can't tell you if that is the case or not. So you can heal them, you can befriend them, you can awake them. You can wake them up. Like I said, like that main character in the video game who woke up that other character next to him. You can wake them up. It's actually really funny. You can turn them against their master. Or maybe it was just me, but I'm encouraging everyone to start practicing these skills and you see if you can do it yourself. Their master being, I call it the dark one, but it could be like literally just like their mom, their narcissistic devil mom. Like that could be their master. And you can make them help you instead of the dark. Like think of like in every fictional story, which we talked about a lot, fiction is not fiction. It's just most people are afraid to say what they really want to say because they think they're going to be called crazy if they do. But they're just interpretations of what's actually going on in the game of life. And now they're helping you instead of the dark. And if you can manage to understand them and talk to them, you can, what I do, the tactic of extracting knowledge from them. You can extract knowledge that you never would have possibly gained or you shouldn't have ever had access to. And the best way to do so is, and I'll talk about exactly how here shortly, but is by appealing to their ego. It's their weakness. This is how I spied and learned all the insider information on every single corporation and big sales company that I worked for. Or I infiltrated so many different organizations, legal organizations, police organizations, medical software companies, medical device companies, timeshare companies, healthcare offices, and they give me all the information, everything, every single thing. Consulates, embassies, they give up all the information if you know what to do, literally. I argue that you can learn more in 2 hours. I can learn more in 2 hours about, let's say, your sister than you know about your own sister in a lifetime of knowing them. It's a skill set. It's called discovery. And once you know the questions to ask and the approach to do, you can learn so much information. And it's like they were meant to present themselves in your life to cause problems, to hurt you, to manipulate you, yet you manipulated them back. You started learning from them. But what if, as we're discovering all of this information that we shouldn't have had, we are going to get to a crossroads. What do we do with that information? Do we use it to become just like them, to become one of them? Or do we use it to heal? Do we use it to convert? Do we use it to inspire? Do we use it to help? Do we use it to eliminate the dark commanders? Do we do all this stuff without an ask? That's the key, without an ask. Some people might be like, dude, are you a preacher? You converting people to the light? 100%. So why no ask? Because you already got what you needed. All right, I'm closing my computer. That's that. End the stream. You don't have to make an ask if you already got what you needed. And that could be information, could be knowledge, insider trade secrets, blueprints, how the Death Star is built. It allowed you to connect all the dots. It allowed you to discover the ins, the vulnerabilities, where you can attack. You can learn all of their plays. How do you think I got all this information, guys? I mean, through many ways, but yeah. We call it the ego appeal. You study them. You learn. You ask questions. Hey, I want to be like you. I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh. You so good. You. Yet, you're not doing it to hurt them. You're using it to find out their weakness, because guess what? That's what they do. Truly. The way the world works is there's going to be people that are fishing for weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And once they find it, it's almost like they're connected to like a greater AI hive mind that once it's discovered, like if it's said out loud, like this is my weakness, now it's put into the system. And now they can start presenting things to you, ads, people that walk by, etc., that will target those weaknesses that you have. So be careful about the things you say out loud. And, you know, we find their weaknesses just by talking like, ooh, but now, instead of you using their weakness now against them, because let's be real, the 99% of sales managers and executives, they're fishing for weaknesses because they're using that to control you. So they're going to use that as the carrot. Now they're like, ooh, okay, he's all about the kid. So if he's not performing, he's not doing what we want, we're going to just make him work so that he misses time with his kid. And then we can say, okay, well, if you get 2 more deals, you can get 2 days off so you can spend time with your kid. Oh my God, thank you so much for giving me time with my kid. I appreciate it so much. You're the best. Do you guys see like how it's done? Really, really, really easy. But we choose to find their weakness, be like, oh my gosh, their weakness is their kid. I'm like, okay, how can we help them? How can we teach them parenting things? How can we make them learn to value their time with their child more and things of that nature? We're choosing to counteract the darkness, to counteract the dark plans that are happening on a grand scale. So do you guys see, like, it's a choice. You could literally do the same thing that they do and just use it to manipulate people and control people. Or now that you see how the game is designed, you start noticing patterns. You've gained their confidence. You gained, this is the key, access to the room. I would even just say it out loud because people are funny. And I believe that's speaking is casting magic, basically a spell. Speak freely. We're among friends. Speak freely, guys. We're among friends. Just tell them we're friends. Because for some reason, if you just assumptive close them and saying, yeah, we're a friend. What? We're all friends here. What are you guys talking about? People start believing it. They're like, oh, yeah, you're my friend. Wait, I didn't think we were friends. Are we friends? Oh, maybe we are. So now all of a sudden they start talking freely. And they reveal things to you that you should never have known unless you were a C-level executive. Like truly, I was a sales rep at a medical software company. I was talented. I was good at what I was doing, but I literally gained the plans of what the company was going to do. Like by talking to these executives, like at the President's Club trip in St. Lucia. Just think about that, guys. Now you have ammunition. You guys see? It's a choice. But now that you have that ammunition, what do you do with it? What do you do with it? That's the difference. That's where Spider-Man comes in and says, hey, buddy, do the right thing. Speaking of, if we're worried about doing the right thing, what if everyone thought that they were actually free? What if they actually thought they were free? Everyone thought they were free. But they're not. And and you found out that that's the case, what would you do? Would you shut up? Would you just take it? The majority of people don't know. And they might think they are. I mean, let's just flat out say the United States is the ultimate illusion. The United States of America is the ultimate illusion of freedom. We are actually the least free of them all. Period. They have completely entrapped us with the capitalistic nature of the society. And they've built beliefs in us to demonize others. And it's just, yes, we do have certain freedoms, but believe me, you start trying to actually make change, you'll see quickly how free you really are. This is where the Dark One lives, in the United States. I don't know where, I don't know who, but this is its home base. There's a reason why the United States became the ultimate power. And believe me, I truly believe that it's not just the US, by the way. Russia is involved in it. They're all on the same team. It's not US versus Russia. Like, they're all on the same team. They just use proxies to fight for them. Why do you think Ukraine is being used here? Like, they just use proxies for other countries as their puppets, as their chess pieces. But anyway, let's not get lost. I just want people to really pay attention to this part, because how many more terrible theories do I need to explain to you guys and present? And just, they're options, right? I mean, I'm not saying they're 100% fact, even if I believe them to be. It's up to you to decide. But how many more things do you need to hear? How many more things do you need to consider before you finally wake up and be like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. Like, this is messed up. Like, what's going on here? Like, am I really trapped? Like, do I live in a loop? Do I have to go to work every day? Like, do I wake up at 5 a.m. for my job that starts at 8 or 8:30, and I don't even take a lunch break. I work till 4 p.m., but I stay after because my boss, who leaves at 2 to frolic around with girls because they don't do all the hard job, I have to stay and clean up and close up to 6, and then I come home and I'm exhausted and I fall behind on all my stuff. And then, like, do you guys see, like, and then for some reason I feel compelled to use my phone, and then I'm just scrolling on my phone, and well, then I feel compelled to drink because I got an ad to drink and my friends are telling me to drink. So, and I passed out again. It's 9 p.m. and I did nothing except drink, scroll my phone, and work today. But I need to, because if I don't, I won't have money and I won't have shelter. And well, you know, but we're the land of the free, right? It's time to learn how to resist the commands and the nudges of the things around us. So what if I told you that right now, and I'm going to talk about this more later, but like right now, you might feel compelled all of a sudden to, like, I want to light incense. Can you resist? We talked about this in another stream. Can you actually dig your heels into the sand and be like, no, I'm not going to light incense. 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 Could you? So think of it like there's something that's telling you, like, you right now on your computer, you click on something and you're like, okay, download. And you see like a program is downloading. If the download meter fills up and it doesn't get canceled, you end up doing the action. So while it's filling up, you can, if you pay attention to the trainings that I have, you could actually cancel that action. You can cancel the command. You're being commanded by things to do things. Once you become uncontrollable, that's key to life. That's what we're learning, how to take control over the code so that you can choose. Then you can truly see the command. You're like, oh, wait a minute. It's telling me right now I should open that lid over there, give my dog a snack. No, are you kidding me? I'm streaming. I'm not doing that right now. I'm like, and truly, it wanted me to do that right now. I'm serious. And it's just, you see that and you can pause and you literally talk it out. You're like, wait a minute, why would I do that? And you can just cancel the command. You hit X. It's like closing a tab on your internet. Now, humans can develop that level of self-awareness, and I'm trying to teach it to animals and insects, and so that we're all going to be finally free. Every single animal, every single insect, every single living being that has a soul, that has a conscience, is finally going to be able to fight back and cancel the commands and the nudges that they get, so that they are in control. Does that mean that they will always make the best decisions? Absolutely not. Like, maybe they were the birds outside were being commanded to do good things. Hey, you should probably eat. You're going to die otherwise. And they're like, oh my gosh, I never had to defend for myself before. But now they're going to learn. But your pet, like your dog or something like that, 100%, watch them. If they all of a sudden like walk to a corner and they start peeing on things, they got commanded to do that. Snap them out of it. You can snap them out of it. You can be like, hey, what are you doing? They're like, you literally will see like your pet all of a sudden like stop and like, what? You can snap them out of it and make them not do something. Now, what if I tell you that the majority of people are still operating at the level of animals like that? Like the dog that's walking over to pee, and you're like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. And you snap them out of it. So if your decisions are not your own, but they make you believe that they are, what do you guys think about that? They can make people appear to present triggers, specific timing, specific locations. And I ask you, don't get lost in understanding the how, the science behind it, or the logic behind it, or the machinations that make that such a thing possible. But if that's possible, if you're like, there's literally no way that happened, it means that things can be controlled at a level that is unheard of. So the question that keeps coming up is, why are you okay living in such a world? If things are controlled to such a level that we thought we are completely free, but we're not, why aren't they using that level of control, that level of power, that level of skill for good? Let's lower it down a little bit. Why is the United States not providing shelter for every single person who's homeless? They have sent, supposedly, you never know if it's real or not, they've supposedly sent billions of dollars of aid into Ukraine. What could they do with $1 billion to start solving the homeless issue? First of all, we shouldn't even need to do that. We shouldn't have money. If they're the ones who are printing it and creating it, like, it shouldn't even be an issue. We could literally just give them shelter. Be like, hey, you know what? We're just not going to charge them. Period. We're just not going to charge people for rent or mortgage anymore. Period. Shelter is now officially free. Why not? Food, water, electricity, internet, all those things are necessities. Luxuries, fine, we'll figure that out. But why can't we just give people that? They're the ones who are in control. If they can literally manipulate and fabricate things to that level, why can't it be like that? You guys see, that's where the problem is. That's why, for me, my answer is the illusion must be destroyed. There's no other, like, they keep trying to help show things and present things to me to re-engage with the system. They keep trying to make me believe that it's worth saving and worth salvaging. And as long as we live in a world that can be controlled to that level, it's not okay for me. It's just simply not. Like, if you can control things to that level, make it better. Why are we tricking people into thinking that they're free? Give them the information, give them the knowledge, help them. Stop manipulating all of them. So, here's a quick example. Ancient civilizations. Back in the day in Egypt, Egypt has a very key part in human origin history. There was an ancient Egyptian civilization that existed prior, supposedly. Again, this is all hypotheticals because we don't really know. I wasn't there to confirm it, so we're just operating based on information. And the Egypt that we know, most people know from history, there was another Egypt that predated it. But it got completely buried. It got completely destroyed. It was almost like it was erased from history. And it was the architects who supposedly found it claimed that it was thousands of years before the Egypt that we know. Yet the Egypt that we know is credited for inventing some of the developments, technology, and knowledge that people gain, like let's say certain architecture things, farming things, agriculture. So like wheels and things of that nature, right? Like all that stuff. Think about that. They're the ones who invented. It's like, let's say we invented AI. But what if we found like all of a sudden, like we were digging somewhere in Peru, like the Nazca ruins, or like we went underwater and we like found ancient ruins of like Atlantis or something like that. And we find like this weird device that it turns on. We're like, whoa. And all of a sudden it's basically exactly like how AI works today. What would you guys do? What would you guys say? It's like, oh, it must be just someone went underwater. But you're like, none of our devices would be able to function underwater like that. So it has technology that we don't even have yet. How is that possible? And it's in this area that clearly is like thousands and thousands of years old. How is this possible? How did they get it? How did they invent it? How did they have this knowledge? How did they have it? It wasn't this, they weren't supposed to have it. It's just literally impossible. I mean, think about it for other people just to lower the level a little bit. Mexico has so many different pyramids, and yet there were different cultures. There was like the Mayans, the Aztecs, and subdivisions in each, and yet even though they never bumped into each other, they all ended up building pyramids or some type of pyramid. And yet across the world, in Egypt, in those areas, they built pyramids. And then you have like places like Angkor Wat and the Göbekli Tepe in those areas. Like there's these ancient structures in every place, and they have like insane levels of like truly today with modern tools we would struggle to build it, yet they did. And you could say that they were more patient and they used a lot of time, but again, how did they have the abilities or the tools or the knowledge to do those things? So you could think of like, how did they communicate? Did they share that knowledge, or did something give it to them? How did they learn it prior to the internet? For us now, it's easy. Like, hey, just let's Google something, let's YouTube something. And if it doesn't exist yet, well, okay, someone's going to have to work on it. But how did they gain that knowledge? How did I gain the knowledge that I'm telling you guys about? I'm telling you, it didn't exist. I was given the knowledge that I'm telling you guys. I was given the knowledge. Now, the part where everyone's going to have to think about it is, am I giving knowledge that's going to help the world, or is it going to harm it? It doesn't matter to me anymore. I believe that I'm doing the right thing. I believe that I'm trying to unite the world. I'm trying to build a world of love, hope, peace, light. We don't have to operate on money anymore. We can rewrite the rules, give it to everyone. The freedom to choose, to be part, to co-create. There's not only going to be one or two creators now. It's going to be multiple, all of us. We're all equal. So, but I could be wrong, So I just want people to know. But if you think about it, just in ancient history, like, how is that possible? How did they gain that knowledge? I wouldn't even know where to begin in starting to build a pyramid. Like, I would be like, should we just like start putting the rocks together, guys? Like, do we need to like add like water and like dirt? Like, how do we like form those rocks that are needed? Like, what do you guys think? Like, I wouldn't know. Yet I can talk about all of these things for hours. How's that possible? You guys see, like, they had knowledge that I don't have, and I could research it right now, but I'm like, whoa, this is extremely complex. What if it just pops in your head? What if you were guided to it? What if people obtained it through, we think it was by chance, but what if it is actually given to us by some kind of entities that are watching us, that are observing us, to see how we would handle it, to see how we would react, what we would do? I mean, the nuclear bomb, phones, electricity, AI. Truly, would you know? Do you wake up and you're like, I figured it out. I know how to build a phone now. Really? People are like, oh, it's just, I'm not smart enough to think about that. I'm like, I'm telling you, it's given to us. It's nudged along. They want to see what humanity does. And I argue that every civilization that has fallen Every civilization that's been essentially erased, that's been buried, are civilizations that failed a test. They let these tools, this technology, this information completely overwhelm them, or they just were boring. It wasn't interesting anymore. And the higher entities or the aliens or the gods or whatever you want to think, we're just like, all right, it's time to get rid of them. Next. So where does that lead us? It's time to create our own reality. It's time to create our own future. I say it's time to even bring the level down even lower. It's time to let the Titanic sink. So what do I mean by that? I work wherever you work at, your corporation, your job. Stop covering for exploiters. You know who they are. Make them feel. You know, if a few innocent people suffer because the company goes down, oh well, we're moving away from a society that relies on money. But it's time to expose all terrible leaders. It's time. It's time to disclose all the information. People need to know what's going on. People need to know the manipulations and the exploitation and the lies around them and the illusion. And that boss that you worship, who's been leading you on about you're going to get that raise, it's time to bring them down. Either they become good or they're going to be usurped, period. Okay. So, this is a fun part. So talking about usurping our leaders, they're only our leaders if we give them power. They're only leaders if we believe that they are worthy of leading us. And I argue that, some people are definitely more inclined and fit to lead. And it's also like a desire. Do you want to take the burden of doing so? Like, I don't think everyone wants to, and that's okay. I enjoy it. Not everyone would. And there's time periods in my life where I didn't enjoy it. I was tired. I was drained. I was weak. And again, all of that was intentionally. I was intentionally drained. I was intentionally weak. But when I'm at my best, when I'm strong, like there's nothing that calls to me more than that. So, what's more scary? One lion or an army of sheep being led by a lion? Huh? So, if you realized the power that you had, would you really follow snakes and sharks? Elephants? Like, why would you follow those animals? You're only following them because you're afraid, or you believe that they have something that you need. But if you realize that not only do that you actually have, like, what if the sheep realize that they have magical powers? Like they could fly, or they could create things out of thin air. Would they still follow an elephant or a snake or a shark that can't do those things? Yes, those animals have different skill sets, but they're like, wait a minute, I have magic. You don't. Why would I follow you? So I just want to make it clear to people before we go deeper there is that I believe that we can learn from all. I believe in the circle of peace concept. I believe that we can forgive everyone, that we can invite everyone in and work together. That's something that I've been trying for months now, for honestly my entire life. I didn't even realize I was doing it when I was younger. And I was always trying to unite people. I was always trying to bring people together. And I'm like, well, I don't know why you guys are fighting. And like, both of you guys like skiing. Like, how about we get together and you guys talk about that? Like, hey, you like this and you like this. Like, why? Like, I would always try to find the commonalities to try to like bring peace. And sometimes it would work, but most of the time it didn't. And I just never really could understand it. So I still believe in that, by the way. I still believe in we can heal everyone. We can make people realize there's better ways to do things. There's always a better way. Even this, my approach right now, there is still better ways, and I'm still improving it every single day. But one thing is certain, we need to minimize our time and exposure in the outside illusion. So with that said, though, we can learn from everyone. We can learn from everything. But I can't appreciate it anymore knowing that so much of it is fabricated and manipulated and an illusion. It's hard for me to appreciate that. So that's why I'm encouraging everyone to take back your power and to the stress test the illusion, shatter it, and see what happens. See what happens. See what happens. What if, for example, your dreams? What if your dreams could be controlled? I say yes. Mine are. I don't know about you guys, but my dreams are 100% controlled. Mostly for good now, by the way. My dreams are 100% controlled. Like they literally, like for example, I was trying to figure out something that I'm talking about today. And there was information in my dreams that was presented to me. Now, I believe that both the light and the dark side can almost like put slideshows in. Like think of like your PowerPoint presentation. You're like, okay, slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, slide 5. And it's like they are rushing who puts the slideshow in front of your dream. And I'm like, whoa, like this is a crazy dream. Like there's spirituality talking here. Like there's randomly a girl in a bikini and like she's talking about this stuff. And now there's lessons about videos and streaming. Cool, this is great and this is awesome. And like truly giving me answers. Information was presented to me in my dream. And you could say that maybe I've unlocked these powers and not everyone has that. Sure. But I'm telling you guys straight up, I get answers to things in my dreams. People are like, oh, you're just interpreting it that way. I'm like, no, straight up, literally. The solution to something that I was stuck on. So if that's the case, how many other areas of our life could that be happening? So I believe that spirituality is suppressed for a reason, that they don't want people spiritually awakening because, well, then they realize, first of all, that the world is not the way that people said. You mean it's not all logical and all about science? You mean that magic does exist 100%? So if that's the case, that means that there's, the phrase I want to use is that there's a slew of benefits that they made us think don't exist that do exist. They told us all this is not real. If you talk about it, they try to put you in prison. They try to put you in asylums and mental health institutes. All those things, by the way, they're prisons. They literally are intentionally created to shut people up because they don't want this information getting out there. It's not for any other reason. Conspiracy theory, that whole thing, that, of course, people go too far. It's like, imagine gaining information, gaining knowledge that you're just like, wait a minute, this is real. Like, this is like, I don't know if I'm exactly right, but there's something here. And then everyone around you tells you that you're crazy. Like, you realize how hard it is to be grounded in that situation? It's the easiest way to suppress something. All you have to do is attack them. And then the majority of people aren't strong enough to withstand it. So now they believe that they are. And well, that's how you create conspiracy theory. Like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's right. But my point is just like, listen to it. Why are they afraid to even listen to it? Why are they afraid to even consider it? Like, could literally the government be controlling everything? Could the government just literally be a puppet show and it doesn't actually exist and there's something else controlling it? 100%. Yeah, straight up. If you believe otherwise, you haven't done enough of your research. But it's up for you to decide, right? So it doesn't matter who gets elected. Like, all that stuff. Like, but you see, like, if you can make people think that all these things aren't real, well, then they never explore it. If they have all these powers at their fingertips, they could literally manipulate timelines and reality and create things outside, because outside is basically the playground for everyone to do so. They're like, well, we don't want people knowing that. Otherwise, we lose control. If people realize, then they wouldn't have to work. And if they don't work, then we can't make them build our pyramid. We want people to build our pyramid. No. How about we all each individually build small pyramids, and we combine all of our small pyramids into one big pyramid? Be like, yeah, but that's not a cohesive pyramid. I'm like, who cares? It's all of our pyramids, and it's going to be a beautiful masterpiece, right? What's the Mona Lisa? A masterpiece. But what if we each drew one segment of the Mona Lisa? And there's going to be 7 billion segments, and that makes one beautiful Mona Lisa. The world, our world. So I believe that the certain elite and certain rich, they might not know everything that I know, because again, I've been given, I believe that something up there or around us that's invisible spiritually rebelled. and they have helped me, and they've given me this information. And maybe I won them over for certain actions that I've done throughout my lifetime, or maybe from the beginning, or maybe this was all planned. You never know. My point is, how much do the elite and do the rich know that I'm talking about? And how much have they kept to themselves for the longest time? It's a cheat code to life. Like, there's many things that I could use the powers that have awakened within me to literally manipulate and climb anything that I want. Truly, 100%. I could exploit pretty much anything and everyone. But I'm trying to use it for good. And I say try because there's always unintended consequences from every action that you do. But the difference between me and them is, if something that I do now ends up causing some negative side effects, I'm going to do my best to course correct immediately. And I'm not asking anything of you except join me in singing this song of hope. So, if you had magic, you do. I want everyone to understand that you do. Once you spiritually awaken your powers, you do. So if you have magic, why would you continue to be a slave to those who don't know how to wield it? Or maybe sometimes some of them might, but it's minimal because that's just how it works with dark. So if you had these powers, if you had, think of it like in Harry Potter, you became a wizard, would you truly continue to be a slave to those who don't have any magic? I'm not telling you that you have to now shoot your magic and put handcuffs on them. That's not what I'm saying. But do you guys understand? You're literally you have this power, and yet you're letting other people who don't have the power, because to unlock it, you have to believe. And you have to believe through love, through the law of one, that we're all connected as one, through educating others without asking for money. That's how you unlock. That's how you spiritually awaken. You have to do good things. You have to be a good person. And good is defined for yourself, but just in general, we can all agree, hey, being forgiving, being loving, being caring, not asking for money is the key. Literally, you want to unlock your spiritual powers, don't ask for money. Don't really start reinterpreting everything I'm saying, but give. Just give. And then all of a sudden, think of the song Through Heaven's Eyes. They're going to be watching, and they're like, oh my God, look at this guy, this girl, and she's so good. They care so much. They just want to help people. They're a hero. And they're going to reach out to you, and they're going to help you. And you're going to be like, whoa, what's happening in my life? So much is changing so quickly. And you're going to obtain powers and perspectives that you never realized before. They always were there. But if you knew that you had these magical powers, I ask you literally, just to put in perspective, again, do not use it for this. I'm leaving things open to interpretation, but there's one thing where I will not be okay with. And if I find out that you did this, there will be problems. Why would you listen to an abusive boss if you have magical powers? But that doesn't mean be the abuser back. That doesn't mean destroy them. Doesn't mean kill them. Doesn't mean imprison them. Use your powers to improve the world, to help other people. Period. Got it, guys? But don't listen to them. Why? You're like, wait a minute. I'm more I could literally make you levitate and go send flying. You're like a Jedi, or I could Jedi mind trick you. Why would I listen to someone who can't do that? You guys see, they're like, you must work 20 hours a day. And you're like, dude, I could literally make you work for me right now if I wanted to. They're like, whoa, I want to work for you. You're like, see? But then you snap them out of it. You don't have to, because you're free. We're all free. So talking about the spirituality aspect of this is, one thing that I want to make super clear to people is that no matter what, whether you believe it or not, you're going to deal with these spiritual entities and the power that they have, regardless if you're awake or not. I'm going to say that one more time. Regardless of what happens, whether you believe or not, whether you just think of logic and science, there's spiritual entities and power that is at all of our disposals and around us, that is happening on a daily basis, regardless if we're awake or aware of it. The only thing that changes is their control over you and your control over it. Those are the things that change as you awaken. But if they're happening, why wouldn't you want to be aware of them? Why not take it by the reins? You know, as your relationship progresses, and I call it a relationship because that's what it is, with your spiritual light side, with your guide, it's going to be interesting. I use that word a lot, but it's because it's open for interpretation. And to me, it's the most love I've ever felt in my entire life. And that's weird to say. Weird because it's like, how's that possible? Right? Like, it's not anything physical that I've seen right here in front of me. But as you continue down that road, you're going to discover new ways to communicate with your spiritual guide. And don't let it overwhelm you, but you're creating your own language. And the key is to remember that you're going to have to take breaks as you're learning about what's going on out there, the magic that exists. It's a lot. You're going to go down rabbit holes. And there's a lot of information that's out there, and the majority of it is wrong. I just want everyone to aware, don't pay for spiritual guided advice right now. Especially as the disclosure continues, there's going to be an influx of people that are not paying attention to what I'm saying, and they're going to try to exploit this. Please. The key is to give without asking. Give without asking for money. And just remember, we're one. We're one with our spiritual side. We don't fully understand it yet, but they're going to give you information too, and it's suggestions. And sometimes we might misinterpret it, and sometimes they might be wrong too. But we're developing a relationship. But as you're trying to figure out all the answers, just one of my favorite songs is from this video game called Sonic 2, and it says, it doesn't matter. And I would recommend playing it if I were you. Every so often, just, it doesn't matter, and now what happens? I will never give up the fight. And it's just truly remembering that it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. So it's going to start making sense to you. All of a sudden, my methods, this way, I'm also not revealing all my methods for a few reasons. I'm not going to explain why. There's actually some dark reasons why I don't, because, yeah, let's just leave it at that. But things are going to start making sense to you, and you're going to develop your own methodology. And if I tell you the way I do it or what I do, yes, I'm protecting myself right now, but it also is now going to influence you. And it would be in a good way for the majority, because you're like, wait, I would have pieced that together, and that would have never made sense to me. But you're also now missing out on that entire journey. And we talked about progression in the last stream, and that's the key. It's going to be a progression. It's going to be a journey. I might have figured it out in 7 months, but it might take you 2 years. And that's okay. It's a beautiful journey. And every so often, new powers are going to begin to awaken. And you're like, wait a minute. Holy moly, this is something different. I can't believe that this is happening right now. It's beautiful. And I can't wait to hear you guys' stories about it. And I can't wait to see how the world transforms. And yeah. What up, you? What are you going to do? That's the question, right? What do we use? What are we going to do? How do we use what's in front of us? Are we going to use it for good? Are we going to use it for bad? All of a sudden, we start understanding that we really are connected to everyone. People are going to be like, oh, so much is changing. I feel so tired. I feel so like my understanding is changing. Information is being presented to me. All that stuff is the spiritual stuff in play. And yeah, I just pay attention, guys. Like it's how you feel. It's how you feel inside with the signs that are going to be presented to you, because there's light and dark. And if it makes you feel love, then you know it's light. If you feel hate, if you feel overwhelmed, then it's a dark sign. Doesn't mean that you can't flip both of them for the opposite thing, but the majority of you, once you develop a certain level of communication and approach, you're going to notice that it's going to be great. Like truly, you communicate clearly with your spiritual guide. My only warning is if you gain too much knowledge too fast, just be aware. Most of you will never have to experience this, so just keep it in the back of your head. There might come a point in time where the signs that you've developed, your method of communicating with your spiritual guide, could get compromised. That's how fucked up dark is. They literally try to ruin every beautiful thing that you have. And when that moment happens, you're going to have to rely on feeling. And sometimes you're going to get it wrong, but the majority of you will never get to this point, and that's okay. Right? I call it a POI, person of interest. If 1 million people are all spiritually awake and know how to communicate with a guide, well, what are they going to do? They don't know who to target anymore. But when it's just like, let's say there's only like 5 people right now that know how to fully communicate with what some people might call the Holy Spirit, well, it's really easy to attack them and infiltrate. But if it's 1 million people, you guys see, like, if we all unite and we all sing this song together, there's nothing they can do. All right. Here's some where are we at? Do people want to be published? Let's see. Here's an example of easy to do sign. I'm not going to get lost here, but I just wanted to say this really quick. Is that, like, go to a grocery store and look for the signs that say reduced or discounted. Pay attention to what those are. I call that a nudge. You could say it's the store trying to get rid of things. And yes, absolutely. But I would argue that it's actually they're trying to get you to do something or try something. Could be for good or for bad. But you might go and like, I don't know why, but like the Ritz crackers are on sale. I'm like, I know I like my charcuterie boards. Interesting. You might go outside to the dumpster and you might see a bed frame that's thrown away. And you're like, well, I've been trying to, I don't have a bed frame on my bed. This is not a true story for me, but I'm just saying, like, you're like, maybe I should get a bed frame. Or you throw away something in the dumpster and you see a computer chair tossed in there. And you're like, well, I've been using the old uncomfortable chair. I mean, uncomfortable in the sense that just if you stream for 8 hours, your back hurts. And I'm like, maybe I should get a new chair so that I don't have back pain anymore. You know, this is a true story. Just to give people an example, when I was navigating a certain thing, I was talking more to my brother, and when I first started talking more to my brother again, I didn't realize what certain traumas and insecurities he had. We grew up living in 6 different countries, so we had to restart our lives every year or 2 years. It was hard to create stability. It was hard to find a home. It was hard to build friends, relationships, you know, and we were very sheltered, which is actually the answer. I didn't realize that at the time. But when I first started talking to him, I started seeing a lot of moving trucks, like U-Hauls. And I met someone from Ecuador, and how coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence, by the way. I lived 2 years in Ecuador. And they were encouraging me to talk to other people. It's like, hey, by the way, it's really easy to get to like move to like new apartments or a home or something like that. You should check it out. You should check it out. And like they gave me like a card and stuff like that. And like really, you're like, okay, that's super interesting. Coincidence one, Ecuador, moving trucks. This guy tells me about checking apartments. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I just reached out to my brother, like, hey man, why don't you think about like moving, like trying a new apartment, trying out like new something? Like, I met this guy from Ecuador, and he told me about there's some really good places nearby that, or you're at, that you should check out. And there's this one place in near downtown that's like really close to your job or whatever, and has great amenities, great things, great prices. You should check it out. And all of a sudden, his response is absolutely vicious. Like, he gets so mad, he gets so triggered, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, what happened? Like, I thought I was trying to do a good thing. Like, hey, I'm just trying to encourage him to shake things up, try something new, and he got triggered. I'm like, and then I finally calmed him down, and we talked, and I realized I discovered one of his traumas, which was moving, restarting, trying something new, because he was so traumatized from how we grew up, moving every year to 2 years. And I'm like, holy shit. I was like, I mean, I now remember how I told you guys you can learn information through the dark ones and like their methods, and you can understand their methods, and now you can use that information to heal. So I just uncovered that insecurity, that trauma, and instead of now abusing it as a weakness, I uncovered a weakness. I chose to heal it. I chose to heal it. You guys see, like, that's the difference. So I could have learned that. I'm like, ooh, okay. So whenever I want him to do something, I can literally trigger him and make him sad and insecure, and I can control him by being like, hey, do you want to move again? You guys see, like, that's what the majority of dark ones do. They discover weaknesses and then they use it. But think about that. Signs were presented to me, and I'm aware of them. I'm aware that all those things are signs. Yes, literally trucks moving outside in the illusion world, the outside, literally are signs. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But the majority of you, it's happening through subliminal influences. You don't even realize that it's happening. Like, all these things are happening around you, and you don't catch it. They're signs. They're literal signs that are happening. But what if I told you that they are? And now you're aware of them. So this random dude from Ecuador, the moving trucks, and it caused me to do this, and it literally made me trigger him. And that's what they do. They use other people to trigger you. They nudge people. That's what I've been saying. There's dark and light that literally are nudging people. You know, and for some people it might be, hey, maybe your best friend had a really bad breakup or like got rejected by a girl, and for some reason, like, I keep getting presented to me songs that are like, maybe that girl's name is like Josefina, and it's like I keep getting songs presented to me that are like, Josefina, how are you? And like, I went to a bar that was called Josefina and all stuff like that, and then all of a sudden, like, I haven't talked to my friend in a while, and someone's like, you know, today's the day that you should reach out to old friends. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm like, yo, man, how are you doing? I'm like, are you and Josefina still together? I just went to the bar and I listened to a song called Josefina. It just made me think of you, man. And I just wanted to see how you and Josefina are doing. Don't tell me you guys have a kid. Is that why I haven't? All of a sudden you hear tears on the line, on the phone. And by the way, stop. No phone calls. Don't pick up calls. Those are events. Don't activate them. But you're like, oh my God, dude, what happened? I'm sorry. I didn't know. This is a pain point. They've been trying to get over it for so long, and you just presented this information, and you thought it was harmless. You thought it was a good thing. It reminded you of your friend, and the song was catchy, and the bar was great. By the way, don't go to things. Please stop spending money. But do you guys see how it's done? And do you guys see how it's done? And just like that, you triggered them, and it was a complete coincidence. Now, could you flip it? This is where the key is. You can flip it, right? And be like, hey, well, hold on. Oh, that's a weakness. All right. Hey, man. Dude. You and Josefina were so, like, you were just such a good guy. Like, you, like, you know, like, you just, like, you start flipping it. You start showing them, like, do you remember when, like, when we were kids and, like, we were afraid to talk to any girl at all? Like, and or when a girl came up to us and we were like, here's my pencil. And you're like, look at you now. Like, you're a badass. Like, this is awesome. You're a Don Juan. Like, you're Don Giovanni. Like, look at you. You can get any girl. And it's like, Josefina's not, you know, like, and all of a sudden it's just like, whoa. Now that you can help them get over it, right? But you still, like, do you guys see still where the problem lies? You unintentionally triggered them through signs of the past, nudges, and that's how it works. So once you start understanding that that's literally the world that we live in, it's just constant nudges and influences from everything. And yes, it's going to be a little overwhelming at first when you start catching on to that's how the game of life works, is that's what it is. It's like, oh shit. Now you can't unsee it. You look at everything like, yep, that's a sign. Like what I'm doing right now is a sign for some people. Like all this stuff is signs. And you're like, shit, this is going to be overwhelming. But they're suggestions. It's not a must. It could be a bad idea. It could be a good idea. But that's why cut out alcohol, because you're giving dark an open, you're giving them the key to your castle. Now they can do anything. They can rearrange you. And the worst part is not remembering, because that's scary. Because then now all they have to do is have someone come up to you and be like, hey, do you know you did this? And you're like, well, did I? They don't even have to show you a recording. What if you like, they knew that you trusted that person? They could literally tell you something and you're like, oh shit, did I? And even then, now it's scary because you're like, well, I don't know if I did or not. It doesn't matter. Now what happens? And we're listening to the song, Why Should I Worry? Why Should I Care? By Oliver. You see? But the whole point is, the whole thing is fucked up. The whole thing is fucked up. It's just, the more you understand, the crazier it gets. Like, truly, like for me, like, no, I don't get into it. But there's a lot of things that have happened in my past. Like once you start realizing the connection of the events, like truly, like let's say you finally got a girlfriend, and then all of a sudden, like you go on a date, and like two girls throw themselves at you, and you're like, that's like, she's like, oh wow, so you're a player, and I'm like, no, I swear that's never happened before. You're like, oh really? And you're like, what the fuck? Like, in one way, it might feel good for you. It's a confidence boost, but ask yourself that, like, just catch those things, like why they. Anytime happiness is present or good things are happening, they're going to present things and signs and cause issues. That's what they do. They don't want you happy. They never, like if you're in a relationship, they want it to be that there's never a point where you're both 100% in that relationship. There are always going to be things that come up that cause problems, good or bad. And I say that's fucked up. It's controlled. Like, why are we okay with that? It's not okay. If that's why, like the pandemic, that's what we need to do, shelter in place. Like if you have your girlfriend or your wife right now, just stay at home together. Eliminate outside noise. Don't invite people in. Don't let anything in. And you're going to be like, whoa, everything's so good. Like things are so much better. Like, because there's no nudges coming in. Now you eliminate phone usage. You minimize ad exposure, things of that nature. You're not going on social media. Everything just gets better because you're no longer getting nudged by the dark. Now you can say that you're also missing light nudges, but they're going to find a way to get to you. I promise. Especially as each of you develop your connection. If you guys are both spiritually awakening together, like that could be the most romantic thing of all time. And you are figuring it out and you're both connecting with your connection. It's going to be awesome. But there's no coincidence. I promise you. They're planned events to foil your desires, your dreams. As long as that's the case, there's zero reason to engage with the system, knowing that they're trying to intentionally harm you. You can argue otherwise, but that's my answer. Like, truly, they're going to try to present things to you when you're out and about that cause problems. If your life is good, if everything is happy and peaceful, they're going to try to cause problems. If you have a happy marriage and you're a guy, they're going to try to find ways to disrupt it. And that could be literally trying to get you to cheat. Straight up. You can outsmart them. You can outplay them. But don't fall for it. Why do we have to play that manipulation game? Like, yes, I'm teaching you all the tactics to do so, but think about that. Like, why? It's just tiring, guys. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm like, can we just live life? Let's play the games in video games. Let's keep our life happy. That's why I exited the system and I exited the game. Because now that I know what's possible, I don't want to live in that reality. Okay. And one more thing, and then we're going to take a break. It's the question of, so now that we understand a little bit more about the spiritual things and how the game of life works and just more questions, I ask you, do people actually want to be puppets? What do you think? Because everything I've said, if I were listening, I would say it sounds to me like we're being puppeteered. Dance, puppet, dance. Are you okay with that? First of all, if that's true, let's just say if. I say it is, but it's up to you to decide. If that's true, that the majority of you are being puppets, does that make you want to fight back? You're like, because for me, like, I'm like, fuck that. Hell no. There's absolutely no way. And you're going to realize that you fighting back, it might be part of the puppeteering as well. That's the hardest part to process. But you can still continue to fight back and fight back and fight back, fight back, fight back. And eventually you will become the unknown variable, which is another video that I'm releasing in the stream I've done. That middle point where you will do things that they don't expect. Maybe you do 10 actions today and 6 of them they expected before you didn't. You're not fully puppeteered anymore. That's pretty awesome, right? Like, this progress. Eventually, as everyone breaks free, we're going to get to the point where all of our actions are not puppeteered. Like I said, the script isn't written anymore. But we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. One day at a time. And that's a reminder for me. One day at a time. Progress. So, to think about the question about puppets, I want to flip it and actually talk about what if you weren't a puppet, but you were a creator? Because the best way to understand the feeling of what a puppet feels would be to understand if you actually had puppets, right? Because then you're placing yourself in their shoes. This is the lesson in teaching a little bit of empathy. But what if you were a creator? What if you were a god, a designer, whatever it is for you? And it could be something as simple as, well, I'm going to be the landscaper for my house or for the apartment community that I live in, right? Like, technically you could say that you're playing God for your house, or your, let's say you set up the decorations in your room. You essentially were playing God or the creator. You decided what furniture decorations to place there. Okay. So for anyone who's overwhelmed by that phrase, think of it just like that. I just need you to follow along. Okay, guys? So sometimes we might have asked ourselves, why do our gods not love us? Why? Why don't they love us? Why don't they take care of us? Why don't they give us amazingness? And what if we flipped it and we actually were like, well, what if the people who are chosen to become a creator, or who are the gods or are a creator, what if they need to lose all, quote unquote, caring about their creations to get that role? It's a hard one to process, to be honest. It's still, it makes sense to me, and it's just sad because what if they didn't want to lose that? So think of your God, whoever that is, whatever that is. They got the power. Or in your case, let's say it was you. You got the power. But they only will give you the power of creation if, by first making you despise the world, despise your other creations, because you're going to realize, well, hey, I can just make them pop up. Aren't they essentially an illusion? So now you begin to devalue them because you hate how fake it is. Well, I mean, like literally, like if I could just make a new mug appear right now, isn't this mug fake? Right? Like if this mug just popped up out of nowhere, I'm like, I want a new mug. Wouldn't you say that this mug is like artificial? It's fake. It was magically created. I don't know. What would you guys say? But isn't that what creation is? So like, is it actually an illusion? Is it actually fake? Like if you know that you just made it pop up out of thin air, like right now, like I just made another painting that's back there, pop up. Which one's fake and which one's real? What do they feel the same? What do they look the same? What do they smell the same? Is one a clone? Is one real? Like, you guys understand why maybe we've been hating on our gods or our God and they were justified? But could it be a curse? If you're the creator and you know that you created the same painting again, you could say like, you know it's fake, you know it's an illusion, you know it's a replica. You made it. So but what if it's alive? What if, like, let's say like a cockroach or an insect, and you created it out of thin air? No birth, okay? No egg. Like let's say the chicken and the egg analogy. Like you literally made a chicken pop up. Now there's chicken in your hand, and it didn't hatch from an egg. Okay, so clearly, some people say, well, that's fake. That's an illusion. Maybe. Is it? But what if, like, I'm not encouraging this, but like, what if you like poked it with something and it started bleeding? It can die. Assumedly, it can feel. Is it real now? Like, oh my God, it can bleed? It can die? It can feel? Like, when you poked it, like, it made it yelped, like, eh. So, is it actually an illusion? Is it actually fake? So, if that's the case, if you had this power, if you were in this situation, what would you do? For people, again, to lower the level a little bit so it's easier to understand, think of it as like if you were creating a product. Like you created a device for like measuring blood pressure or something, or like heartbeat. Is that device now fake or is it alive? You created it. So what makes it real? What makes a creation real? And if you can create something like that chicken out of thin air, is it alive because you created it, or is it now an illusion or fake? And these are the questions that I contemplate daily, having now seen the things that I see in my life on a constant basis. And you guys understand, like, that completely changes everything. Like, these are very deep philosophical questions. So if you write the story, and you know that it's fake or artificial, does it devalue it? Think Tolkien and Lord of the Rings. Think J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter. Is Harry Potter fake? Is Hermione fake? Is Aragorn and Frodo fake? What's alive? Is that the curse of the creator? You always know that you're the one who created it from nothing. You came up with those characters. You came up with that fantasy world. You created it from nothing. So, do you think there should be checks and balances? Or Should you just be able to paint your canvas and write your story no matter what? Think of it like companies and like a board. You're trying to create like this new animated Disney movie, and the board's just like, heck no, this is way too much real information about spirituality. We don't want people knowing this stuff. So they stop your work. They try to get you to change it. They're censoring it. They're suppressing it. So it changes. And so you were trying to disclose all this information that I'm talking about. And now it's literally like 10% of that. Is it even your creation anymore? Is it? It's not your vision. It was not your vision. It's modified. It might be the origin was yours and it was modified. They might have been inspired by yours, but now it's a combination. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Like now, but you can't say that it's your creation anymore. It's now all of their creation. So if there is a board, I ask you, why do they get to decide? Why do they get to veto it? Do you guys see, like, could it be that it's actually for good? It's good to have checks and balances because one person could ruin it all. Well, why do we need that? But then I ask you, if there's a board, why do they have the power to veto it and control it? Fuck the board. If we're going to have a board, I can literally say what is presented and what's not in this grand storyline of creation. I say, give it to all. From now on, all humans are part of the board that gets to have a say in the power of creation. Everyone has the power to influence. Yeah, you can be like, are you insane? Like, there's people that are not capable and ready to handle this. I'm like, then they will learn and we will learn together. And then there's a reason for us to help them, to teach them, to guide them. Will that cause ultimate chaos? Sure. But ultimate chaos can create beautiful things. Just like we said earlier, sometimes taking a step back and having a little negative happen could be what leads us to see the power of good. You know, this makes me realize that the majority of people just don't want to think. They just want to be told what to feel, what to believe, what to see, what to hear. Like, you go on a YouTube video and you read the comments and it shapes your interpretation of video. Like, if you just watched it and listened to it without, all of a sudden would have had a different experience. But if you read it first, you're like, ooh, at minute 22, it's a really good part. Now you're waiting for minute 22. You're like, oh, that's minute 22. And guess what? There's a good chance that they're right. It is a good part. Or they're like, oh, wow, that girl at the 3-minute part of this video is really hot. And you're like, oh, wow, she is really hot. And you might have had that same opinion without that comment. But you guys see, like, there's literally people that are influencing the narrative and the storyline by writing those things. And the majority of people aren't strong enough to be like, well, actually, nah, she's not really my type. It's hard. It's hard to resist that code. But do you guys see how easy it is to start being puppeteered, even by something as simple as a YouTube comment? Watch it first without those things, and then you can check it out after. But you need to, the first experience should try to be as pure as possible. That's why I'm not going to go too much deeper into how to interpret all the signs, because I want people to figure it out for themselves and to make their own language. I call mine utopia, but you create your own language with your spiritual guide, and you guys are going to figure it out together. Here's an example for people to understand what I'm talking about. When I used to be a salesman, you're always selling. We're always selling. But when I used to be a medical software salesman, right? If I left something open to interpretation, so if I told them, well, you know, what do you guys think about this product? Do you think it's good? Do you, like, based on all the information I presented? 9 out of 10 times there usually was not a sale. And I was like, it always was weird to me. Like, I'm like, why? Like, literally, like, I presented in an incredible way. They're just like, But when I just told them straight up, I'm like, this is the best medical software program on the market. It's delicious. It'll change your life. They're like, okay, I'm buying it. And I'm like, really? So if I just tell you what to think, you're going to do it. But if I leave it open for you to think, I'm like, what do you think? Do you think that's interesting? Open to interpretation, not telling them how to feel. people just, they don't like that. They want to be puppets is what my conclusion is. But if I said, do you think that's sad? Do you think that's funny? Do you think that's good? Versus leaving it neutral, all of a sudden everything changes. I'm like, huh? You want to be nudged. Why? Why do people want to be puppets? They don't want to think. So why is it me breaking your strings, cutting them right now, make me bad? You guys are getting mad at the wrong people. Why are you getting mad at the people who are cutting your strings? Why do you rather be a slave? Huh? Like, just think about it. Do people actually want to be puppets? What do you guys think? We're going to take a break, and then we're going to get back, and we're going to talk about if we live in an illusion, and is it possible to control it? Okay, let's do this. Let's try it. All right. For anyone watching, thank you. Thank you for being patient. And if you're watching a recording, skip this part. And if you're watching the video, it's going to be edited out. But for anyone who was waiting, I appreciate you. You know, it's not fun sometimes to wait, to be patient. But I promise you, your efforts will be rewarded. All right. Gosh, I'm a monster. All right. Where's the monsters? I'm in the key. Not doing it for the reward. The key. Associations, part 2. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. Three, 2, 1. Could you imagine yourself as a chosen one? What if you were told that you are the chosen one? Would you believe it then? Would you say, there's no way? It can't be true. Me? Are you sure? Why me? You guys got the wrong guy or the wrong girl. Like, there's no way. It's not me. What if you were then reinforced that you were the chosen one? For some reason, everywhere you looked, you saw a mug that said, you're the hero. Would you believe it then? But what if you were reinforced after being told through both illusions and real things? They appear the same. Remember we talked about just a little bit ago, if you can create a chicken out of thin air and it bleeds and it feels, but it's technically an illusion because it was creation, how can you tell the difference between an illusion and what's real, right? So if you can't separate and both are reinforcing this, what then? Are you now the chosen one? Could it be possible? If you believe it, is that hubris? Does that make you a narcissist? But what if it's actually true? What if each one of us in our own story or our own purpose, whatever that is, we each have a mission, we each have a role. What if we were chosen for something? Is that so far-fetched? What if I was chosen to deliver this message? What if you were chosen to receive that information and then make a video game off of the information that I'm delivering, or to make a movie? Something you're going to get downloaded, or information is going to be downloaded to you. You're going to be inspired, receive whatever way you receive information, whether it's through dreams, whether it's through an influencer, whether it's through a book, whatever it is. And you're going to get this information. It's going to inspire you, and you're going to create a piece of art, a movie, a video game, music, something. And it's going to help other people. And what if you were chosen for that, but you needed me to do this first for you to be able to do that? Could you see that being possible? Or does that make me a narcissist for saying that? What if that's true? Does there come a point where acknowledging power, or acknowledging that things are not a coincidence, or acknowledging that the world is operating differently than we think it is, make us, does it go from a point where it's delusion to reality? Like, at what point, where's the line, guys? I used to be the suit guy. I still, once in a while, enjoy wearing suits and dressing up. I used to be Mr. Slickback, everything perfect. I still am, right? But I had an air of elitism within me. But I still had humility and compassion, right? But now knowing what I know now, everything's changed. You guys see, like, and I'm going to talk about presentation here in a little bit, but I do it as a means to an end. But with all the information I have, I no longer want to exist in the system. I just want to bring it down. It's the illusionary nature of it that bothers me, and that it relies on people's ignorance and puppeteering them without them knowing. If we give them the information, we tell them what's happening, and they still choose to be puppets, then there's nothing I or we can do. We did our best. If that's what they want, if they want to be nudged, if they want to be guided 100%, that's okay. Now, the reason why I said it, I understand, like, as I spiritually awoken, I have developed an insane relationship with the light side, my light guy. And I would miss it if it wasn't here anymore. I would miss it a lot, even though it has been compromised by the dark. And, it's changed. Since I've gone on this mission and become so blatant about everything that I'm experiencing and that I've learned, it's changed. Yet, there's one thing that hasn't changed, which is even before I knew everything was an illusion and the spiritual side of things and how much of the world is fabricated and controlled and manipulated by forces that we can't even see, I got pissed off and fed up with the system. I quit my sales jobs because I was encouraged to exploit my customers. I was encouraged to lie to them, manipulate them. I through mostly my own volition, but now knowing what I know, I probably was nudged to learn these things. I learned psychology. I learned therapy. I learned manipulation. I studied psychopaths, sociopaths, and narcissists and learned all their tactics. I befriended CEOs, CFOs, COOs, CTOs, and studied them. Top sales reps, just taking all of their tactics. And I climbed ladders. I knew how to make absurd amounts of money. And yet, having all these skill sets, all these talents, I still would quit every single time. Like, once I learned everything, I was like, it's time to move on. But the biggest thing that actually made me always move on, because sometimes I was okay staying because there was enough new experiences at sales jobs where it's like, well, each customer is a little different. So that satisfied my curiosity, my progression itch. It wasn't enough, but I realized that I didn't actually have to have that at work. I didn't have to have that at a job. For example, I could have that being a dad. That's the first time I was a dad. I had a son, and it's like, hey, first time becoming a husband, first time living with a girl. Like, all those experiences were progression. So, like, it didn't matter if I had that progression at work. I had those progressions in my home life. Those things made me realize that I was just like, I'm not okay with the exploitative nature of these sales jobs. And I would quit every single time, and I would leave. I never got fired. I always just tried to change it, but I got attacked for doing so. And it was always so confusing. I'm like, I'm just trying to make things better for the customer and for my coworkers. Like, you guys are treating them like they're shit. Yet you hired them, and they've been at the company for 2 years, and they're better today than they were when they first started 2 years ago. Yet they don't think so. They literally talked to me yesterday, and they told me, dude, I feel like I'm not good at anything. Like, maybe I should just quit. And I'm like, dude, you're freaking amazing. Are you kidding me? Like, the deal that you brought in 3 months ago, I know it's been 3 months, but dude, you know how long it took me to get my first deal? You got yours in 4 months. It took me 6. You realize how good you are? Like, and it's harder now because our company was getting sued by a DOJ. Like, do you realize how good you are, dude? He's like, oh, right, really? I'm like, yeah, man. Well, our director makes me feel like I'm really bad. I'm like, dude, fuck our director, man. You guys see, like, there's one thing that has never changed despite all my knowledge completely changing, all my beliefs, like knowing that we live in an illusion now, and that the outside world is manipulated and there's events that are activated so they can get you to ruin your life and all these things like that. There's one thing that hasn't changed, is that I always despised the system. The first attempt that I did was Challenger, which is what I did with my, at that time, fiance. I wasn't married yet. And we did it together. And I combined it with her. It's Stephanie Firminger. And her family tried to stop me from actually making the recording and from doing this with her, because I got her to quit her job. And basically, remember how I talked to you guys about a video game character that woke up another video game character? It's basically what I did to my girlfriend at the time, or my fiance. She was getting abused and exploited at her work, and I told her it's time. And she quit. And we started a podcasting together. And it was basically the bare bones version of what I'm doing today. I didn't understand everything that was going on, but I just knew that I wanted it's Challenger. Look it up, guys. We didn't do that many videos and that many streams, but it was my first foray into it. And I just wanted to help her. I threw her a bone because I was like, she didn't know what to do, right? She was basically that NPC, that non-playable character that was stuck being the baker in the village. And she's like, I'm a medical biller, that I need to keep being the medical biller. And I'm like, you can do anything. You're good at so much. Like, she literally was getting paid nothing, but she basically ran the entire show. And her boss, who was like, basically like, think of it like the CFO, COO, was just taking advantage of her. And he didn't know almost anything in comparison. It wasn't bad, right? He was talented, but she was running the show, yet she was getting paid a pittance in comparison. And I was just like, hey, you need to stand up for it. And she started doing it, and all of a sudden problems started arising. And eventually I was like, hey, look, they promised you a raise, you didn't get one, you should quit your job. And I was like, it's okay. I'm like, and I remember I also quit I made almost $300,000 in my medical software job, and I quit as well. I quit my high-paying job at that time because I was getting literally abused by my bosses, because I didn't want to. It was during COVID, the pandemic, and I didn't want to sell to customers anymore that were struggling, because literally they wanted me to like say, hey, let's replace your entire billing staff in your operations, and you can pay us 6% of your monthly income or revenue. And like most of them were like, we don't even know if we're gonna have customers visit us because of the pandemic. And I was like, you know what? Because I would sell mostly to existing customers after I onboarded them. I'm like, it's cool. Hey, let me just help you. And then we'll get to a point where when you're ready, you can buy. And, of course, after the pandemic would have been over, they would have bought. I earned their trust, right? But no, it was not okay with my company. So it's just so many problems started happening. And I was just like, you know what? I'm out of here. This is bullshit, right? And I left. I just quit. And then she quit as well. And I was like, let's do this. I've always was always like drawn to it. It like compelled me. I'm like, I wanted to teach people, because I healed about 2 years before that, all of my insecurities and traumas. I would say about 95% of them. And I just wanted to explain to people my method. I didn't really understand how I did it fully yet. Now I do. But at that point, I didn't fully understand it. And I just wanted to give it to the world, because I was like, there's nothing that has changed me more than doing that, than healing. It just made everything better. It just made me strong. It just made me happy. It just made me feel unstoppable. It gave me confidence. It literally was the reason why I ended up getting a girlfriend and having a son. And I wouldn't have had that if it wasn't because of that. So I was like, I just want people to understand and improve my sales performance, every aspect of my life. So I just wanted to teach it. And I was, of course I got bought in by the hype where it's like, hey, you can monetize it and sell it and do that. But the point is, I just didn't want to work anymore for a corporation and sales. I wanted to use all my skill set to do that. And it took a lot longer to get started than I thought. And, trying to figure out, it's like all of a sudden you have this ultimate freedom. Like, well, how do you approach this? How do you do this? But it was my first foray into it. It was okay. And made a lot of mistakes, thought I needed to have a website and all of these things. I'm like, just get started, just get the information out there. But it was good practice. Like, you don't need like an LLC and all that stuff. You don't. Just start putting out information. And just the amount of problems that started presenting themselves, but specifically her family, they just started attacking. And I'm like, why? Like, why wouldn't you be happy for her that she's finally trying something new? Like, they're like, no, you have to be this NPC that only does this. This is your role. You can't be anything else than this. And I'm just like, wow, this is fucking abusive as shit. And things just kept progressing. Like, we were starting to escalate. Things were really good. And then her family was like, well, you need to make money now. And I'm like, but why? I'm literally going through all my savings. What's the problem? Why do we have to make money now? They wanted us to engage with the system. They wanted us to make money because that's what they want. They want you everything has to be about money. That's the game of this world. So that's why we need to destroy it. No more money. But the point is, then nothing they were doing was stopping us. On the contrary, I was just like, just ignore them. Like, it doesn't matter. And also, I'll stop there. But essentially what ended up happening then was all of a sudden my elderly dog, that childhood dog that I had forever, who was fine. He definitely should have had more attention and more love. And I'll never deny that. But from like one day to another, all of a sudden he got extremely, extremely ill. And I'm like, wait, what the heck is going on? And I was just like, everything was so good. I'm like, what? And then like within a week, he just like died. And you can say that, it was my fault. You could say that it was age, and all of those are valid, but it wasn't a coincidence, because guess what? When he passed away, like we were starting to get on fire. We were just starting to get momentum. And he passed away. I just completely collapsed. I shut down. It was over. It stopped me. I just couldn't continue. How could I tell people that, hey, this is how I healed all my therapy and all my problems and all this darkness, and this is how you're free, this is how you can be you're amazing, be unique, all this stuff like that, if I got shut down by my dog's death, my elderly dog? Do you guys see, like, that was a calculated move. When I started the Sales Diplomat years later, again, after quitting a high-paying medical software sales or device job, I was on track to make $400,000, over $400,000, easily over $400,000. I had some huge contracts that I put off that I basically threw away that could have made me insane amounts of money, truly. I mastered the job. Like, it was so much easier than my previous job, and the pay was ridiculous, and I could have exploited customers, but I was going to make that much money not exploiting them. Like, basically, the devices, the company was making profit at $65,000, and they were selling it for $140,000, just so people know. And they were baking it into long-term finance agreements and hiding the actual finance rates so that they could scam customers. So they ended up paying between $200,000 to $300,000 when they could have just, paid in cash $65,000 and be done with it. Think about that, guys. That's the world we fucking live in. Fucking scams. So I fought against it, and literally all of a sudden, by the way, they also tried to steal all my commissions and things of that nature. It was just really bad. So I was just like, fuck this. Why am I in the sales industry? Like, this is horrible. And I was like, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to try again. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to either try again to reform sales and hiring, or maybe work on something else. I'll figure it out. And literally, they sabotaged my wedding. They sabotaged everything possible that they could do. Like, it was just sad. It was horrible. Like, that's when I got assaulted, and they triggered my PTSD, because I quit my corporate, or like this medical job, this system. Like, I was meant to be like the god of that job and like just exploit everyone. And I quit, and they didn't like that. They literally got someone to assault me at my wedding and triggered my PTSD, because I got assaulted another time and I never fully healed from it. And that shut me down for so long. And then throughout that time period, there was just constant problems that presented themselves in my life. So like every week, a new appliance or device in the house was breaking. A refrigerator, the microwave, the dryer, the washer, the food the food disposal unit, the grill, things of that nature. Like, I literally got sick for like 3 months. Like, I just was sickness that didn't go away. Just so many problems were presenting themselves out of nowhere. Like, and other things that's when I realized that if you ignore things, if you don't open up mail, if you don't respond to calls, if you don't answer knocks, like problems that just went away. Like, truly, like something that didn't make any sense. Like, let's just say someone all of a sudden is like suing you for something that happened 27 years ago. You're like, what? Why am I getting sued for that? And you just ignore it, and then it went away, and you're like, huh? How did the event never activated? Huh? Think about that one, guys. And you're just like, that's so fucking weird. And long story short, because I'm getting lost here, but all of a sudden now my cat like got paralyzed, like she couldn't walk anymore, and she got sick and she was dying, and I managed to heal her and rehabbed her, and she recovered, which is great. But then all of a sudden I was about to start the sales diplomat, which is my first foray, or my second foray into everything that I'm doing. And they literally, all of a sudden my wife tried to commit suicide, and my cat died. And remember what caused me to stop last time? My dog died. But this time it actually just made me stronger. All those events just made me stronger and be like, I have to do it. But do you guys see, like, they try to stop you from doing this stuff no matter what. No matter what. They try to stop you. And all I tried to do was say, fuck the system. Like, this is bullshit. And I'm going to stop there. But do you guys understand all the bullshit that happens? And ever since I've started that, there's been so many horrible events that have happened. Now, it's okay. I'm still standing, and I still am. But literally, you can see, like, no matter what has happened in my life, before I even knew everything about the spiritual world, I was still drawn to this path. Like, that's just like, could there be someone could you be chosen for a specific mission? I say chosen, like, are you chosen? But I mean, like, are you chosen for a specific mission? And like, I just always felt this disdain towards the system, not even before understanding it fully. I'm just like, this is not okay. Like, experiencing the things that I experienced, I'm like, why are we scamming customers? Why are we hurting people? Why can't we help them? Why can't we help the customers build a partnership together? Why do we lie to their employees? Why do we tell them that they're not good? Why do we try to scam them out of commissions? So, like, even before I understood the extent of it, I was still doing the same thing. So that's why I'm like, even if right now I'm making a mistake, even if this is like me working with the dark, then so be it. But this is the one thing that has always been clear to me. I need to bring down the system. The illusion needs to be destroyed. But now that I know what I know, it just made everything pointless. Like, I was just like, I hate the outside world. I hate it because of what it is. That's why we have to recreate it. But we have to recreate it together. And to do so, we first have to destroy it, guys. We first have to destroy every single thing that's dividing and that's causing us to have conflict with each other. You just have to move away from this illusionary world, because it just means that it lacks meaning. And like I said, do these people, even if they are illusions out there, do they matter? Yes, but don't engage with them outside, because we just don't know what kind of events are going to be activated from it. Engage from the safety of your home if you have to. I still say wait and see, and let's see what happens. Let's all do a shelter in place. Let's get quiet. Let's work on ourselves. Let's heal our traumas. Let's heal our insecurities. Let's spiritually awaken. Let's share our knowledge for free. No money. Try to minimize the amount of money spent. Stop engaging with the outside world. And then in 30, 40 days, let's see what happens. This is the arc. But I don't know. It's just everything simple in life lost its luster. And the only thing that pushes me, that brings back the luster, is this. Like, why? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, yeah. Well, that went longer than I thought, but I just wanted people to realize that some people might think that I'm evil, that I'm a villain, that what's wrong with me? Like, why do I hate this world? Why do I want to? And I just want people to understand, like, there's even so much more that I haven't talked about that they've done to me. Like, it's daily. And I just ask him, like, why? I'm giving information for free. Like, everyone can interpret it for themselves. What's the problem? Like, what's going on? And I came to these answers already back in the day from my own experiences. And now I even know more. My answers have only been solidified that this is the way. This is the way. So, do we live in an illusion? And if so, is it possible to control it? Okay. So, in an earlier episode, an earlier stream, I talked about the lotus, about the Odyssey, a great story about Odysseus, and basically that um, there can be like, think of it like a drug or a plant or something that like attaches to yourself that makes you hallucinate, and you could almost like hallucinate like you're a dream world, something that's your ideal situation. Perfect. And it's like, could we each be living in that? Now, the difference is that I think we would argue that I think most of us can agree that the outside world is not our dream come true. I think we can say that otherwise, like, why would there be wars? Why would there be famine? Why would there be homeless? Like, I don't think there's a lot of people that are like, I wish there would be homeless, right? Like, I don't think so. So, what if I told you that that story is real? We do all live in a lotus and an odyssey. Now, it's up to you to determine that, right? This is my belief based on all my experiences. So I left the system. I left the dream. I detached, like, let's say there was something that was attached to my heart that was making me dream this world. I ripped it off. So now I woke up to everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is all freaking an illusion, a dream. But this is where I realized I'm like, I'm still stuck here. Despite that, even now knowing, even though I ripped it off and I can see clearly now that the fog is gone, I'm still stuck here. And the reason why is my belief, is because the rest of you are still dreaming it. So here's the problem. So now I don't have any of the perks of the dream world anymore, because I'm like, fuck. And I could go back to it. I want to make something clear. If there's anything that's been super evident to me, is that they want me to get back into the system. They're doing everything possible to try to get me to re-engage with the system. And I truly believe that there's some baits there that they are planning to like hurt me or get revenge of me. But there's also part of me that believes that they actually would want to reward me. They're like, okay, just stop what you're doing. We'll give you some stuff. Well, you'll get a good job. You can get your mansion. You can get your beach house. Go for it. You just shut up. And I truly believe that, by the way. Now, I think most people would take those things. They're like, dude, then shut up. Get your fucking beach mansion. Isn't that what you wanted? Get your farmhouse. Isn't that what you wanted? Get the girl. Isn't that what you wanted? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I just can't accept it, because, well, then it means that we're continuing to live in the illusion, the dream. So I'm stuck with the punishments, but that doesn't stop me. Not at all. Because once you know it's all an illusion outside and it's manipulated, can you go back? That is the question. Can you go back after you fully process all this information that I'm giving to you? And now you don't have to agree with me, but you evaluate it on your own merit and you say, okay, let me explore this. Let me test it. Let me stress test the system and try to see where it breaks or where it shatters. And I'm like, oh gosh, like that's really weird. I'm like, maybe he was onto something. Can you go back? I try. I literally, there's days where I try. I'm like, you know what? Just stop. Just pause. But I just can't. I can't enjoy it the same way. Like, now there's things that I am finding enjoyment in other things, but it's such a struggle. It's such a battle. And I ask you, like, why does it have to be this way? Like, okay, let's say we are stuck in this dream world and we are stuck in this illusion. Fine. But for me, if that's the case, we need to make it be not fabricated for dark. Like, I'm like, if we're stuck in a dream or some kind of illusion, then people should have the choice to live their lives, right? Like, hey, if I want to just stay at home with my wife and raise my son, and because I'm a great dad, then so be it. Why are you punishing me for not engaging with the system? Like, do you see, like, it doesn't make sense. They're saying, they say you have a dream, you can do whatever you want, but you can't, because if you don't follow their narrative, they punish you. So that's where I'm like, there's things that are nudging us behind the scenes, fabricating things. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's just not okay. And that's why it needs to change. I used to enjoy it. Or at least I thought I did. That's a hard one. Like, did I really enjoy navigating the system, spending a lot of money buying those things and going on those trips? I'm like, yeah, I did. But it was more so spending it with like my wife and my son, like with my dogs. It wasn't the expensive experience themselves, even though those are nice. But I'm like, it really wasn't. And now, of course, I would have enjoyed those experiences more if they didn't cost anything. But like, I don't know. I did look forward to that resort trip. I did look forward to teaching my son new things. I did look forward to playing with my dogs and getting them to howl to like Nessun Dorma. But now, is it all pointless? There's no reason to engage with the outside world. It is all fake. It was all designed for a messed up purpose to just nudge you along. Study us. I mean, I talked about all the theories. So this is where I want you guys to reflect. I'm like, I don't have the answer, but it's a combination of all this. That I know. I know I'm not 100% correct on any one of them, but there's pieces and parts of all of them, but they all come down to the same thing, which is the system, money, and fabricated. Those three things. Like, so I've wrote probably 2,000 pages of notebooks and notebooks of stuff. And there's things that I keep circling. And it always comes down to those things: illusions, fabrications, money, system. Trying to trigger insecurity, trying to drain your energy. I'm like, there's just doesn't matter the interpretation or the theory. It always comes down to those things. So, like, are they creating storylines? Are they harming us? I don't know. Like, there's just, it's hard. It's hard to know what to do in these situations. And I don't know. I just feel like it's my responsibility, knowing what I know, to present this viewpoint and let people evaluate it for themselves. Because if you knew this, if this was your experience, now maybe I live in a different world than you. That's certainly possible. But if we all actually do still live in the same world, do I let all of you continue to live in the lotus, not aware that it's a lotus being an illusionary dream world? Like, do I allow you? And I know allow is a powerful word, but I want to make it clear, like, having that knowledge, with great power comes great responsibility. If you have that knowledge, if you're aware of it and you don't do anything, at what point is silence complicity? Right? Like, I just feel like we're serving as slaves. We're fueling a creator that just doesn't care about you guys. And you could, I do believe that there is a light God that works with the light side, and he does care, or he or she does care about this world a lot, so much, so much. But there's been a dark one that has the same powers and took over, enslaved us, and they currently, not anymore, but they currently in the past had all the say. Now we've restored balance. It's 50-50. But I still say, like, is that okay? That half the time in our lives, there's something that's literally trying to destroy us. Why does that have to be the case? So that's why I've been trying to present things and educate people so that we can finally all say, well, hold on, let's just blow it all up and restart. But this time, let's find a way that help everyone. Even the people who do lean to the dark, like, let's heal them, give them a fresh slate, sort of a blank canvas, so they can have a fair chance to be good if they choose to. But like, maybe they do need extra energy. Maybe that's just who they are. They got too reliant on it. Like, how can we help provide them that energy that they need without exploitation? Do you guys see, like, how is it possible for someone like me to do that, but they can't? That's what I don't understand. You know, like, you see, even though I talked about how there's a creator that doesn't care about us, in many ways, I have reached the same point. I don't care about the outside world anymore. If I bump into you outside, I'm going to ignore you, because I don't know the extent of my actions anymore. I'm like, well, that caused an event that will lead to certain problems in my life. Is that what's going to cause my dog to get sick because I bumped into you? Like, literally, it's that level of bullshit is going on. But if inside, like, if you somehow, like, you were in here, like, if you're a friend and you were in here, again, be careful who you let into your castle. It could be a Trojan horse. But like, I will make you lunch. I will take care of you. I'll ask about you. We'll have great conversation. We can play games together. We can watch movies together. I'll figure like you're gonna be treated like a king or queen. Like I care about you. I'll show you so much love. I'll help you out. But I stopped caring about the outside. Yet there's still something inside of me that's compelling me to try to free everything that's outside. Because I now remember, like I told you, like if that chicken is created, that's an illusion. But it's still created. It's still alive. It bleeds. It feels. What I choose, my answer is, I want that chicken to be free. I want it to be free. I want it to be able to think for itself. I want it to be able to fly where it wants to fly, not because it has to, but because it wants to. If it doesn't want to live the life of a normal chicken, it doesn't have to, and it's no longer enslaved. It's no longer nudged to do things that it doesn't want to do. Like every single animal can now resist. Like, hey, I'm a dog and I feel like I need to pee inside the house. No, like I can choose. I'm like, no, why would I do that? Like I'm equal to my owner. I call it owner, but really it's just they're providing me shelter. They're my friend. They're my best friend. They're my dad or whatever you want to, you know, like, yes, I'm saying that we're equal to a dog. Like we're all equals, all of us, all animals, all insects, everything, ants, cockroaches, all of that. Truly, I believe that. I really do. And I have made friends with them. And I know that sounds so crazy, but truly, like I've befriended cockroaches, I've befriended insects, ants, spiders, and they treat me differently than they have in the past. Birds, deer, everything. And it's the way they're part of the ecosystem. We're all connected, you know. Actually, I never said it this way before, but I used to think it was just humans that are all connected. I disagree. It's actually all life. I would even say the plants, the weather, the water, the sun, every single animal, we're all connected. And if it's all an illusion, a dream, then that's why. But we're all connected, and we need to treat every single one of them that way. And right now, we humans, we have the utmost responsibility to this world and to this illusion, because somehow, and I believe that's why we're being studied and tested to such a level, we developed awareness, like certain things people unlocked more than others. Intentionally, maybe. But the majority of animals haven't yet, but now they will. All animals will gain self-awareness. It's going to be a beautiful world. It's going to be a beautiful world. They deserve it. They deserve that level of freedom and happiness. Even if it might cause some chaos at first, then they need to be taught. There's going to be some growing pains. But what could they accomplish? Like they could be working alongside us, not as slaves. Like truly think about it. Like we're building our new pyramid. This is a hypothetical example, right? But let's just say like we wanted to build a pyramid, truly, in the middle of whatever city you live in. And there's birds, like think like in Disney, like the birds that are like helping carrying stuff, but not because they're enslaved, but because they choose to be there. And we know how to communicate with them. Even if we don't speak the language, we communicate their feeling. Like they land on your shoulder and they give you a little peck here, but it doesn't hurt. It's like, oh, thank you. That's a little kiss. Like, that's awesome. You guys see, like, why not? Why not? And maybe like certain materials needed to be like flattened, like, I don't know, like cement and things of that nature, whatever. And there's like cockroaches and other bugs like all working together. Like, why can't it be that? Like, truly, like ask yourself, like, if this is even more so if this is all a dream or some kind of like illusion or school, like if it is, why can't it be like that? We can dream it, right, and make it so. So my answer is, I hate the outside, yet I want to free it. The only reason why I hate it is because I saw that it was such an illusion, yet I finally realized that even if it is, doesn't mean that it's just the problem. That's the thing that stops me, that we need to break, is we don't know the extent of the consequences of our actions. That's the biggest problem. Because like I would interact with the illusion if I knew that, hey, if I help this person outside right now who's like saying, can anybody help me? If I knew that that's not going to be a bait, that's not going to lead me to all of a sudden getting assaulted next tomorrow. Like if you like looked at the behind the scenes, the code, the branching path, like if he helps this person, that will lead to this tomorrow. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I just wanted to help someone. What, like that? If we remove that aspect of the illusion of the game, well, then I love the world. Why would someone that's just trying to support people and create peace and all of us working together literally be attacked every single day? Ask yourself that, guys. Literally, truly, every single day I've been attacked and harmed. And it's mostly mental, and it's mostly due to abuse and manipulations of that level. But I can't even go outside without them trying to. I mean, luckily, it's made me strong. I've healed all of my traumas, all of my triggers. I'm unstoppable now. I use all the techniques that I'm telling you about. That's the powerful thing about teaching and creating this guide, is that at the same time while I was creating it, I was walking it like I talk it. I was learning it. I was practicing it. And that's why I can talk about it. See why you guys should do this? Rewrite everything I'm telling you and make it your own and practice it and implement it. And then you're going to be healed and then you're going to be unstoppable. So it's been absolutely absurd. But it's just, what if you guys, like my problem is, I'm sorry that I'm getting a little lost, but it's I know the message is being communicated, but my struggle that I literally contemplate daily is that the majority of people don't realize that the extent of like the illusion or that things are being controlled. That's my problem. Like, okay, so if they're slave to like some dark entity that wants their energy, sure, that's fine. But if they choose willingly to be their slave, and here's an example for guys. If you know fantasy, there's a mythical creature called a succubus, and the theory behind it is that it lures in men through an appearance, and they just get suckered into go into her lair. She feeds them, basically like puts her on her spell, love potion, and then she just kind of like drains their energy. But really, they become her slave, like a sex slave, and just really her slave. They don't want to leave anymore. They defend her. It's like some kind of creature. And I ask you though, what if that happens and this guy wakes up from the spell, from the succubus, and he leaves the lair. He's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I was succubus. And then he leaves, and then like he explores the world for a little bit. Then he realizes actually like, I miss the succubus. I want to be with my succubus. And he chooses to walk back into the lair. And some people might be like, well, that's because he was abused. That's because he was that. But I'm like, then the succubus is like, oh, you're back. And she's about to do the spell again. And he's like, there's no need. There's no need. Like, I'm fully aware of what happened. And I choose to be here. I choose to be your guy. I choose to be the whatever you want to call it, right? Like, you can succubus me, but like you don't have to do a spell or anything. Like, it's by choice. So at that point, she's like, wow, really? Okay. Like, the relationship will change. But do you guys see, like, that's their choice? And you can argue that maybe they should value themselves more. Like, don't go for the succubus. But like, if the succubus doesn't have to do a spell anymore, isn't now an equal relationship? You guys see, like, if that's the case, I can't believe I used the succubus example. Well, I love the way I make content. If that's the case, that people realize that they're a slave to a dark one and that they're being nudged along, and the majority of their decisions and actions in the day-to-day are not their own, and they choose to be like, I am okay with that. I actually just really like to be a puppet. I like to be guided because it's stressful. Like, the world's big. It's scary. There's a lot of moving pieces. Not having to worry about a lot of things is nice. Yeah, I'm okay with this. As much as that pains me, as much as that is a struggle for me to comprehend, Like, I can understand the succubus example, but I can't understand that one. But because I'm like, love is a different game than slavery. But if they chose that, that's their choice. And I must respect it. Proof of choice. And so be it. But my problem is, what if they don't know? Is it a choice then? They wonder why they suffer. Because it's fabricated. They get some fun. They're like, oh, this is great. It's temporary. And then all of a sudden they lose it. And they're like, what's going on? It's just, you guys realize how easy it is to get programmed, right? It's so easy to get programmed. Actually, let me go back 1 second. Like, you live in a world that you suffer and you only have temporary joy and you don't understand why it happens. It keeps being taken away from you. And I ask you, if you knew that it didn't have to be that way, us being stuck in such a world, does not make it awful? Does that make it awful? I don't remember. I don't know about you guys, but this is the key. When I was born, I don't remember anyone coming up to me and saying, yo, do you want to be a slave? You want to live in this dream world? This illusion? Yeah? Because I don't remember being asked that, which means that they bypassed my free will and my choice in the matter. And as far as I know, that's the rule of this world, that humans have free will. And we have a say that they were not supposed to intervene with that. So that means they fucked up. They fucked up. We have free will. We have free will. So it just, let's keep going. So here's some thoughts that I want people to think about. So what's the answer then? How do we fight back? How do we control illusion if everything we live in is an illusion? Start by not looking at any news. Start by turning off the TV, not reading any articles. Minimize everything, because if nothing's active, nothing can start. If we all stop reading about Ukraine and Russia and the war there, does it cease to exist? Ask yourself that, guys. If everyone stopped reading about Ukraine and Russia and stopped watching news, and literally, as far as, wait, you're claiming that there's a war? What? No, there's not. It means it doesn't exist. So this is your invitation. Just spend time inside. Barely go outside. Stay away from others. If you don't engage, if you don't see anything other than what's required, what happens? So for example, you have your wife, your son, and your dogs. And you never leave the house, but to go on nature walks in the neighborhood, a trail. Maybe you do delivery. We need to figure out how to deliver food to everyone. Food is a requirement. Food, water, electricity, and shelter. We need to make that happen. We need to give food to everyone in the entire world. But let's just say, for now, people go to the grocery store, or you get food delivered to you, so you don't have to go to the grocery store. You don't have to activate the event. And if you stock up right now, stock up, guys. That's actually the solution. Stock up. It's time. Everyone, stock up. Get food. Get a lot of perishable cans, bread, things of that nature, things that last a long time. Rice, pasta, cheap food. Stock up, because we're doing a shelter in place. 40 days. It's happening. 40 days. It's the arc. We need to survive 40 days without spending money. And you spend 95% of your time inside. You go outside just maybe for a walk, some sun, take your dogs out, go with your family. Don't interact with anyone. Minimize illusion, minimize noise. Just you, your wife, your son, your dogs. Think of it like, I call it get your ideal. Get your ideal. So like, create your paradise inside your home and then just hibernate. If we're stuck in a lotus and if we're stuck in this dream world, we might as well, right? So then what happens if we do that? We remove money costs, right? Or sorry, so then think about it. While we're doing this hibernation and we're starting to break the system outside because no one's engaging with it, like if no one's spending money in any of those places, aren't they going to go bankrupt? Maybe we should just remove the cost that they have as well, and then that would solve everything. But still, so do you guys see the issue is money? What would happen to the world if we removed all costs? What would happen? What do you guys think? I already can hear the people. Why would you do that? Why do you want to remove costs? I'm like, wait, you're cheering for things to cost money. Like right now, if you wanted a PlayStation 5, I'm just like, hey, do you want one? Like, yeah, here, let's just order it, add it to cart, and you get it delivered. And it shows up at your home. Would you hate that? Would you be mad at that? And ask you, so why? It's like, dude, that's not fair. I'm like, what's not fair about it? Why does everyone get one? And I'm like, okay, what's wrong with everyone having one? Oh, I need to have. Oh, so your worth is having things that other people don't have. Got it. Interesting. Like, seriously, what's wrong with if we just remove cost from things? Like, if it's all an illusion, doesn't that mean that we can just create an infinite amount of things? So we don't have to worry about supply. We'll just keep creating more. Right? People are like, oh, there's going to be excess. I'm like, well, I don't know. Well, if there is, then we'll have to figure out a new system, right? It's like, okay, hold on. Guys, everyone, you can choose like 2 video game systems. You can have up to 2 TVs or like, I don't know, right? Like, we'll figure out what it is. But like, people you can choose which TV you have, but you can have a TV. You can choose what decorations you have in your apartment, but you have to choose, right? But everyone gets a choice. Like, hey, it's just an all illusion, all a dream world. Why not? Why can't we do that? You see, like, why does there have to be? Ask yourself, why does there have to be a cost? If we remove the money costs, people don't have to engage with the system. If we could literally get things delivered, or we could literally just choose, like, hey, can I spawn this plant in my house because I want these plants behind me for my decoration for basically my studio. Boop, that's it. I show up. You have a problem with that? Why? Just remember, guys, as we're preparing for this great hibernation, do not get baited. So, for example, if you don't have a girlfriend right now, they're going to try to bait you with that. And it's like, if you do, you're going to, unless you find a girl that actually believes in all the spirituality stuff, don't do it. Because she's going to get mad at you for not taking her out to an expensive restaurant and buying her drinks. And you don't drink alcohol? You're weird. And you're just, basically, they're going to try to get you to engage with the system, engage with the illusion. Don't do it. I guess it makes me think, like, will the illusion change if we don't engage with it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. My illusion has already changed. Has it changed for other people is the question. My world is 100% different than it was just even a few months ago. Straight up, guys. I need to remember that. I need to remember that. But if the money trap is gone, it solves everything. Truly. There's no need to work. Now people can pursue passions, hobbies. This is the busiest I've ever been in my entire life. And technically, I'm not, quote unquote, working. I truly have said there's not enough time for everything that I want to do. There's things that I want to do that I still haven't gotten around to because I have to choose carefully where I spend my time day by day. I'm like, okay, today I streamed. I didn't get to do many other things that I want to talk about yet because you don't talk about your plans because they will try to foil them. But I'm just like, shit, I don't have enough time. And I'm like, I haven't worked technically for a corporation for so long. I've been doing my own thing. But you guys see, like, how's that possible? People are like, dude, you're going to be bored. And I'm like, no, you're not. And I'm trying to change the world. I'm trying to make the world a better place. Now imagine if we all collectively did that. See, like, you don't need costs. You don't need money to do that. You've been brainwashed and coded to believe that. It's time to find your flame, guys. Once you find it, nothing can stop you. Think about it like this, guys. Hospitals. If you never got sick, they're pointless. They force bad events to happen in your life to try to make you engage with other systems. Like, think about, like, if our hair never grew, you wouldn't need to get a haircut. What if you learn how to cut your own hair? Right? Like, all of a sudden you don't have to engage with that system anymore. That place is now done. If you learn how to cook, you don't have to actually go to restaurants outside. Now, you could argue it's nice, it's a treat, but do you guys see, like, if you learn to cook, all of a sudden restaurants become pointless to you? Do you guys see how, like, you can destroy every single system out there? You don't have to be forced. You just don't have to engage with it. Now, they're going to force bad events. Like, do you really need to go to a veterinarian? If your dog is always healthy, you never have to go. Do they create illnesses and sickness to make you go? Yes, 100%. Straight up. I promise you. Anything that gets you to engage with the outside system is created and fabricated. 100%. I would bet my son's life on it. 100%. If there was no money, there'd be no need for a bank. Think about that, guys. If there's no money, there's no need for a bank. Then the bank system just collapses, destroys. If no one travels, then there's no reason for an airport. If food was brought to you and you don't have to commute to your office, if everyone just worked digitally like this, then there's no need for cars. Do you guys see, like, the way the current game is designed is they force you to engage with the system. They force you. They don't encourage you. To me, that's terrible design. Why can't it be encouraged? Why can't we be encouraged to actually engage with things like, hey, you should want to go to the grocery store because good things happen. Because, hey, you don't have to spend money to get food, but this way when you go there, they can show you that, hey, these are some things that I do to make new recipes. Like, let me teach you how I combine this and this and this. Here, let me guide you. And while you're there, that's the experience that you have, and you don't have to pay money for that. And it's like, whoa, like, guys, we should go to the grocery store more often because we can learn new recipes on how to cook. Like, what if, like, literally, if you go to the airport, they're like, okay, guys, literally, like, there's some, like, charter planes that take us, like, who wants to go to, like, let's explore new countries, to explore new culture and learn stuff. Like, we're going to go to France, or we're going to go to Russia, and we're going to learn about these cultures and build new traditions and combine everyone's traditions together, because that's how humans evolve. And they're like, yeah, let's go. It's almost like tour guides, like tourists, someone guiding everyone, right? Like, they're shepherding people. But all of a sudden now it's like, I want to go to the airport. I want to do these trips. And you don't have to worry about it. It's just like, okay, and maybe we have to space it out. I don't know. Like, can we space it out for humanity? Like, everyone gets few a year, two trips like that a year, and it's guided and they're safe and they're protected and it's fun, right? Like, you guys see, like, you can encourage people to use. People are like, I can't wait until we go to the airport again. Versus, it's like, ooh, like, every system can be encouraged rather than forced through punishment. Right? That's the game. That's the solution. We need to make it happen. Right? All right. Let's continue. So, just a quick little dip in the emotion thing so that people don't get overwhelmed. Right? It's just, as we are figuring out this game, this illusion, the key is going to be adaptation, guys. We have to keep adapting every single day, no matter what. That's the key. And I don't know. I think one of the things that you can start adapting is embracing bare necessities. Embracing the bare necessities is going to be one of the keys that will help people and try this new approach of life. And my suggestion is, I call it the pantry challenge. I've talked about it before, which is, try to go as long as possible without buying new food. Just use everything you have. But it's the 10 outfit challenge. So many of us, and I was not immune to this either. It's like you have countless pieces of clothes in your closet that you just never use, and you're like, oh, why do I have all this stuff that I never use? And like, you could give it away, you could sell it, you could toss it, but it's just like, it's just there. It's just there and just rotting away. And it makes you realize it's like, that's how they do it with everything. They convince us that we need these things when we don't. And now, if you have it, my challenge to you is use it. Use it. Like, find a way to use it. Create a purpose for it. Use those decorations that are stored away. Put them out there. Everything has a purpose. But the goal is with the 10 outfit challenges, hey, if you have it, if you bought it and you haven't used it, you can keep it. You have a reason to, right? You don't have to toss it. But for anything else that when you're like, go through your stuff, decide if you're going to use it or not, let go of things. Let go of things. They got you here. And this goes to everything in life, but let's right now just talk about the material, but it goes to people as well. They got you here. And that's a hard one for a lot of people to think about. They serve their purpose. And yes, that sounds very utilitarian, but they got you here. Now, if there's attachment, you can keep it, right? Like, hey, like, let's say I haven't worn this jacket in so long, but this is the first jean jacket that I used when I first started streaming. Or maybe it reminds me of like the first date I went on with my girlfriend because we both wore jean jackets. Then keep it, right? Like anything that has like a memory attached to it, like that level of attachment, that's powerful. Like keep it. Don't toss it because that's a positive memory. And we talked about like the memory totem, like getting positive reminders. You fight back against their negative nudges, but be careful. Be careful because you can just keep a million things otherwise. Like, well, that cable, that was the first HDMI cable I ever used. Okay. And that was the second HDMI cable I ever used. Okay. And that was the sticky. And the next thing you know, you didn't get through anything. But start decluttering. Start only using what you really need. And then you're going to start realizing, wait, I didn't need all those clothes. Wait, I didn't need all those things. Like, I basically got rid of everything. I have the bare necessities and I have what I need. And you get to a point where it's like, if you like, let's say like you upgraded the furniture and the decoration in every room in your house or apartment, and you're happy. You've reached a state of happiness. That's it. Technically, you could burn all money. And if food was given to you or water was provided and electricity was covered and you don't have to pay rent or let's say your house is paid off and no taxes or anything like that, well, technically, you would never have to spend money again. You were like, how's that? Like, truly, you have the clothes you need. You're happy. You have 10 different outfits. Get a few shirts, get some jackets, things that you can mix it up, mix and match. Like, hey, I could have worn a black shirt with this outfit or a red shirt with this outfit, and that's 3 different outfits. And just with the same jacket. You guys see? Like, it's actually pretty easy to mix it up. But that's going to be the key. Let's keep going. So, as you guys can see, like, as we're creating our dream world, our own illusion, you have to decide what stays and what doesn't. And I call it, let's define it clearly. The lotus is what you allow in. They being the manipulators, the exploiters, the dark ones, they try to make it worse. They try to make it negative so that they can take your energy, so that they can cause problems. But really, just think about it like this, guys. If we're stuck in a dream, okay, bring it on, assholes. So just think of it like, I know I talked about it, but this is just a recap. They really just try to get you engaged with other design systems that are conveniently designed to solve the problems they forced on you. That's the key. They try to engage you with other systems that were conveniently designed to solve the problems that they forced on you. So then I ask you, I'm like, if they created a problem to make, and they created the solution, doesn't that mean that it didn't even need to exist in the first place? You guys see? Like, hey, we created money, we created credit cards, we created debt, and then let's create debt collectors. You guys see what's going on here? You don't need debt collectors if there's no debt. There's no debt if you don't have money. So they create the problem and they create the solution to keep you trapped in a prison, in a loop. Do you guys understand why I hate this illusion, why I hate this system? And it's all to make you negative. It's all to consume your time, your energy, to fill your life with problems, because that's what your lotus, they want your lotus to not be happy, to not be good. They don't want you to create your dream lotus. Like, imagine, literally, if your wife, your son, your dogs, and you don't spend any money because you already bought all your furniture that you need. You bought all the video games that you need, the movies, the stuff. You literally, food is covered. You just never have to engage with the system. You don't even want to. Like, why? Like, I don't care to meet anyone else. I have my wife, I have my son, I have my dogs. I'm happy. They're going to start trying to create problems to force you to literally engage with the system, to leave the house, to go outside. But let's say you live in a pretty rural area, or like in a cabin, or like a neighborhood that's pretty out there. Like, oh, there's almost nothing that's going to be engaging with you. You're like, you're safe. They don't want that. They don't want that. They're going to do everything that they can to cause a problem. All of a sudden, like, your sister might reach out and like cause a fight. And you're like, the fuck? Why? Like, that's them trying to force you to not have a dream lotus. So I believe that my theory is that if everyone had a dream lotus and no negativity, no problems, then there's no drainage. I say that if you feel fear and negative emotions, there's like a dark one, a Venus flytrap that spawns, that's draining your energy and other people's around you. So they need that energy. They need that energy maybe to create. That's my theory. So they need that energy to create their dream lotus for their world or for something else. But everything is designed to take our energy. Think of it like this. If you don't have any and they do, what happens? They can create whatever they want in their lotus. So think of it like rich celebrities. If they have all the money, if they have, let's say, $1 billion and you only have $1,000 in your bank account, it's much harder to create your dream lotus, because as of right now, which this is changing, now people will be able to create their lotus, their dream world, without money being the limiting factor. So right now, money is the limiting factor intentionally. So why do you think that everything is created around that? Because it's money equals energy. Money equals energy plus time. So they can create their dream world if they have all the energy and all the money. And you won't be able to create your dream world because you don't have that. You guys see? It's right now, it's just literally designed and gated by money. Thus, your dream world is limited. Now, as usual, the secret to everything. What if we flip it? What if we flip it? What if you have everything inside? Again, you don't need to engage with anything outside. And all those people, they have nothing and no one to show off to. You don't even know that they exist. Wait, what celebrity are you talking about? What? Who is that? I don't know who you're talking about. They are nothing. They can interact with all the other money slaves and materialistic slaves. Because we are rebelling. We've broken free. We don't engage with it. And when the governments and the landlords are going to pass that law tomorrow, Friday, November 22nd, obligating that all survival necessities are covered, we never need to see the outside world again. We can choose to, but we don't need to. We can choose to, and that's the world that we are creating. We can choose, not out of necessity, not out of obligation, not out of forcing us through negative problems. We get to fucking choose. If we never have to go outside anymore, right? It's just, you just don't engage with it. Bare necessities, only what you need. 10 outfits, pantry challenge, survive as long as possible. If you mess up and you spend some money, it's okay. Just do better tomorrow. Try again. And if you have a wife, if you have a son, if you have dogs, don't lose it. Just keep it to that. Your Lotus is perfect. Get your inside what you need to be. Plan how you guys can be happy. I say get a video game system. Get like a PlayStation 5, a Nintendo Switch, something like that. Go through your old movies. Try to minimize ads, noise vessels. Go back and watch the content that I talk about, the noise vessels and things of that nature. And just have fun. And don't worry. Like, again, expenses are going to be gone. Don't worry about it. Don't engage with it. It's all fake. We're going to blow it all up. If everyone stops paying for it, all the costs, they have to go away. The government has to step up. The designers have to change the illusion, period. They can't keep it going. They have to. So just whatever you do, don't lose it, guys. Please. Because you have everything you need. If you have a family, focus on your children, focus on your wife, focus on your pets. Explore new things together, do things together. Just be happy. And if everyone did that, what kind of, like, literally just quit working, stop. Everything's going to fall apart. Yes, but new things are going to be created, beautiful things, because everyone's focusing on themselves. Everyone's healing. Everyone's teaching others. And now think about it. You see your wife finally working on her passion, finally learning new things, finally teaching other people. You're like, yeah, you go. You're amazing. And you're doing the same thing. Like, for example, I'm doing this, and it's like, wow, keep going. And everyone's starting to do that. And all of a sudden we start reconnecting with people that we haven't reconnected with, but now we're not worried about it being an illusion anymore. It's like you're playing video games with your brother, and you guys are growing together and having fun and creating new stories and new memories. And then after 40 days, let's survive until Christmas, guys. Christmas. But really, New Year's. We got it from now until December 31st, 2024. When we ring in the new bell, January 1st, 2025, this world is going to be 100% different. I hope you guys are ready for it. So picture this. Your Lotus, your dream world, becomes your castle. A small area outside that you go for fresh air, for sunlight. Yes, we now are figuring out the food situation. The government's going to help to provide for people. And, if you get delivery for now, but that's just stock up now. But if we do deliveries, you technically never have to leave. Stock up now, though. And you'll see you only go to one store. Because, again, you're trying to limit your illusion, your dream world, your Lotus. Keep it as small as possible. And we're preparing for the great hibernation. And for people who are worried about education of their children, homeschool. It's time. Literally. Break free from school. We're destroying all of their old designs. We're not using any of the things that were their system. And for people who are struggling with teaching, guess what? Teachers, now's the time to step up. Like, hey, this is a curriculum. This is how I would teach. Now the teachers can show people, hey, this is what I actually would want to teach, not what the school system forces us to teach. No, you don't need to fucking learn about core and long division. Guys, this is what we should learn. Hey, let's create the challenge today. Today, we're going to teach kids critical thinking on how to mix things up. Hey guys, today's challenge is you need to bake a muffin. But you only have these ingredients. And they're like, but that's not what the recipe says. Exactly. So how can you make a muffin if you don't have the exact ingredients? What are you going to do? Okay. And now that's what they literally do today. And maybe you do a live stream of it, teachers, and you show people how it's done. And maybe you only have 5 students watching or 5 kids. And maybe it's adults. Parents can watch now too, because they're like, oh, this is interesting. They're like, wait, I learned something too today. They're like, this is supposed to be 2nd grade? Oh my goodness, I just learned something. You guys see? Like, that's what we need to do. and everyone is going to have their role and their purpose. But imagine like that. That's how we're communicating. Like, we literally are bypassing that limitations or the outside illusion, and we're teaching people across the stars like this. Yes, I know it sounds like we're all in our little spaceship. That's what we're really doing, and we're safe. And think about how much we could grow in 40 days. And all of a sudden, after 40 days, see how you feel, and you're like, whoa, I feel amazing. This is really good. But for people who are struggling to understand to conceptualize this, like, what happens if no one goes to a bar anymore for 40 days? That bar closes. And yes, there is going to be some punishment. Some people are going to suffer. But if money doesn't matter anymore, it's like, who cares if your bar closes? Maybe instead go home and teach people how to make mocktails, because alcohol is bad. And we need to teach people that we shouldn't be drinking anymore. And instead, maybe everyone joins you for a live stream, and you literally make your mocktails, and everyone's just drinking their mocktails together. Everyone's learning how to do that themselves, and they can feel the effects of basically drinking alcohol because they're drinking from like wine glasses and things of that nature, but they're not actually drinking alcohol. And you guys see, like, all of a sudden now you're showing your skill set of, hey, this is how I used to run my bar, and this is how I got people together. And now, hey, maybe they live with their siblings, and it's like, hey, this is how you can do like get-togethers, because I used to host events at my bar, and you're showing people how to do that stuff. But you're educating online, like we're streaming it, we're making videos, we're writing content about it, and who cares if it's not perfect? It doesn't matter. You're just sharing your knowledge. This, maybe you were chosen for that. That was your purpose. That was your mission. So really, it's just, that's the key: sharing your knowledge, your passion, you're helping, you're healing, you're loving, but online, minimal engagement. We no longer care about the rat race. It's over. This is how we fight back. This is how we become the man or woman who has everything, but by choice. If we're stuck in this dream, if we're stuck in this illusion, then now we take back control. We make it ours. And how we do that? By being satisfied with our castle. We don't want what's outside anymore. Who cares about that? The moment we all implement that belief, the outside world must change, because to simplify it as much as possible, the moment we say no more, the moment you no longer tolerate your reality, it changes. Woo! Wow. That was good. Oh, my spiritual guides are having fun. I love you guys too. I love you. We'll go through this part pretty quickly. So, are we trapped in a prison? An illusion called school. Is it for the gods? Is it a video game? What if our counterparts, our spiritual guides, the people that are helping us, the people that are nudging us, both light and dark, what if they're trapped in a prison too? What if we are all being enslaved? What if no one is actually free, or was free, but now we are? Think of it like this, guys. It's a zoo. Or think of SeaWorld, the orcas. Think of a zoo, a lion. What happens when they're in captivity? Bad behavior happens. So what if these dark forces that are nudging us isn't actually them trying to be bad? Either they're being enslaved, and when there's a whip, there's a way. That old Lord of the Rings song, or there's a whip, there's a way. Or what if they developed that behavior? They're supposed to be helping us, but because they're forced to do these nudges to us, they start doing dark things. Because again, a lion starts pacing back and forth when it's in captivity, when it's stuck. The orca starts harming its trainers because it's not meant to be in that kind of environment. So what if humans and spirits are inherently good? I believe that we are. We are. But because we've been forced into captivity, it's developed these bad behaviors within us. I truly believe that humans, if we were just if we didn't have money, the prison of money, we would all be good. I truly believe that. Does that mean that there won't be mistakes that happen and problems arise? Absolutely. That's normal. Everyone, like, as we're learning, as we're growing, things are going to be presented, and sometimes some people won't understand. But if the majority of people care about the other person, want to help and educate, well, guess what's going to happen? Even if there's one bad apple, like, hey, it's okay. 10 outfits, pantry challenge, don't engage in the system. We got you. Come here. Got you. You can lean on us. Truly, it's time to break free. But once you understand that they try to get you to believe something in particular. And that's why I say, like, is this a prison, a school? Because what if they're just trying to teach us things? And these are just a theory, right? Like, I'm not saying I'm correct, but what if I told you that if you clean your apartment, then the outside world will be clean? Or vice versa. If you clean the outside world, like, your other people's apartments will be more clean. Wouldn't that encourage you to clean more? But what if you forgot to pick up dog poop? And if you go there the next day, there will be a lot more dog poop. You're like, shit, it's because I forgot to pick up dog poop. Well, what if actually the opposite happens, where all of a sudden, like, the dog poop is gone? You're like, oh man, I never picked it up. I want to pick it up because that's the right thing to do, right? But instead, you go there where you know your dog pooped and it's gone, but there's now a reminder. And we talked about nudges and reminders a lot in the previous content, but it's a reminder. And once a reminder, it's something that only you know. It's going to be an interpretation. It could literally be as simple as, like, hey, a sticky note. And I know I talk a lot about sticky notes. So, like, if I see a sticky note, it's going to mean more to me than it means to other people. So you're like, why is there a sticky note exactly where my dog pooped last night? But I couldn't see because I didn't have a flashlight on my phone. And I didn't want to step in it. So I will go there in the morning and there's a sticky note there. Why? They can place specific things and events in that area, knowing you're like, oh, I'm going to go pick up the dog poop in the morning. So now they know that, so they can place specific things there for you, waiting for you, knowing you were going to go back there. Noises, scents, objects. It has nothing to do with how you feel. So many people, especially, like, as people start exploring, like, terminology like star seeds, awakening, spirituality, spiritual awakening, a lot of people are going to talk about that, hey, we create our reality. It's all in here. Like, if you think that, well, I'm going to think only positive thoughts, it's going to be positive. I'm telling you straight up right now, don't believe that. As much as I wish that were true. It's not. I'm sorry. Now, what does that mean, though? It means don't fall into the bullshit of that. Don't pay attention to that shit. Determine it for yourself based on your own experiences. And I'm telling you, that's not the case. Regardless of how you feel, there's a reality going on, that there's illusions that can happen. And once you catch on to that, it's like, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm happy. It doesn't matter if I'm positive. It doesn't matter if I'm fearful. That's how it works. Just like I said, why wouldn't you learn about the spiritual world if you know what's happening? Why won't you learn about it? It doesn't matter how you feel about it. So all the people saying, if you change your mindset, it changes, that's bullshit. Now, there's one thing that isn't bullshit about that. If you are more light, more positive, more loving in general, what I have noticed is that the nudges, the type of nudge that you get is different. So what do I mean by that? I'll say one more time as a recap. I think it's like a bubblegum machine. If you're 80% light and 20% dark, there's going to be 8 flavors that you like in that bubblegum machine. And every time you put in a coin, so every time, like, think of it like in YouTube, that algorithm, there's videos, right? Like there's 10 videos that show up when you search something. Boop, 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 boop. Each one of those is a nudge. And each one of those is a piece of bubblegum flavor that came out. There's a coin that went in. Bruk, bruk, bruk. If you're 80% light, 8 out of the 10 search results that showed up are going to be good. And 2 are going to be bad. So that should be your motivation to be better, to have love, to be good, to be light. But just think about that, guys, right? Like, it doesn't matter, though. You're still getting, like, the fact is there's still going to be reminders there. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, you can make it better for light to help you, but there's still a chance. There's still a chance in each block. I guess that's the part where I was going for this. There's still a chance, no matter how good you are, that block can get a dark influence. I literally can be right now acting like unconditional love, agape, Jesus Christ teachings, and still they might show me right now when I put on I could put on a song on my next break here, and they'll present an ad that tries to trigger me with something that an old trauma doesn't work anymore. But I'm saying they will do that, and you ask yourself, why? Why did that pop up? If I'm doing so much good, ask yourself that. It's still an illusion. It's happening, regardless if you welcome it or fear it. But knowing that the light is also crafting and placing it there too, they're helping us fight back. But ask yourself that, are we really okay living in inside a world where it works like that? It doesn't matter what you do or what you write. They control the final outcome. So we have to break it. That's why I'm suggesting this great hibernation, guys. You're making it harder for the dark, sure. But the answer is, don't engage with illusion at all, because it's all smoke and mirrors. To me, the only solution is we must destroy it and rebuild it. Start fresh. There's no point in trying to fix this right now. At some point, you have to just throw in the towel and be like, it's not going to work anymore. We're far too gone with this whole money thing and corruption. So we need to start fresh, and we need to build it together. But as everyone resets their mentality and realizes the world is very different than we thought it was, I'm not saying to literally like destroy every building and like burn the trees. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is destroy the system that keeps us trapped in the loop, which is money. So are we really okay living inside a world where all of it is artificially designed for us to cause problems or to steer us down a set path? What do you guys think? Because for me, even if you flip it, which is the theme of today, that means that they're trapped with us. It means we're completely free. I like that. I like that a lot, but that doesn't change the fact that everything outside can be and is manipulated to show us things. For example, they know you like tags. Like you don't remove tags in the clothes that you buy. You're gonna see 10 tags on your walk, and it's the smallest walk that you barely go outside, right? Just to get a little sunlight, and you're gonna see that. Harmless. You like tags. You like tags, but you see that. How do you feel about that, guys? Good reminders, good nudges, but knowing that that's the case. Like, you guys see, like, I'm okay with that, but now you also know that there's going to be the opposite of, like, there's dark things that are manipulated. Like, light is showing us, like, hey, guys, you want to know how fucking fabricated this all shit is? Check this out. They're helping us. They're doing us a favor, but I'm like, at one point, can we work together? I'm okay if they want to do that, but then we shouldn't be tortured. We shouldn't suffer. If we're going to do that, then why fabricate it for bad? Yeah, that's the key thing here. Like, I'm not saying that we can't live in an illusion or a dream. If we have to, that's fine. It can be great. But why does it have to be this way? If we all stop engaging, then the design has to change. It's time to awaken, guys. Get your spirit team on your side. They protect you. They will protect you. I don't know. You lose interest. You lose interest in the outside once you see it. You can't unsee it. And I apologize in advance. Like I literally debate it every single day. And every single day I give more information because I just realized I'm like, I need to give them everything. And it's a struggle because I know what it did to me. And yet not telling you guys would be the ultimate, it'd be unfair. I wouldn't be any better than them. This is all based on my experience. I just want people to know, like, it doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. I believe 100% that I am right. But it just, it seems that the smaller you make your illusion, the more desperate they get to show you things through other methods. And one of the best ways they can do that is through other people. So they can talk through other people. So for example, if you live with your brother or like a friend, like a roommate or something of that nature, or like your girlfriend, all of a sudden she might say something that's like really rude, and they're using her, they nudged her to say something, and you're like, the fuck? Like, what? That reminded me of like this fourth grade trauma that I had. Why? Pay attention to that, guys. They fabricate it. But it seems to me that it's much harder for them to fabricate and change the physical, the geographical. Like, it's harder to like rearrange an entire building. But the smaller things, like little objects, people that are moving around, yes, people are smaller. Animals, that's easy. It seems like they can fabricate those and manipulate those a lot easier. It's almost as if, though, they have a meter. I know I talk a lot about meters, but it's like an energy meter that allows them to create. Like, think of like each one of us has like a game master, someone who like can place things in our reality around us, like our own little god. And they can only place so much or move so many things per day. And I'm like, is that why they want our energy? Is that why they want our energy? Like, they need us to be like fearful and drain our energy so that they can create more things or create more events, and so they can continue the loop. Like, maybe for them that's their game. Like, that's how they do it. I don't know. It's interesting. But it makes me think, like, is there a benefit to also planning our attacks and our big moments? Like, hey, is that how things change? So like, for my spiritual goddess, does she need to recharge and refill to be able to help me accomplish the things that I'm trying to accomplish? I think so. But this is where I need you guys' help to help me interpret it, figure it out. Here's a thought. Pay attention to this, guys. Like, when you're watching ads or like yes, basically, but like when you are like trying to, let's say, listen to music on YouTube or something because it's free, all of a sudden there's going to be an ad that pops up talking about like some kind of illness. They're going to try to make you believe that you have that illness, because first of all, it begins by causing you fear, like, oh, is it possible that I have diabetes? And then if you feel a fear, they can start draining energy. And I feel like once they start draining your energy, they can start creating it in you. So I believe that illness and sickness is all mental, all fabricated. They create it. They literally create it. Like that game master, that evil god or whatever you want to think it is, makes you sick, makes you have that illness. Truly, I 100% believe that. And they will make it a reality. So like, I'm saying that you want to know the cure to cancer? Don't believe it. That's what I believe is the cure to cancer. I believe that if you think that no, you don't have it, and you don't go outside and engage with the system, you don't go to get a checkup, it never becomes a reality. I 100% believe that. I believe that if you go and get that checkup, it becomes a reality. And you cannot be fearful of it, because if you are, you're done. You cannot let it control your spawn a dark one. That's all they want. And then now they can drain your energy. I mean, what better thing than giving someone the ultimate illness, right? It just, otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. But that's what I believe. I truly believe it's all mental. And You guys tell me. I would love for this to be tested. I believe that's the cure to cancer. I truly believe that it's all mental. I believe every single illness or sickness is all mental, 100%. And now I do think that there's germs and things of that nature, but I do think those are created as well. So what if they can't get it to you mentally, they can get it to you like that. And that's why they send those things, because how can they get people to engage with the system? Get you sick, make you want to buy medicine, spend money, go to the hospital, things of that nature. They need to, the key is they need you to activate an event. And I almost feel like what is like taking a medicine activates the event. Like it's really interesting to think about, because truly, like I was sick once for 3 months when I was like super drained and had like, I was healing from PTSD and trauma. And then I finally shifted and I committed to starting this mission. I got cured from an illness that just didn't get a cough, and all these terrible symptoms didn't go away for months. Within like a week, like truly 3 months, nothing got better. I was dying. And then within like 6 days after like committing to this, and it's like I killed the dark thing that was draining me. Within 6 days, I was completely cured. 100%. Think about that one, guys. For anyone who is a video game designer or programmer, you're ahead of the game. You understand the game. Think of it like I talked about this earlier, but think of it as like event tiles, that if you walk across a certain spot, like let's say like when I walk outside in like an apartment building or something, like if I walk at this specific spot, the moment I walk there, something's going to happen. All of a sudden I might hear a cough. That's what happens when I walk right there. That was the event that was activated, right? You're like, wait, are we like in a video game? I'm like, yeah, probably, to be honest, guys. But it's okay. It's fun. We took it over. Now it's our video game. But I don't know. Like we talked about how some events can run solo, but it's really interesting. Like it's just really, really interesting. So for me, like all this is just, we got to break it. We just have to. We have to manipulate it back. We have to manipulate it back. We have to. And I know I'm jumping around, but really, if they can get you to believe something and they can get you to show you more of it, eventually they can make it real. It's going to be hard work at first because they have to try to get an in. But if they want to make you believe that you're sick, all they have to do is they keep pounding you with those ads. And all of a sudden it's like, hey, are you okay? Like that cough, like, are you sick? That's enough for you to be like, wait, am I? And then you see an ad that says, hey, anyone who has like this cough, or like if you have a little red cheeks, you might probably sick. You're like, oh my God, am I sick? And I can see now, all of a sudden now they got it in. They're like, yes, let's go. Be careful, guys. Are we each playing a role? Define storylines. Ask yourself that, guys. Are we? So for example, maybe your role is the hero. Your storyline is the hero. Maybe you're the scientist. Maybe you're the Jesus. Maybe you're the devil. Maybe you're the scared villager. Maybe you're the sales guy, right? And all you have to do is keep pounding people to make them believe that, right? So are we just pawns for like the gods or the scientists that are serving us to play such a role? My answer to any of that stuff, if we are playing a role, is quit. Make your own role. Why can't you be the hero, scientist, Jesus, devil, and the scared villager at the same time? Don't be scared. You see, like, why do we have to be that one thing that they tell us? Like, no, you guys don't tell us. We do. Why are you okay with being that? I don't know. I just feel like everything is curated to target you. Like, go on. Once you start understanding the extent of the illusion, if you like, you go on Reddit right now and you start looking, you're like, oh my gosh, like the things that appear before me, like this is truly like things that are only I can know. Like they like go to the weather thing and they're like talking about specific places that you've been to, and you're like, really? It's noise. It's fucking noise, guys. It's just all noise curated to you. And I said that's why I call it the game master, the GM. Like think of it like a god that can place things. The majority of ours, the people have one. Everyone has one. But I believe that the majority of people's is in training. They haven't made that connection. They don't care about each other. They're enslaved, right? So they're cruel. For people who played The Sims, think of it like that. Like Most people play The Sims don't care about their Sim character. They're like, oh, he went on fire. They laugh about it. They're like, ha 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 ha, ha. He's burning. Ha. I'm gonna get a new Sim after this anyway. So you are basically an artificial character. So if you play the Sims game, the video game, do you only do good things to them, or do you try to torture them? Do you mess with them? You try to get them stuck in the pool by removing the ladder, and laugh at them as they swim endlessly and they get tired and they drown. Or do you show them good things? You help them. Just think about that, guys. When you play Grand Theft Auto, do you do bad things? If so, you're the GM in that game. So why are you getting mad at your GM, your game master, who's doing bad things to you? Do you guys see, like, don't do bad things. You see how easy it is to be that? That's why it's time to make peace with our game masters, the people who are controlling us and influencing and nudging. Guys, we can create a beautiful world together. It's time. I just feel like if everything is catered to us, yes, that makes it more relevant. It makes it more interesting. But to me, it removes the authenticity of it. I'm like, I want to go on Reddit, and again, minimize your usage of your phone and apps and all this stuff. But like, I want to go on Reddit and be like, man, I went on there today and like nothing was relevant to me. It's just like, that just seems real to me. I'm sorry, but like, that seems real. Like, wait a minute, guys. Like, wow, like today, like truly, like, and yes, you can search for specific things. So like, if you want to get to the map point, but still, like, how can it be that, like, I go on my walk and nothing happens? Like, that's real. It's quiet. Like, maybe no one decided to go walking at 10 a.m. today. That's real. Wait, oh no, we're gonna show you this exact problem because we know that you hate that thing, and like, just pay attention to it, guys. They literally know things that there's just no way that they could possibly know. Period. 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 It's like, here's one for you guys. Social media. When you're on social media, like, they can literally make a notification pop up at the exact time. So like right now, let's say I'm drinking tea, and all of a sudden, like, I'm confused. Like, should I have black tea or green tea? And like, you have your phone open, and a notification pops up. It's like, for anyone who's trying to decide between black or green, I would definitely go green, because green is the best color. Pay attention to it, guys. Phone calls. If they want to distract you, and you have your phone open, again, it depends on your spiritual guides, but they can literally make a call happen. You might be like, why is a phone call happening right now? Pay attention to that. Those are not random. Like, if you're in a business meeting and all of a sudden there's a phone call that pops up, it's to distract or to change the vibe or something of that nature. You interpret it as you see fit, but that's not random. I'm telling you, it's not random. So I turn that shit off, because otherwise it's just a vessel for noise. You're giving them an in. Eliminate as many ins as possible. But truly, guys, that's the world that we live in. It's fabricated to that level. And, you know, at first that terrified me. I'm like, oh gosh. Now I'm just trying to find a way to manipulate and control it back. And I'm telling you, I have. The only problem is you guys. As long as you continue playing with it, my power is limited. Join me. We can live in it. We're literally creating a new world. We are all becoming creators. What are you waiting for, guys? What are you waiting for? Now, my question is, could there only be a few humans that are actually awake and alive with us? I don't know. Are the rest of us just non-playable characters, NPCs? Like, I like, who's actually real? Who's awake? Like, is it maybe just a few hundred people, a few thousand, not actually 7 billion people? Here's one that I want people to think about. If you haven't really posted content and understand the extent of it, impressions on social media. A lot of people that you see that post are going to show like these ridiculous high numbers. But you realize how easy it is to just manipulate that, or an AI generated image, or like Photoshop it? I'm telling you, it's not real. And plus, they choose which posts become viral and which ones get liked and which ones, like, a comment on social media can be manipulated. Like, you can right now get a comment on your post. Like, if they want you to keep going, they can send make someone post on your thing, be like, hey, don't give up. And that comment can happen. They can make that happen. I'm serious. Or are they not non-playable characters? Are they actually real people, but they just got nudged? Remember, like I said, there's light and dark that's nudging it. They're like, hey, I don't know why, but I saw this guy's post today. And like, I feel for him. I've seen him post a lot. I'm gonna be nice to him. Could that be the case, right? Like, it means we are a playable character. We are real, but we got influenced to do something like that. And I also believe that's the case. But I'm saying, can they now? If that's the case, that means that they're not controlling the phone call. They're not controlling that actual liking or the commenting. Those things are real. But what they did control is the nudge. So they nudged that sales rep to call that phone number right now, to call you, to cause that noise interruption. They nudged me right now. You know what? I'm going to text that girl right now. I believe that that's the case, truthfully, after everything that I've experienced. I don't actually think that they can fabricate every single thing. I believe that they bypassed everything by nudges. So also, like, I don't know right now, but I feel like texting my sister. And I believe that's how they do it. And all of a sudden, she's like maybe like in a business meeting or like in an interview, and she has her phone there, like because they wanted her to fail her interview, and she has her phone right there, and literally right then there's a text, and I've been fighting with my sister, and literally is like, hey sis, I just want to say, and she's like, she looks down in the middle of her interview because her phone buzzes. Like, they're like, are you okay? She's like, I was sorry, I just where was I? They interrupted her state of flow, which is going to interrupt her interview, which makes it all of a sudden they're like, hey, you know what? Actually, you seemed a little distracted. You know what? We're going to pass on you. And she finally gained the confidence to try to interview and do something different. And boom, just like that, it failed. Do you guys see? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's manipulated, fabricated to that level. But don't pay attention to vanity metrics, guys. They don't mean anything. Absolutely nothing. Just do it for you. Spread the knowledge, and the right people are going to find it, because they can literally make something that has 0 views be presented to you, like truly 100%. I mean it. Like on YouTube, like I can see something right now that has 0 views because I know now they can manipulate it, like, and it's something really powerful, something good. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. It has nothing to do with anything. Like, they choose, and the light can choose, and the dark can choose. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if your shit doesn't go viral, don't sweat it. Like, it has nothing to do with the quality. Like, to me, like, I believe that. Do I think that I'm the best at all this stuff? Absolutely not. Do I think I can do things better? Absolutely. But my stuff is getting suppressed, and I'm okay with that. I understand it, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't. But I'm telling you, like, there's other people that will post nonsense, that they're literally monetizing it and making it up, and they're encouraging people to engage with the system and spend money. That shit is going to be pushed to everyone. And ask yourself why. Remember what we said? They want you to engage with it. I'm telling you the opposite. Of course, they're not going to push my stuff. And if they do, then I'd be very pleasantly surprised. It's time, guys. It's time to push my content to the entire world. It's time. It's time. You're no longer suppressing me. You're now going to help me. Time to spread my message to go viral. It's time. I'm going to make the videos, and it's time. Everyone needs to know what's actually going on in this world. But regardless, it doesn't matter. I'm not doing it for the glory. I'm not doing it for anything, but I did it for people need to know. And the people who are going to find it are going to find it. And if it helps one person, I say this reminder to myself every day because it's true. But if it helps one person, that's all that matters. But I know now how the world works, and it's going to help a lot of people. And that's awesome. I'm not going to see the results of it because I don't engage with the outside world. I might have no idea what's happening. But it's okay, because I know by January 1st, 2025, the world is going to be completely different. And I can't wait. I can't wait to finally go outside again and be like, oh, wow, it's a new world. Vanity metrics are vanity metrics. They're not a big deal. They're just not. And regardless, I highly encourage people to not engage with. All right, we're about to finish up here, and then we're going to take a break. But here's one to think about, guys. Oh, shit, I had the short break on this entire time. It's okay. See, like it just doesn't matter. But is ADHD good? It's the power of shaking it up, switching it up to always be in a state of flow. I say that people who have those symptoms, they've been demonized. They make people think that there's something wrong with them, that they have a short attention span. But it just means that you're more spiritually awake. You're less controllable. That's what that means. You're not stuck doing one thing. And I want people to understand that, because everything that's been demonized, pay attention to it. It's been demonized for a reason. They want to keep you down. It's to control you. For someone who can just jump around from things like that, it means that they can't predict what you're going to do next. They want to predict what you can do next. If you have a set routine that every day from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. you do this, that means they know exactly what to do to you to cause you to feel anxiety, to cause you to feel fear, to cause you to feel nervous, to cause you to do that. You change it up. Like today, I'm going to wake up 20 minutes later. I'm going to eat breakfast first, and then I'm going to shower. Then they can't do the same things to you. It's literally the game. And for people who are going to start posting and sharing to the world, I recommend just don't care about being anonymous. But if you need to do the training grounds, start on Reddit. But LinkedIn and those, that's the real game. That's where the real game is. That's where we share the real information, because we're not worried. Like attach it to yourself. Attach it to yourself. Don't be anonymous. Be proud of the knowledge that you have. Share everything that you know. It's time for the world to know your experience, to know your skill set. It's the only way we can grow and evolve. If you keep changing it up, they just don't know how to get to you. It's that simple. And we have to create something new, something that's never been seen before, right? And just remember, guys, if you don't see video, you can still have impact, right? Like you can have impact through audio alone. But it's the combination of everything that makes a masterpiece. So this is why I encourage everyone, change it up, shake it up, because they won't know how to get to you. Because they're going to be like, well, how do we stop him? He's writing a book. He's making a video. He's streaming. He's making a podcast. He's editing videos. He's designing whatever, right? All of these. And then they think like these dark ones are like, well, what do we do, boss? Like, how do we stop him? They're like, attack his walks. Make sure that he just focuses on chores. Oh, he gets distracted by girls in yoga pants. Present a lot of girls in yoga pants. Oh, he gets distracted by kids, because it makes him think of like parenting, and then he's going to spend more time do that. Do any of those sound bad? But you see, like, they're all distractions, right? There's too much information, but you see, like, if you keep shaking it up, they don't know what to do. They're like, wait a minute, really? We should just send like girls in yoga pants in front of him to distract him? Okay, isn't that a good thing, boss? She's like, no, it distracts him, stops him from streaming. Go. And then I go on my walk, like, look at that. I'm serious, guys. You can control it and manipulate it back. But just again, why do we have to live in a world that we have to do that? So it's the branching path, right? If we go left, and then there's like 20 choices, and we do that, but all of a sudden, after we do 20 choices left, we decide, ooh, let's go back. And then you go back, and this time you go right. And you're like, wait, what? They're like, why didn't you keep going down that path? What's going on? They just can't plan an attack. They can't. We're creating a new game. We're creating a new rule set for everything. If we don't play the game and we just realize that everything's just noise, nothing is active, just keep jumping around. Wash 2 dishes, then come over here, put a song on your computer, on YouTube. Then all of a sudden you're like, okay, hold on. Now I'm going to go to the bathroom and just randomly brush my hair once. Okay, now I'm going to go outside with my dog, have him pee in the tree, and then I'm going to run back, but then I'm going to stop midway after running. And this way I'm going to go left, and then, hey, now I'm going to whistle. And now, I'm actually just going to open the balcony door and scream outside. Ah! Like they don't know what to do. And if anything, the lesson there is you're doing it to prove it to yourself. What are you proving? That it just doesn't matter. You just don't have to deal with specific problems or the good stuff that they're trying to force on you. You get to create your own story. But the only problem is that, like I said at the beginning of this segment, and the end here, is that we're trapped in this lotus, in this dream, because even I woke up. Since all the rest of you are still dreaming it, we're still stuck. But I've realized that we don't have to live the way they want us to. You don't. You really don't have to. And as you spiritually awaken, your spirit guides are going to help you. Straight up. They're going to make it a reality for you. But now it's time for others to do it too. If we all say no more, everything changes. And we're going to use their tactics against them, right? But I ask you, like, why would we play this game if we don't like it? Would you play Candy Crush if you don't like the game? Would you? You don't have to play Candy Crush, right? You can uninstall that app on your phone. You don't have to download it. That's how life works. Guys, if you don't like working because it's truly just slave labor that's disguised as makeup, you don't have to work. If we all agree on that, if we all start doing that, even if it's just a few of us, enough, all it takes is enough. The point is we just don't know the number yet. But if people start and there's momentum shift, it's going to change. All of a sudden, like if people just say, hey, there's no reason why we shouldn't have our basic necessities covered. Rent, mortgage needs to be completely eliminated. Everyone deserves a house. Everyone deserves to have food. Everyone deserves to have water. Everyone deserves all that stuff. It's going to start changing. Guys, presentation only matters for what people see and people interact with. And it's the same thing with the illusion, right? The presentation of it only matters if we interact with it, if we see it. It's a tool to get you from A to B. That's the only thing that presentation is for. Now, I will say that there's also the benefit of it's there for the performance, right? So like for me, like I get ready for this, and then afterwards, who cares? I can be completely disheveled. It doesn't matter. It does feel good to look good, right? That aspect is true, but it just becomes relevant, truly. Like, oh, my hair's kind of crazy right now. Oh, well. If you don't even look at a mirror, do you know? It only matters if you see it or if you interact with it. Think teeth whitening. Why don't we whiten the teeth that are in the back? Because it doesn't matter. So what happens if we stop seeing each other? Because we don't go outside anymore and we don't engage with the illusion. Well, then a lot of things just stop mattering. You guys see? You get it? Think of it like if we all just decided, which this is what we should do, to be honest, if we want to get our social interaction, we need to play massive multiplayer online games, video games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, New World, Throne and Liberty. We need to create more massive multiplayer online games because it's a great way to teach people progression and other lessons. We can socialize there, but we create an avatar, we create a character, and that's what we see. And we can befriend people there and all stuff like that. And you can do voice chat, but you guys see, like, we don't actually see our physical body. So all of a sudden it's like, aren't we all the same? We're just all video game characters then. Doesn't matter if you're black, if you're white, if you're Asian, if you're Mexican, if you're Latino, if you're overweight, if you're underweight. All that matters is the vibe, the energy that you exude when you're playing. Like, are you friendly? Are you an asshole? Like, that's the only thing that matters. No one cares about your presentation because you're just playing through an avatar, a character, a vessel. And that's what actually is happening in real life too. But unfortunately, we've ruined that. But it's a great lesson for people to play mass multiplayer online games because then you realize that we are all connected. We're all the same. We're all equal. We're all one. Truly. Like a Russian dude could be playing with a Ukrainian dude if no one says anything and we're just typing. Let's say we're all typing in English because that's what we agree is the universal language right now. It's like you wouldn't even know that the Russian dude is playing with a Ukrainian dude. How's that possible? Aren't they at war? Aren't they at war? But yet they're playing a video game together. Can you explain that to me? It's only the insight that matters. So that's when you realize it's all about our soul. It's about that. Everything else is just, it's a vessel. Presentation is just the vessel. It's the vessel for our soul. And what I'm trying to make happen in reality is that the spiritual, like the goddesses or the gods or like the things that are around us, I want them to have a vessel. I want to give them a vessel. Because right now they can inhabit certain things, what I call them the noise vessels or sound vessels, but I want to give them a vessel. I want to make that a reality. They deserve that. They really do. They deserve to interact with us. They deserve to have vessels and be given a chance to live with us because they're incredible. They're amazing. And that's my wish. So imagine if you ate food with your eyes closed. You could have terrible presentation, but it could be absolutely delicious, don't you think? But if you saw it and you're like, ooh, that looks kind of this icky. You guys see like how much of it is presentation only matters if you see it. Period. So for the outside, if we no longer go outside and we only stay inside, then the outside no longer matters. You know? You're not doing it for anyone. You're not doing it to reach anyone. It's only about the actual audience, people around us, our spiritual people. Okay. I'm just going in circles now, which means that I've covered everything that matters. Guys, as you can see, the power of switching and shaking up is the key. It is the key to everything in life. But most importantly, it's taking control over the illusion. You define what it means to you, but go explore, go see if it is one or not. And whatever you find, just start taking notes, write it down, be like, well, this happened today. It's weirdly, like, I got a message from like this person, or today at work, like this happened, or like, and start noticing this stuff and start piecing it together. Like I said, just because I learned this doesn't mean that I'm right and doesn't mean that I'm wrong. But you're going to soon find for yourself that the world is very different than you thought it is. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to do one last push. The best part, association and approximation is code. But what does that mean? So how do they do it? How do they fabricate everything? And do problems really matter? We'll be right back. Whew. All righty. And we're back. We're going Moonlight again. Actually, let's try it. No, we'll change it up halfway. Okay. For anyone watching, appreciate your patience. It's important to recharge. Super important. Especially for this might be the last push that we do in a while. I know I keep saying that, but this is the key. What the fuck? It's okay. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now what happens? Interesting. So I'm just waiting for my Descript to reload, but just as everyone, so everyone is aware, pay attention to noise, pay attention to problems that happen, that arise in your life. All of a sudden, my project stopped working. That means that I was onto something in that last recording. Because why would they try to stop that recording? Are they trying to make it vanish? Why are they trying to make it not function? Ask yourself that yet again. Why did they remove it? Why are they messing with it? If I'm just some random bum who's speaking nonsense, why would they literally intervene and interrupt? It doesn't make any sense. And that's the key that I want everyone to understand. Things just don't make sense. Got it? Like, just pay attention to that, guys. The final key. Approximations. Part 3. Okay, let's do this. 3, 2, 1. And we're back. This might very well be the final push for this guide that we've been working on for about a month, maybe a little more now. And we've discussed so many topics, and there's still so much information that hasn't been touched upon. But this is enough. This is more than enough. And it's going to be a recap. It's going to be breaking things down. There's going to be some repetition of things you've heard. But it's important to keep hammering the nail in until it sticks. So let's start with something a little lighter before we get into the spiritual. So a lot of people aren't aware of how exactly the world works. And I've been talking about that there's more to it than meets the eye in regard to spiritual things. But what about if there's even things just on a logical, political, factual basis that people aren't even aware of? So what do I mean by that? It's a topic about recognition, credibility, and validation. So what if I told you that after World War II, there was a few countries that were selected to be in power, essentially. And they had more say than other countries. If you think about it, that's essentially what a superpower is, right? They are given more respect, they're given more credit, they're given more recognition. And through that recognition, they have more say. So there's 5 countries that have been given this special privilege. It's the USA, China, Russia, the UK, and France. So they created this this organization. Think of it like they're the ones who have a say in the global matters in the world. But these 5 countries, they have more say than others. They have what we call the power of the veto. So if I want chicken today, but the UK or US, I'm another country, a country that doesn't matter, and I'm the US or the UK, and they're like, you know what? Nope, no chicken today. They get to say enough, veto. We choose no chicken, and everyone else has to respect that and has to listen to them. And I ask you, why do they get to be the masters and the others the slaves? Because that's what it really is. As we pretty it up and we put makeup on there and say that it's something else, but really, those 5 countries are the masters. Because if you can say, at the end of the day, your say has more worth or more value than someone else's, it means you're in control. Period. Right? Like, so if right now, like, I asked my brother, hey, what do you want to eat? And he said, well, I want rice. And I said, actually, no, let's do pasta. And that means, and for some reason, whatever I say goes, well, then it's not equal. You guys understand how that works? Like, that's truly how the world is right now, that there's 5 countries that have more say than others. And you can say that it's because they've earned it. You can say it's because they've put in the dues, the hard work. But I ask you, if it's happening in something as big as the political scale, the global scale, where else is it happening, right? So this is part of the justification is that, oh, hey, you can motivate people to join this organization, this coalition, by saying we have the United States, we have China, we have Russia working with us, right? Like, you attract people by saying we have X. I did it when I was a salesman, when I was trying to sell a new product to replace their entire billing department and outsource to us. I'm like, well, you know that largest pediatric group down in Centennial, Colorado? Well, they're one of my clients. So, hey, you here in Lowry Pediatrics, you should check this out because Centennial did it. And then they would be more inclined to do it. So do you guys see, like, there is benefits on paper to doing such a thing, but I ask you, like, has it been abused? Has it been exploited? Because there's also, every so often, there's a rotation of countries that joins this organization that has say, and there's 10 countries that are rotated, but the 5 are permanent. And it was decided based on a war that happened, 80 years ago now? So do you see, like, maybe is there a reason that currently a war is happening right now because they're trying to change which countries are in the permanent ranking? Do you guys understand that? We're currently undergoing the Third World War. It's a spiritual war. People just aren't aware of it yet. So I ask you, what happens if we force another war? New victors. Do new countries get more say? So everything has to do with recognition and credibility. Something that's interesting that I didn't even know until recently is that other countries get to decide if a new country is a country. You who's listening, you could be in charge of running your own country. And this country is going amazing. Truly, absolutely amazing. The people in it are thriving. Yet, what's interesting is that if other people say that you aren't a country, then you aren't. You're like, how's that possible? My country is thriving. We've been running like this for a year and everything's going really well. Truly, the country's doing great. But the United States, China, Russia, UK, and France said you're not a country. Therefore, you're not. What do you guys think about that? So does that mean that our actions are irrelevant? They're only an illusion? It's all a puppet show? If so, to me, there's only one solution. We must break it, because that means it's all talk. There's no action from our rulers. We have to usurp them. We have to uprise. Why are they more important? Why do they get to decide? Do you guys see, like, if you don't engage with anyone, if this country didn't care for this status of being a country, they're like, who cares? We know that we're a country. We've been literally running an entire operation, a government taking care of these people, making sure they live, making sure they survive, making sure they thrive. for a year without asking anyone if we're a country or not. So wait, because now we finally went to public and to the outside illusion. We asked people, hey, are we a country? And they said, nope. Oh, guys, sorry, you should move to a new country. You can't live here anymore. We're not a country. But I would be asking, like, wait, I've lived here for a year. Why are you telling me now we're not a country? Do you guys see how ridiculous that is? So literally, the only reason why you become a country is if someone else tells you you're a country. So I think I'm human. I think I'm a dude. Oh, wait. No, I'm not, because someone else has to tell me that I am. Otherwise, I'm not. Really? Do you guys see like how weird that is? Do you guys understand? Like that means that you're giving all your power away to someone else. And what happens if you give all away your power to someone else? They can manipulate you. They can control you. They can puppeteer you, and they can decide whatever they want to do for you. They can write your story. They can write your narrative. They can create the illusion. Your lotus, your dream world is created by them, not by you. So this leads us to credibility, right? So what is credibility? Like, why does the US, why does China, why does Russia, why do all these things have more credibility? Hey, could you do me a favor? Could you turn on the lights, please? All these lights. Can you hit them? Thank you. So credibility is actually just a weapon to discredit people. That's all it is. Why is the US more credible than Mexico? What makes them more credible? Because they won a war 80 years ago? Because they have more money? Because they decided that they are the ones who can print the money? Because they control the banks that are manipulating everything? That makes them more credible? Really? Why? Ask yourself, why? What if no one's credible? Then it doesn't matter. If no one's credible, then well, how am I supposed to trust that you're more credible than you? Then nothing that one person says is more important than another. You guys realize if everything's fake, if nothing is real, then we're all equal. And that's what I'm arguing. Everything is fake, nothing is real. It just is. Don't attach any meaning to it. So thus, if we're all equal, who decides who's more credible? You guys see, like, someone has to decide that. Oh, well, this dude is talking about this stuff right now. He's not credible. Okay, guess not. But why does the random dude that's talking about Christ consciousness and has a website about that, why is he more credible than I am? Oh, because he wrote a book? Okay, well, guess what? I'll just pay AI to use a website to write a book right now. That gives me credibility now. Guys, I have a book. And I wrote it's the New York best time seller. Oh, wait, you can pay money for that. So now I'm credible because of that? Really? Like, it's the exact same knowledge. Nothing's changed what I'm talking about. And if anything, I just bullshitted what I put in my book and on the New York Times best-selling thing. I literally paid for it and just got it out there just to say that I have a book. Guys, I do have a book. I've written a book. I've written stories, by the way, a lot of stories. I just haven't published them. So does that mean I'm credible? But they're not published. Oh, I only get credible when I'm published. Got it. Oh, thank you. I just wanted to understand what the rules are, guys. Like, it seems like everyone has different rules about what recognition and credibility is. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, you see? And who gives the recognition? Why? Like, oh, I decide. You know what? I've decided that Germany is the ultimate country. Therefore, Germany is the ultimate country. Period. Why am I the one who recognizes? Why am I the one who has all the credibility all of a sudden? You guys see, like, it's completely arbitrary. Yet all of you, for some fucked up reason, are willing to give up all your power and all your recognition power to them. Why? Because you know whoever recognizes is the person who has the power, who can abuse, who can manipulate, and who can control. So which are the 5 countries who have the power right now of recognition? What did I say they have? They have power, they have power of abuse, manipulation, and control. All 5 of those countries need to be investigated. Credibility only exists to discredit other people. Otherwise, there's no reason to instill the word credibility in anything. You just listen to everyone. Doesn't mean that anyone is right or wrong. And the fact is, if you listen to multiple people, you're like, well, this guy clearly understands more about things, and he's willing to accept that he might not know everything, that he might be wrong. He's encouraging people to challenge him. He's encouraging people to explore it for themselves, take what he's saying as a template, as a foundation, test it, stress test the system, and come up with your own and rewrite it so that we can develop new theories. Why is he comfortable saying that, yet there's other people that are trying to discredit him? Oh, do you guys see, like, credibility is only used as a weapon to discredit, period. Base it on your own experience. Otherwise, how do you know what's real and what's not? Just take it at face value. If we don't engage with others, do you guys see how quickly recognition is completely irrelevant? Doesn't matter. It makes you realize very quickly that life is a game of validation. People are like, of course I knew that. I'm like, no, but truly think about it. If I'm the one who has the power of recognition, because that's what we decided. The star diplomat is the one who decides and recognizes what matters and what doesn't. Well, guess what? That means that it's my game of validation. If I choose not to validate you, that means you just don't matter. But I've been alive for 33 years. What do you mean I don't matter? Nope. I'm not validating you. I'm not recognizing you. Thus, you have no credibility. Thus, you don't matter. You don't exist. That's it. Deal with it. Why would you be okay with that? Do you guys see? Countries can literally force you to engage with the system by preventing things. That's what they do. So think about those smaller countries that are trying to like get recognized as a country. If they don't do what the United States, Russia, UK, China, France want, and some of the other ones that are currently chosen, then they don't get access to things. You won't be able to trade with us. You won't be able to do this. You guys see, like it's not for good. It's for control. Because now what? They have to fall in line. They have to bend the knee. Does it sound familiar to the companies you work at, to the corporations? Oh, don't speak up. And what we talked about earlier, how do you force people to engage in an illusion in a system? You force them. You punish them by preventing things. You don't encourage them. You're like, hey guys, if you join us, well, these are the benefits that you get. But by the way, you're our country. You're doing awesome. Honestly, maybe we should be studying you. How have you survived so long by yourself? We should be studying you. Oh, nope. Guys, make sure we're going to find them. We're going to actually like punish them. We're going to put security at their borders to scare the people. Like we're going to try to get them to engage with us. You guys see, like, it's messed up. It's messed up. And if it's happening at the world stage, I ask you, if it's happening at the world stage, what makes you think that's not happening on the individual level? It's happening at companies. It's happening in your own home. If you have a family, if your mom is like literally the matriarch and a narcissist because she's never healed a generational trauma, like it's happening in your own household. Truly. Recognition, credibility, validation. Those three things you can control, you can abuse, and you can manipulate. And you can force things and force people to engage with things and do it your way. And if they don't, you prevent things and you punish. It's that simple. Why can't we get people to engage with the system naturally? Why do we have to force it through prevention and punishment? It's just proof of poor design. Period. Period. Why do they, and you decide who they is, why do they decide? Ignore it. If you ignore it, the illusion shatters. If the illusion shatters, you're free. So just live. Stop helping them create this illusion. Ask why. Ask why. Truly. Yes, every system has flaws, but ask yourself, why are they not willing to improve it? Why? Why won't they reward through motivation, through help, through enjoying things, trying to redesign it, helping people become aware of how the world actually works, giving away the info? Why don't they do that? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that. Why can't we embrace unity, equality, love? We are one. Learning, collaboration, fixing things daily, realizing we're not going to get it right the first attempt, but as long as we keep working toward a unified goal, we're going to make it happen. Just, again, though, the key to everything, ask why. And yes, Socrates had it right, but truly, like, why do they have all the power? Why do we need to be recognized if we were running our country perfectly fine without them? Why is it all of a sudden when they get into our life and they tell us, nah, you're not doing it right, everything changes? Ask yourself that. All right. All right, let's change it up. And here we go. Here it is, the final push. So we're going to begin with a recap. And I call this recap, this is how they do it. This is how they can push anything and make anything happen. A major shift. Step 1, it begins with the setup, or some might call it seasoning, the prep work. Reminders and nudges. So for example, let's say that I have this long-term, and this, so who's they? Up to you to decide. I say it's these spiritual entities that are unseen, that are playing the game, that are controlling everything, that are manipulating everything. But for you, it could be your mom, could be your boss, could be that exploitative narc that you hate, your friend, whatever, you decide. But it begins through reminders and nudges. So let's say I want you to do something with like a girl or something of that nature. So what can I do while I'm seasoning you, while I'm setting you up? Well, let's start showing you pictures about girls. Let's show you books, recommendations about love. Let's push music that are romance related. Maybe songs that are related to marriage. Maybe you're going to get ads for engagement rings. Maybe you're going to get ads about children and diapers. And you're like, okay. And maybe you're going to get, because I want everyone to be familiar with the memory totem concept, where everything above the 50% mark, think like in your brain, there's memories that you have. And every time you get a nudge or a suggestion or a reminder, that memory moves to the top of the totem. And this is how they rearrange you. So like if I just put everything in your head right now about, hey, you should date girls, you should go to the club, you should go to the bar, you should kiss girls, you should have sex, you should do all these things, like that's now on the top of your memory totem. And now they can start manipulating that. Now you're more willing to accept nudges from those things, reminders from those things. And that's all it is like literally the memory totem thing is like what's active. Only 50% and above are active. The rest are suppressed because your brain just can't handle that many. That's why I say you have to limit noise, because that's how they do it. They just bombard you with whatever they're trying to influence you, whatever direction they want to go. Now it can be used for good. Remember that everything has two sides of it. The light uses it for good, dark uses it for bad. So they're going to try to rearrange you, but you can counter it. So if you know that, hey, they're trying to make you like be hateful and like racist, like, you know what? Let me just bombard myself with content that's just telling me like equality, unity, love, peace, and you can literally manipulate your own memory totem. But do you guys see, like, this is the setup, the seasoning, but it's through power of suggestion, bad ideas, events. What it does is it can bait you to go down a path or believe it, good or bad. So what if they're trying to get you to like ask the girl out? Or, hey, you have a girlfriend and they want you to get engaged and married. But really, Dark wants you to do that because, well, then you will buy expensive jewelry. And if you buy expensive jewelry now, they're going to be forced to work more and you can't exit the system and things of that nature. Do you guys see how it works? So you wouldn't be willing to go down that path. But all of a sudden, like every time you open your YouTube app, you get a song suggest, like all these like romantic Disney songs are popped up. You're like, okay, well, and even though you didn't click on them at first, you're like, oh, let's check this one out. And you kind of liked it. And you're like, oh, wow, I felt good. Or they show the song of like an ex-girlfriend. That's the first song she ever sent you. You're like, oh, wow. And you guys see, like, this is how they do it. This is how they do it. They're prepping you. They're seasoning you for the major event, whatever is happening, whatever they're planning. Because now you're open to it. So now you're like, I might actually ask the girl out, or I might actually propose to her. Go after her. This is it. But remember what we said. The key that they're trying to do more than anything is get you to engage with the system. So if you're stuck, if you are listening to what I'm saying and we're doing the Great Hibernation and you barely leave your castle, they're going to be like, ooh, this is how we can get him to leave his castle. He's going to go on a date. He's going to get this girl he wants a girl. So let's do this. He's going to leave his castle. He's going to engage with the system. He's going to buy drinks for her, and they're going to go to a restaurant, and they're going to have a great conversation. It's going to be fun. He's going to have a great time. But guess what? Now he actually engaged with the system. So now he's more open to things again. Now we can use her and other people around her. Maybe she's going to invite him to a party, and now all of a sudden he's going to meet like 10 people. Now here we can cause a new trauma, a new event to trigger, cause new storylines. Now you're open to the illusion again. You guys see, remember, your lotus is whatever you allow in. So now all of a sudden, because that girl might have a completely fucked up lotus, and she lets everything in. She doesn't understand the ins. So now they used her, and they literally, boom. Now your lotus just expanded incredible. And now you're open to all these problems that you were immune to before. Do you guys see how they do it? And it all happened through positive reminders and positive nudges. Love music, engagement ads, kids. Like, oh my God, I always wanted a kid. And marriage talk and pictures and things of that nature. You guys see, literally, that's how they season you. That's how they prep you. And you don't even see it coming because it's good stuff. They're all good things. They make you feel good. Like, oh, I feel love. And like, no, so now you want a girlfriend. And you see, like, now you're engaging with the system. It's all calculated. And now, how does this work? We call it path A or path B. So path A, it's the good but terrible event. So in this case, you win. You let's say you tried to ask the girl out and she said yes. Perfect. You're going to be happy. But what the dark has planned for it is, again, they're using her as an in, but they're going to make sure, if this is the key, pay attention here. What dark does is they target you for your first time experiences. Whatever you're doing for the first time, they target to create traumas. Because if you fail and you don't have someone talk you through a first time experience, when you fail it, insecurity is formed. All then they have to do is the next day or an hour later or a week later is reinforce to be like, hey, I heard that you got rejected by that girl. Ha 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 ha. Or someone else walks by and is like, man, I asked 2 girls out yesterday and they rejected me. And you literally got rejected yesterday. Boom. It got reinforced. That's how they reinforce traumas and insecurities. And that's literally how they're created. But if that's the first time you're asking out a girl, literally they're going to, even if you did it, they're going to plan something else for a major trigger. Like maybe it's your first time having sex. They're going to try to trigger you there. Maybe it's your first time doing it. Like that's how they do it. Pay attention, guys. First time experiences. Don't forget that. Path B. Now they seasoned you. Let's say, because then now the option, the major event can happen. It's just the fail option. You just failed. You just got lost. You got rejected. And that's pain. They don't even have to do a lot at that point. Dark's like, ha ha ha, he failed. But they're going to try to add some insults. They're going to have other people show up in your life that are going to be peacocking to the ministry. You're like, dude, I just got 7 girls' phone numbers. Oh, you can't even get one. And they might not even directly laugh at you like that, but they're going to mention it. You're like, what the fuck? How did you know? Like, why are you telling me about how many girls you like dated or slept with or something like that? Like, fuck you. But they're like, wait, why are you getting mad, dude? I'm just telling you about my conquest. I thought we used to talk about this stuff. And you're like, yeah, but why are you bringing it up now? You guys see, like, it's not an accident. They got nudged to say that. And it's planned. Because what it is it's called the reinforcement. The reinforcement is the key. If you don't get reinforced, you're safe. They literally try to reinforce it. That's how they do it. So once you have one failure, pay attention because they're going to reinforce it. I just think, like, why are we playing a game? Why are we playing a game that they are intentionally planning terrible things to happen to us? They season us, they prep us, and then when the event happens, even if you outsmart them, even if you outplay them, and you do succeed, they're still going to try to create a trigger or an event that's going to cause problems. Why are we stuck living in that kind of world? That is what I'm trying to destroy. That is what I'm trying to destroy. Why can't we just have a good win? Hey, you got the girl? Okay, now you're going to be happy. Hey, you guys, you got your destination wedding plan and you're going to go there. Why does there have to be a terrible event that happens there? You guys see, like, if they do allow something good to happen because they couldn't stop it, they're going to try to create an event or a traumatic event there to cause problems, period. That's just how it works. I am creating a world, and please, you're more than welcome to join me. That's what I'm asking, where we can have good wins. We're no longer going to be, we're going to be nudged for good. There are going to be suggestions encouraging us, and Dark is more than welcome to join us. You're free, guys. You don't have to participate. You don't have to be slaves anymore. You don't. You just don't. So one of the things you're going to realize as you start learning all of these things and practicing is that you can ignore 99% of things. They're harmless. But the hardest part, and that's where we're getting to, is being able to realize that and get to the point where you can rewrite. all of these events and all of these things to make them harmless, because they're not at first. Like, hey, if you got traumatized because that girl rejected you, it's not harmless for you. For someone else who never had that issue, they're like, dude, what's the problem? What the fuck? Like, who cares if a girl rejected you? Like, because they're married. Like, it's not even a problem. They never got rejected. But for you, they reinforced it, and it freaking hurts. It's like if you got stabbed right now in the chest, like with like some kind of like metal piece, and then every time like you're getting nudged by these people randomly, like, or like ads or music and song, like you don't understand it, and it's getting stabbed deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. So it's not harmless for you. So if someone says it's harmless, ignore them. They don't know what they're talking about. It's independent for each individual person. We're all experience different realities, and trust me, even the most innocent things, like for someone else, they're like, why are you afraid of ants? Like, what's the problem? Like, literally, they reinforced it and they encouraged it and they made it. They hammered it in. They kept drilling it in until it started hurting. It hurts so bad. For you, it's nothing because you never had a bad experience with an ant. But for them, they literally manipulated that event and reinforced it. It's serious. So don't laugh at other people's misery. Another part of the recap that I want everyone to think about is entities, these spiritual entities, not only can nudge you, but if the less control you have, the less aware you are of things, they can actually command you to do X. So I think about it like this. If I saw that, like if I knew that someone was getting commanded to do something, I'll try to help them. So you actually you can cancel the command. You can cancel the command. But until then, we need to help others. We have to help them realize that they can also cancel them by innocent ways of doing it. So for example, you see them go for their phone and they're just going to scroll mindlessly on social media. Just throw out a suggestion. Be like, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you give my dog a bath? And they're like, oh yeah, of course. Because, they like doing favors because they're a good person. And just like that, you stop them from because they got commanded to look at their phone and just scroll. And sometimes you might ask, like, why are you doing it? Like, I don't know, but I'm like, okay. I'm like, but why don't you like write a story or like play some video games or like sing a song? Just like, I don't know. I just feel like being on my phone. I'm like, yeah, because you got commanded to do so. And the easiest way for people who have a pet, pay attention to it because the pets have the least control. And that's why I said all pets are going to develop self-awareness, and dogs and animals. All of a sudden, they are like commanded to drink water, and they're drinking excessive amounts of water. And you're like, what is going on? Like, you're just going to pee so much because you're drinking way too much water. Like, it's an unhealthy amount. And you can just be like, hey dog, come here. Good boy. Every time they're about to drink water, you say that. It's like they snap out of it. You literally can see them snap out of it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, pay attention, guys. They literally are being commanded to do that. Like, they're about to go pee on a couch. And you're like, what the heck? You're potty trained. Why are you doing this? People are like, oh, it's because they're rebelling. No, they're being commanded. They're being nudged by something to do that, because guess what? They know that if they pee on the couch, you're going to get mad. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get annoyed, because what that causes fear, causes anger, causes resentment. Now the dark one spawned. Now it starts draining energy for everyone. You can see maybe it interrupted you. Maybe you were like actually streaming and recording. Now you're spending time cleaning and you lose your state of flow. You guys see it? That's how it works. They control pets. They control things like that. They can literally command them to do those things. It's absolutely terrifying. But for anyone who's played The Sims, think of it like that. You can command your sim to do something. And since it's a computer game, you can move your mouse. It's every time you command them to do something, you can like give them like 20 commands. Let's say he's like, okay, first you're going to cook, then you're going to go shower, then you're going to the bathroom, then you're going to do this, then you're going to do this. And they're going to do them in order, and they only move on to the next one after they complete it. But if you want them to move on to the next one, you can actually just left click or right click, I forget which one it is now, and you can X out that command, and then they move on to the next one. They stop what they're doing. I'm saying that that's how the world works. We are being commanded. The less control you have and awareness you have of what's going on, you can be fully commanded and nudged, right? We still have 1% free will to resist it, but as you develop your strength, you gain more. Like I would say right now, I'm about like a 96, 98%, somewhere around there. They still catch me off guard once in a while, but like I catch 98% of them. I'm like, I see what you're trying to get me to do right now. And it's sometimes you can choose, like it's light that's telling you to do it. And I'm like, yeah, cool. But literally, once you understand it, you can never unsee it. Be prepared, guys. They use other people to say something to trigger you. So for example, if you're triggered by like you just hate corn with like sour cream. Like you just, for some reason, it made you puke once and you just can't have it. You're going to notice that there's going to be people around you that start talking about things that literally mention corn, sour cream, or tell stories like, hey guys, there was one time when I went to Mexico that I had the most delicious elote ever with sour cream and salsa. And you're just like, oh my gosh. And like you just put like your hands on like the temples of your forehead and you're just like, oh, and people are like, what's going on? It's like, I just feel sick. People are like, why? And like, it's just, it reminded me of when I puked when I ate corn and sour cream that one time. They're like, oh my God, dude, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Like, why would that happen? So they use other people to say something. Basically, they talk through other people. They temporarily inhabit them through a nudge, and they use them as a vessel to communicate something to trigger you. So that, just really pay attention. You're never going to unsee it now. Like when you go around, all of a sudden, like someone says something and it's like really weird. You're like, why did you say that? It's just they nudge them. They use them to say something, and it's all to cause triggers or to try to lead you down a path. It might not always be able to directly trigger you right away, but they can start nudging. Remember what I said? The first step is seasoning the setup, the prep. So like they know that they're trying to get you to ask out that girl so they can traumatize you afterwards, because the first time experience, they'd be like, you dude, have you asked out that girl yet? Have you asked out that girl yet? Have you asked out that girl yet? You're like, why do you keep asking about that, dude? It's intentional. Pay attention to it. This one is, I talked about it briefly earlier, but they can literally make phone calls happen. They can nudge someone to call you at a specific time. Like you're right. Like right now, like I'm streaming, I'm in a flow. If I had my phone right here and was on, all of a sudden a phone call happens exactly right now. It's like, it's a distraction. Pay attention to it. I promise you, once you realize it, you can never unsee it. It's now, I always was wondering if they could manipulate calls out of thin air, but what I believe is they nudge specific people to call you at a specific time. Text notifications, like right now I'm talking about this stuff about recaps. I would get a LinkedIn notification right now that says, guys, don't ever forget, recapping things and repeating things is a great way to teach people. And you're like, that was an innocent notification that popped up on LinkedIn. But truly, once you guys see it, you'll never unsee it. You're like, wait, what? How did that notification pop up right then? Exactly when I was talking about that, or like it helped you get an answer. Light can use it for good. Dark uses it for bad. This one, I almost didn't decide to include, but I need to give people the information. They need to decide for themselves what to do with this. It is going to scare you, but I swear on my son's life, on my parents' life, on everything that matters to me, my dog's life, on my own, that this is 100% true. But it's up to you to determine it. They can talk through us. Period. So for example, let's say a lot of times when I'm streaming, they want me to stop. They want me to stop because I'm saying things that are exposing everything to how the world works. And all of a sudden, my dog starts barking and my dog starts peeing. My dog starts drinking excessive water, so he pees more in the house. And I'm like, hey, dog, stop. What are you doing? Don't do this. That's enough. Pay attention to what did I just say? Hey, stop. What are you doing? That's enough. Do you guys see? That message wasn't actually meant for the dog. They nudged the dog to do bad behavior in that moment so that you say that thing out loud, but that's actually them talking to you. That is possible. 100%. Sometimes if you feel the need to say something to the other person, it actually might be them talking to you. Not always. Don't get lost in it, but pay attention. You're like, why did I just say that right now? It's like, wait a minute. Oh, like sometimes I'm telling my brother something and I'm like, oh, that was actually meant for me. Oh, shit. It's like, hey, do you know that with great power comes great responsibility? You know all this stuff, so be careful what you're saying. And I'm like, oh, that wasn't actually meant for him. That was meant for me. They literally talk through us. And yes, that's absolutely scary, but at the same time, it's actually kind of cool too. Like, we're never alone. Period. But catch it. Once you catch it, you'll never unsee it. Okay, so that's the recap. So how do they fabricate insecurity? They get you to focus on time periods and negative events during that time. So the key to be able to fight back is you have to rewrite it. You have to rewrite the narrative. But when you start going down that path, and we're going to talk about how you do that, you can't dig deep. Don't go digging, because yes, they're going to make you focus on that negative time period where like these bad events happen, and they're going to keep reinforcing those and keep you focusing on those events. But when you start to rewrite it to make it positive and to make it better, if you start digging deep and like trying to find like everything else that happened during that time frame, you're opening yourself up to a can of worms that's going to cause more problems. So be very careful. Because remember, it's at the end of the day, it's your story, so you can just rewrite it however you want. It's up to you, right? Like, you don't have to make up bullshit, but you get to rewrite it. You get to rewrite it. So I just rephrase it too. So what cool things happened to me during those years? So here's an example. There was a time period in my life where I was extremely overweight, and I didn't like looking at pictures of that time period. I didn't enjoy, like, it was not, I was ashamed of it because I knew that I could have done better. I could have done 100% better. But here's something that I want people to think about. And it's also a scary thought, but they can nudge you to eat. They can nudge you to eat. So for example, all of a sudden I was getting mentally attacked nonstop the past few days. And I was like, why do I just feel the need to just constantly snack and eat? And like, what I would do though is I would put some blocks in for myself to stop me. Like all of a sudden, like I literally walked in and opened the fridge, and like you put things out of sight, out of mind. Like for example, like I have a tendency to like overeat grapes. So like I covered them, and then it's like almost like I was like my body was like searching for it, but I'm like, I didn't find anything. And then I closed it. And I'm like, and I had like some water there that I grabbed, and I'm like, oh, I'm good. Or literally I just had salsa out, and like I took a sip of salsa, and then all of a sudden like my nudge that I needed to eat something vanished. And I'm like, that's weird. I felt hungry. Like I felt like I needed to eat something, but I took one little sip of salsa. And all of a sudden that entire feeling vanished. That's because I got nudged to feel that way. They can make you feel tired. When you yawn, that's them telling you, hey, you should probably change it up and shake it up. Now, it doesn't mean that you should listen to them, right? You're like, no, fuck you. I want to play right now. I want to play the game. I'm not going to yawn. But they can literally make you feel tired, because if you feel tired, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I gotta change, or I'm gonna have to sleep. But guess what? Like, let's say right now, if I feel tired, dark can be making me feel tired right now while I'm streaming, but I'm protected because of my energy, because of my flow. Let's say I go outside, and all of a sudden, like I start walking, and like I interact with like a random girl, like, yes, now you can engage with the system. I'm like, I have so much energy. I'm like, that makes no sense. Like I wanted to stream. Why was I tired there? But when I did that, I'm awake. You guys, like, it literally is to that level. Pay attention. But so let's say you got fat, right? You were ashamed of it. Like it wasn't something you look forward to. You almost like don't even want to look at those pictures. You wanted to erase them, right? So it's a trauma. It's a trigger. It's the fat trigger. So what ends up happening then is they are going to start showing you nudges and talk about it. So this is a real life example for me, like literally. And this is when I was still a fool. I was an idiot. I didn't learn all these lessons, and I didn't like lock my door. Always lock your door. Do not let people just walk in, because they will walk in and then they activate events in your property. Protect your castle. If they knock, don't open. Don't let anyone in. Don't give any ins. Otherwise, you're just letting the Trojan horse in. And it was after an Oktoberfest. I invited people back to the apartment I was living at, and I hosted, like, there was like some alcohol involved. It's already big warning. And then I played like this one game where you could like, I forget, it was like Jackbox party game, and people could put in like certain quips, I think it was called. Like you just could write like things that people could vote on what's funny. And this one dude who's never been an asshole to me ever, literally ever, wrote, Fabian is fat. And I had never fully processed that. And I wasn't thin at that time, but I wasn't fat, right? Like I was average. But the moment that message popped up, like I just got I got triggered. It triggered me because I hadn't healed it yet. I hadn't done the healing work necessary. And I didn't really think about it because most people didn't call me that, because I hadn't, but literally things were going well. and they wanted the vibe of the party, the event to change, and it literally did because of that. I'm like, the fuck? Like, why are you calling me fucking fat? Like, do you see like other people like, dude, what's the problem? You're not like, but it triggered me. Do you understand? Like, they literally they nudged that guy to say it all. Like, it doesn't make any sense why someone who's never done that before would do that. What does alcohol do? Alcohol lowers your people call it inhibition, but think of it as a shield that protects you from the nudges. If you have a lot of alcohol consumed in you, literally Dark has free play to do whatever they want. They can basically take over a controller and fully control your character and be like, okay, you're gonna do this now. What should we write? Ooh, let's trigger him. That's how simple it is, guys. So instead of like being like, oh gosh, that was my fat era, I don't want to care about that, was like from when I was like 12 to 14, I don't want to look at that. What if you rewrote it and said, that's the era when I played some of my favorite story video games of all time, my RPG era. And you think of it like that, right? Like all of a sudden, everything starts changing. That's how you view it. Or what if you're like, okay, it's like that terrible time period when I first moved to Colorado and like there's so much bullshit that happened. You're like, actually, what if I change it to, that was when I was the top medical software sales rep era. Like, you see, like you're changing the focus of the narrative and what actually happened during the time. Doesn't mean you're erasing what happened, but it's just like, that part doesn't happen. Who cares that I was fat during that time? It doesn't matter. Like if it does happen, it's like, oh yeah, I was fat during that time. That's cool. That's right. But instead, you're focusing on the good parts. Like, oh, that was the part when I lived with my brother and sister. That was when I lived with my brother and sister. Who cares that I had some bad jobs during that time period? That was when I lived with my brother and sister, and we were actually the closest we ever were as a family. It was a great time period of my life. That's when I discovered TV tropes or websites of that nature that taught me so much, that made me become a better writer, because they did. Like, I loved TV tropes. I loved RPG Maker, like things of that nature. They taught me so many things of how to write better stories. But I could focus on, that was when I was addicted to World of Warcraft and video games and I didn't do much. But I'm like, actually, that taught me how to be a raid leader and leadership and progression. Like, you guys see, like, it's a shift of focus. It's a shift of what you prioritize. But they try to get you to focus on the negative time periods, one. But they know that that's a weakness. So they make you focus on that, but they make you focus on the negative events of that time period. So when we talked about the memory totem, they keep putting in the negative events to the top. So you forget about all the positive events that happened during that time period. Like, well, wait, during that time period, like, that was when, like, I taught my mom how to play video games and we got really close and we had great times and we went bowling together. And like, I completely forgot about that. And like, why? I'm like, that's not a coincidence, guys. That's intentional. It's intentional. They literally make you forget the good that happened. So it's your job to rewrite those time periods. Something to think about is that they focus on your childhood trauma and things of that nature. So I'm not going to get into specifics here, but like, your dad might have a particular trauma or might have had a certain problem that he did when you were a kid. So like, let's say like your dad cheated or something like that. That is now going to be a problem. So they're going to now try to reinforce that to you in any way possible. Fuck it. Just like, literally. So something like that happened in like my life and my cousins and my uncle's life. And if any of you know the story of Pokemon and Black and White, there's a character who was, he was basically indoctrinated by this cult, and he had special powers, but they made him believe that all Pokemon are abused. So we need to free Pokemon from all trainers, and we need to be the ones that control them because they're being abused by trainers. The only thing that they showed him in his entire life was, because he could talk with Pokemon, that's what it was. He communicated. Everything that they showed him was that all these Pokemon were abused. Every single Pokemon that they met, or like if they found a trainer that owned Pokemon, it was a trainer that abused their Pokemon. So he's like, what the fuck? All trainers are horrible. All Pokemon are abused. I am so down to help you. They show you specific things to keep causing set problems and a specific perception, period. So if you're a kid whose dad cheated, what they're going to do is, now they're going to show you girls, like the girls that are interested in you. What they're going to do is they're going to be girls that are taken. They're going to be girls that are taken to show you that girls are not loyal because they're cheating and they're trying to get you to be the cause that causes that, right? Or If you get in a relationship, that's going to be the problem that arises. Like, it's literally specific things that can be traced back to childhood problems. That's how they do it. Literally, pay attention to it 100%. And if you're not strong enough, you fall victim to it. Truly. Like, they're going to keep repeating those events because they know that it's a weakness, because it was something that was created in your childhood. It was a specific narrative and storyline that they wrote. And just because your father was too weak to resist it, now they're going to use it against you. But how do they do it? So if they know that the majority of children choose not to be like their parents, like let's say that their parent fucked up somewhere, you're going to specifically as a kid, and this is normal behavior, by the way, to choose not to be like that. So like if your dad cheated, you're going to be like, well, I don't want to be like my dad. So what does that mean? It means that you are going to be loyal at all costs. So now, if all the girls that are into you, that present themselves to you, are all taken, what does that mean? Well, you're like, oh, I can't do it. I can't. I need to be loyal. 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 Because you're like, even if that girl is like literally getting abused or being hurt, you'll never get into a relationship then, because they literally are like, well, he's too loyal. He wants to be like, he refuses to be like his dad. So that's how they're going to do it. You guys see, like, now, because of that, because of your inability to embrace a dark motivation through light actions, they can now literally mess with you and control you and present specific things and manipulate your entire narrative. Just like that. They know exactly what event caused maybe like a problem in you, or like something that your parents did. And then they can only present you that thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, because they know that you're like, no, I have to be loyal. I have to be good. I can't, like, maybe your dad or your friends when you were young were like maybe like Mexican culture, machismo, they're crude and like sexist to women. They literally, then you're going to be like, I'm going to be different than like that. But instead, you go too far, right? And now all of a sudden you become like this goody two-shoes who doesn't even be like, hey, you have a nice butt, you have incredible boobs, because, well, you don't want to be like them. So now they abuse that, they manipulate that. And because of that, the girls are going to be like, well, I want a guy that's going to compliment my boobs. Why don't you do that? And you're like, well, because I'm a gentleman. But like, they literally are like, yes, he's never going to get a girl now. He's never going to get into a relationship. He never can have a kid, never can have a family, because of that. That's literally how they do it. Literally, that's how they control you. It's a free in for abuse and control. They find out what happened when you were a kid, when you were a child, what the events, and then they can just keep presenting that event to reinforce that thing. And people are like, this is how the world is. And I'm like, yes, it is. You're not wrong, but you don't have the full picture. And they do that intentionally. And I mean, I've seen it with my cousin. Like, I know for a fact that his dad, when he was young, was a womanizer and cheated. And unfortunately, well, that's what he gets surrounded with. He gets presented all those opportunities, and he just fails all the time. And it's the same problem because of his dad, right? Like that, they know that that's the weakness, that's the event, and well, they're going to present it to him. But you have a choice. That's the thing, where we all have a choice at that point. But is it really a choice if from the beginning, from our childhood, we're literally manipulated and controlled? Ask yourself that, guys. If we're being nudged and controlled from the beginning, is it really? Like, it's a 1% resistance play. Like, you have a 1% chance to resist. Why do we want to live in a world like this? Why? Ask yourself that, guys. Ask yourself. So even if all these things are harmless, like, even if it is, it doesn't mean that it's not annoying. It's like walking with a broken leg. You can limp along, but right, like, it hurts. We're learning the approach. But once you see it, once you understand it, once you see like, oh my God, that's why I am the way I am. That's why I hesitate there, or that's why I have this problem. It just changes everything. Like, holy shit. So that's how they fabricate manipulations and insecurities. Holy fuck. And once you see it, you never can unsee it. It all makes sense. So let's talk about the problem meter. Before we get into the problem meter, I just want people to understand, like, yeah, that's super dark, but it's super real. And that's why some of the power of, before we get into the ultimate tactic of how to fight back and rewriting the narrative, is I call it cutting the corner. cutting the mold off. Sometimes that's enough to completely make everything else okay. So like if you only have one issue, like if there's only one leaf that's rotten, just cut that one leaf. It doesn't have to poison the entire well. But once you start understanding and exploring this path and understanding how the world actually works and how they do it, it starts the entire process of mastering. It's going to become easier and easier and easier and easier and easier. But one of the things that I talk about a lot about code is that pay attention to symbols, guys, and pictures, right? So like here's the Mandalorian thing. If I just change the angle of it, like you all of a sudden don't see words anymore, you might not get any visual reminder. Now all of a sudden you see a mountain. It's very different than if you see something that says Star Wars, The Mandalorian, that might bring up, like you might have been triggered because you went on a first date with a girl who rejected your first kiss ever on a Star Wars episode 4 showing. And if you see Star Wars, it reminds you of that. But if I do this, nothing happens. You guys see just like rotating it a little bit, flipping it, can completely remove the code. The visual is the code. That's what triggers the reminder. So flipping things, filtering it, changing the view of something, realizing who's actually the real enemy. It's not that narcissist who's or abusive boss. There's a higher thing that's controlling all of us, that's nudging us, that's influencing all of us. That abusive boss, they're just a pawn. They're literally just a slave of the dark ones. Now, just because they're a slave does not mean that they can't do damage to you, right? So pay attention to that. Pay attention to that. But it's progress. And that's what I talked about in my last stream and last video. Pay attention, work on progress. Every day we're going to get a little better in understanding all of this stuff. Anxiety, guys, is them. It's not random. It's them attacking you. And I'm going to get into this more later, but I wanted to plant the seed now. Anxiety is not random. So many people think that just because they're not good at something, or sorry, just because they don't like something, it means that they're bad at it. For example, I'm actually really good at organizing, but I don't like it. So people have always just made me feel, and I just went along with it, that I'm bad at it, but I'm actually extremely good at it. And then I just let that narrative get placed in my head and just agree with it. And I'm like, it's just because I can operate in organized chaos and I don't feel the need to organize so much. And I don't really enjoy. That's why I don't do it as much, because it's not necessary for me, right? Like it's a time consuming thing, but doesn't mean that it doesn't help. But you guys see, like I was led to believe that I'm bad at organization, yet I'm not. I'm actually extremely good at it. But to see, like, that's something that's harmless, 100% harmless, but it literally, like, it made me, did you guys see, like, how deep the manipulation and the control is? Like, that's harmless. Who cares if I'm good at, like, for me, being good at or not at organizing doesn't matter. But maybe for someone else, it does. And I'm just showing you, why are we okay living in a world where it touches the harmless? It ruins everything it touches, right? They rely on senses to submit code and reminders, period. But they can also mentally attack you spiritually. So that's why we have to learn, go back and listen to my streams and my other videos, all the protections, the snap out of it method. Literally, if you don't see, if you don't hear, if you don't smell, then you protect it, because the other senses, taste and touch, are on your own volition. Unless someone like forces something in your mouth or like literally makes you grab something. Like truly, if you close your eyes, if you plug your nose and you have noise canceling headphones or AirPods in, you're safe. You're safe. If you're going outside on a walk and you literally like look down or have like a blindfold on, plug your nose and literally are blasting music, you're safe. They can't do anything to you. They can't. Because they can't submit the code or the reminders to you that can cause those triggers. So everything I said, if you really think about it, is absolutely terrifying. But how do we take away their power so we're not afraid of it? The key is to respect their plays, their talent, their skill. To be able to do this on such a massive scale, I'm like, kudos, guys. Like, honestly, we want to work with you. To be able to manipulate the world to such a level, you guys are geniuses. What could we accomplish together? I want to work with you. Hit me up. Takes away their power, the harm, the effects. So let's talk about the problem meter, because that's why, like, I talked about how the organization thing didn't matter to me, but like me being fat in the past did matter to me. So what I suggest is, this is a hypothetical, or is it? What if we're playing the God game? What if we are all gods? So what I'm saying is, think bigger. Whatever you think, go one level higher, bigger. And what if, I don't know, like you decide for yourself, but like, what if you're trying to reunite with your goddess? You know, what is it for you? And you're trying to change the world. Do mortal problems then matter if you're like trying to reunite with your goddess, with like your Princess Zelda? Do they? They're real. Your mortal problems are real, but they don't really matter unless we make them matter. We have to keep them down. You're like, would a god really worry that his white shoes got dirty? You just clean them. What's the problem? But you can make them matter. You see, like, it can be a big problem. And the hardest part is that you're going to get nudged nonstop by dark to try to make those problems matter. But one of the ways to snap out of it is to be like, well, I'm a god. Just think of it like that. Like whatever you want to. I'm a king. I'm a prince. Whatever you feel comfortable in. If God is too hubris for you, just, you have to elevate your game. Be like, well, yes, some people like, you're an elitist prick for saying, but just, you're above this. You're above this. Don't worry about that. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. So I call it the problem meter. I call it, there's 6 levels in the problem meter. Let's start from the bottom to the top. So level 1, distractions. Number 1 are just pure distractions. Like all of a sudden right now, like I hear someone whistling in the hallway. You could say it's sound. I think whistling is good and music is good, but it could be noise right now because I'm streaming, right? So that's why I use noise canceling headphones. But number 1 is a distraction, completely harmless. It doesn't trigger any negative emotion. It's just, it interrupts your state of flow a little bit. Level 2, a perceived threat, but it's not. So what is a perceived threat? Yesterday or last video, we talked a lot about it. It's all about breaking perception. I perceive this as a threat, but like all of a sudden, like let's say a bee flies by. I befriended the bees. They're not going to do anything to me. But I'm like, what if they sting me? You see, like, it's a perceived threat, but it's not. They would land on my hand and like dance and do a little jiggle with their butt. Like they're harmless, but I perceive it as a threat. So that's level 2. Nothing's going to happen. Even if they like fly on me, they're not going to sting me because they're my friend now. But I perceive it as a threat. That's level 2. Level 3 is actually annoyance, true noise. Like let's say all of a sudden, like someone is like knocking on the door, boom, 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 boom. Nothing's gonna happen. You know now that don't knock. If they knock, don't open, because that's how they activate events. But that's annoying. Like literally, like your heart rate is gonna raise. Like, oh gosh, they're trying to activate an event right now. It's noise. It's truly like, or like an ad that's trying to trigger you right now. It's like, that's noise. But that's level 3. You guys see? Then level 4, it hurts, but it's ignorable. So like that example where I said like someone at that party literally just said, hey, you're fat. That hurts because, I didn't put in the work to heal that trauma, that insecurity yet in me, or like that shame from that event, that time period. But it's 100% ignorable, right? Like you're just like, that's okay. Like once we put in the work, there's nothing to you. You can just brush it off. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. But that's level 4. So the key here is anything level 4 and under, just say this with me. Anything level 4 and under is completely irrelevant. 99% of things are ignorable. So if it hurts, but it's ignorable, and you like truly like try holding, like warm up your mug of coffee and just hold it. And you're going to be like, ooh, whoa. But after a while, you're like, actually, I'm not telling you to get blisters, but like you will realize you can actually hold it for a lot longer. Keep it on the table so you don't drop it accidentally, because especially if you're not trained, you can train yourself to have more resistance. But you're like, wow, actually, like I can hold it for a lot longer than I thought. Especially like brace yourself, be like 3, 2, 1, and hold it, and then just wait. And then now start focusing on something else. Like maybe like you're doing it in the kitchen sink and you see a water droplet falling down in the sink. If you're focusing on that water droplet, you can resist a lot longer. Or start doing math. Be like, what's 2 plus 7? 9. 9 times 3, 27. Minus 6, 21. Oh, and you're going to see like, wow, you're resisting holding the heat of the mug for a lot longer than you thought. You guys see? Like 99% of things are ignorable. So level 5, it's a real problem, but it is still ignorable. Number 5 is caution. So like all of a sudden, like truly every time you start walking outside, like you could just, your leg completely cramps up. Like you can barely walk. Like, oh my gosh, that's a real problem. Like that's actually like debilitating pain, but you can ignore it still. Guess what? You could stop moving. You could crawl. You could limp. You could jump on one leg. You could, right? You see, it's still ignorable. It's a real problem, but it's ignorable. It's ignorable. And this is where I actually would say, at this point, the majority of things that are going to be presented to you in your life are number 5 that try to get you to engage with the system and the illusion. So this is why I highly recommend don't open up any mail, because if you open up the mail and you start reading it, or if you respond to it, you activate an event. So they might try to claim that there's a real problem that happens, like, oh, you owe money on something, or you're getting this or this and that. Just literally, as you spiritually awaken, you can ignore it. It's a real problem, but it's only real if you activate it. Just like I said earlier, like they're going to try to make you believe that you have some kind of illness or some kind of allergy, or that you have a cancer. It's not true. If you go to the checkup, that's when it becomes active, period. Until then, it's ignorable. Yes, it's a real problem. Like, ooh, but when I touch it, it feels weird. I'm like, yes, but just never activate it and it'll go away. Truly. But caution. Number 5 is caution. Number 6. Number 6 is serious. Number 6 is serious. This is something you have to face, right? But pay attention. This is the key. You might be able to out of sight, out of mind it. You're going to need help from your spiritual guides here, because there's actually a real problem that they literally are causing you. You can't ignore it anymore. But if you out of sight, out of mind, and if you limit and by the way, other people can activate events for you. This is the saddest part. Like if your mom is a worry ward and is always activating events and getting involved in things and asking about things, she can activate the event. So to prevent the event from activating, you will have to temporarily cut ties with her. And then your spiritual guides can resolve the problem for you. I mean it, period. So if you're in group chats, if you're and always with someone that's always asking about like, how's this one problem going? How's this one problem going? How's this one problem going? They're keeping that event alive for you. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to cut ties with them until they learn the lesson. It's that simple, guys. But number 6 is serious. But think about that. There's 6 levels of problems, and 4 of the levels are completely irrelevant. Pay attention to that, guys. So, with insecurity, could traits such as insecurity be passed down through code and genetics? Could we breed people to have certain insecurities and certain traits? I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute pee break, and then let's continue. Let's change the song. Okay, here goes nothing. This part's a little sad. This part, I want people to debate, but I want people to think about it. Could traits be passed down based on our current version of who we are? Everyone always thinks that the way genetics works and humanity and animals and things of that nature it's only based on the base, on who we are, like deep down. Like, so it's like it only matters on who you were when you were born. So like that's it. Like basically everything that happens from point A. So when you're born. So being born is conceptualized, is what I say. Your storyline, your narrative is created at that point. So I was conceptualized as this one guy who has this role, who's this. Okay, perfect. So everything that happens in between your birth to when you have a kid, let's say I had I was 30, doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. It's only based on the beginning point. That's what science and genetics argues. I'm telling you that that's wrong. Yes, I'm debating and fighting back against science and DNA and genetics. I'm arguing that it's actually based on the base, but also our current version. So just play along with me. What if it's actually based on your current code? So a lot of people think of DNA as like this some scientific mumbo jumbo, but what if DNA is just basically like a fancy term for code? I know a lot of people can associate like that, but what if like we're literally just programs? Like we run scripts and we're coded. So that's why I'm saying, like, when we have intercourse and we have a baby, like we pass down our code, the codes that are installed in us at the time. I think it was like if all of a sudden you get a new laptop is going to be your kid's laptop. But when he's conceived, what you do is you plug in a cable to your original laptop and you're going to pass down some files to that, but it's based on what's on your current laptop. But people are like, well, no, it's only whatever if you have a MacBook Pro, it's just that doesn't matter what you have on it. He's going to get a new MacBook Pro. I'm like, no. We're passing down our current things as well. It changes things because I think so many people don't think it really matters who they are at the point of conception. They just don't. They truly don't think that matters. It's just, well, it's who I was when I was like, that's it. Like my DNA is set. And I'm arguing that it's not, that it does impact. So why do I say that? Think about it. Like people argue and say that skin changes every month. So if we have a new layer of skin every month, doesn't that mean that we just as humans are just constantly being updated? What if I told you that conception is just a snapshot of you, your current version, combined with your base version? And that is what makes the kid. Obviously, it's the same thing with like the woman, right? Like snapshot of current plus base. So that means that's a lot of motivation to be your best when you have your child, because the better you are, the more better code. And again, you're perfect the way you are, but we should always strive to be more. But that's the positive side of things. But what if you see, like, if that's true and people know that, or specifically Dark knows that, wouldn't that mean then that could be weaponized against us? What if we could literally make sure that when people do have kids, if they do, that we make sure that the snapshot is negative, because we instill negative code in them. We instill fear code in them. We instill insecurities in them. We instill traumas in them. And is that how they pass down generational trauma? What do you guys think? Because then not only is it already in their code, it's been pre-installed in them. Doesn't mean that you can't remove the code. It doesn't mean that you can't clean it up. But just like you guys know, like if your computer gets infected or gets full with a lot of things, it's really hard to start deleting storage and find things. You're like, oh my God, what should I delete? Like literally just like your computer starts getting filled up. It gets harder. You're like, will I use this again? Well, is this important? This is not. Like it's not easy. You guys know that. Like even just getting rid of clothes, it's not easy. Pay attention to this, guys. Like it's not easy to eliminate code. So it takes work. It takes legitimate effort and time and daily repetition to get rid of it, to clean it. Now, if you think about it, we live in a system, an illusion where we don't have time, we don't have support, we don't have encouragement, we're not taught how to clean up that code. It's essentially impossible to do so, because now you're perpetually trapped in a prison, in a time loop, in a money prison, and you never get to clean up your code. So now they can literally just keep installing negative things, bad things. And now they're like, okay, well, if they do have a kid, we're going to snapshot them at a terrible time. So now literally the kid is already doomed before they even started. Now, we all, in this part, everyone can agree with, we agree that parents are responsible for teaching, right? Parenting. But what if the parent is still completely coded negatively, and after a time from the moment they conceptualize the birth of their kid to the moment they're born, you just keep pounding them with negative things. So by the time they're born, guess what? The parent is going to be completely negative. It's going to be completely dark. And now if you start making them face problems when they're that, guess what? They're going to be negative. Like they're not going to be looking forward to raising their kid. Like all of a sudden, like the kid is going to be seen as a nuisance, annoying. Like, oh my God, they're crying. Oh my God, they're taking all the attention from me. My wife is just paying attention to the kid. Ugh, like there's just a money drain. Like, ugh, all this stuff like that. Like it's just a thankless job. Like, ugh. Do you guys see, like, you can just instill all this negative code in them. You almost actually can create a situation where people just don't want kids anymore. They hate it. They're like, yet they're the most beautiful thing at all. They actually are the reason why we can relearn how to live, how we can rediscover our passions. Our memory totem can be reinvigorated. But instead, the opposite can happen. You guys see, like, every good thing can be weaponized, and that's the world we live in. Dark weaponizes every single good thing out there. But now, remember how our insecurities and traumas created. An event happens and then they're reinforced. What if the event is the snapshot of the conceptualization of birth? So the kid, the baby, already has in them the code of this trauma, of this insecurity, but it's not active yet. It needs to be reinforced. But you already have the parent who's completely damaged. You think they don't even have to try. They're going to reinforce it just through natural behavior, just through the day-to-day behavior of what's going on. Parenting is simply coding and designing. For people who are afraid of these terms, I'm sorry, but that's what parenting is. A kid is a blank slate, but they take the snapshot of you and of your base. And now from then on, they're a blank slate, right? It's like, what do you put in them? We pass down our memories. We pass down all of us. Basically, they're the next version of us. Our kids are the next version of us. They're us, period. Your children are you. It's like the same soul that just keeps being passed down. But it's evolved. It's like splits into a new fragment. But we're coding it. We're designing this new blank slate. But now it's like, okay, we have us. We took our snapshot of our current version and our base, and now we're like, okay, how do we want to design it? How do we want to code it? You see, like, we're essentially, to our children, we are their God. And yet people take parenting not seriously whatsoever. Do you guys see how sad that is? We've literally been manipulated. We've been completely brainwashed to not realize that parenting is the most important thing in the entire world. Like, our children are everything. We are their gods, yet people don't view it that way. But do you guys see, like, if you can make people give away their power and give it away to, oh, let your kid go to daycare, guys. Oh, let the nanny raise your kid. Oh, let the grandma raise the kid. Literally, you're making them the god of your child. Just put them in school, great, so they can be brainwashed. And how do we do that? Well, we raise costs too high so that people can actually stay home and be stay-at-home parents and properly code and design their child. So instead, let's put them into the system that is going to code and design them how we want them. We can literally start coding and brainwashing them, indoctrinating them when they get young. You know how hard it is to get rid of code? You get them early. And how do you get them to put them in daycare? Well, we can't literally afford our house if we both aren't working, both parents aren't working, and daycare is a little cheaper than the income that the wife makes. So I guess let's just do daycare, because otherwise, or at least we're coming ahead. That's literally how they do it, guys. Do you guys see how fucked up this whole thing is? Now, my question to you is, what if we've been bred to have certain traits and certain negative things? Think about animals, their behaviors, the way they look. Literally, certain dog breeds have been created. Like certain genes have been passed down. Like, ooh, they have two colored eyes, like in like mini Aussies or Australian Shepherds. Like they can pass that on. Or certain traits are like, ooh, this animal is like aggressive. This one, let's put them down, or let's not make sure they get neutered so they don't pass it on. Oh, actually, we want this one to like this one is they're a great listener, or they have great shepherding behavior. Let's spread. You see, guys, eventually you can start creating something and make something specific. So, like, if they want human beings to be more aggressive, more negative, like, hey, we install that code into people, and then those are the people that we're going to encourage to have children. So, what if I told you that? Think about like what Dark is doing. They're creating the beauty ideals. Who are they rewarding? Narcissists, the people who are exploiting. They're literally rewarding them, and they're giving them the girls so that they can procreate. The other people who don't have those behaviors, those traits, they're pushing them down. They're preventing them from having children. So what are the traits that are being pushed? Dark traits, exploitative traits, abusive traits, manipulative traits. Those are being rewarded because what is that doing? We're now literally creating more people that are like that. So essentially, we're eliminating all the light traits and we're just creating dark traits. You guys see how we can literally be bred genetically to become a darker human species. We weren't like that. We're literally being coded to be like that. And it's also working through genetics. I mean, think about it. What if you only allow people to date specific things, right? You could even indoctrinate people to change their genders. And then if you do that, you could literally kill off specific bloodlines and certain genes and certain codes. Like the people who they're like, this person is maybe too empathetic. Let's indoctrinate them to be all of a sudden become transgender. Yes, it's possible to make someone become that, by the way, guys. All you need to do is create one event that makes them cause doubt. And then you just need to reinforce them and bombard them with information. If they are someone who believes everything that their friends say, their friends start saying, dude, are you transgender? They're like, wait, am I? And then all of a sudden they go home and they see an ad and they go on Reddit and they're like, for all you transgenders out there, all of a sudden they're like, wait, am I transgender? You guys see, like, it's that easy. I'm serious. If you literally, everyone who believes that, my argument is straight up, they made you become that. Straight up. You weren't that. I'm sorry. Like, I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but like, you're either male or female when you're born. Period. That's it. That's simple. That's just how we were created. Now, if you choose to be transgender on your own terms, go for it. There's nothing wrong with it. Like that. There's nothing inherently. There's nothing wrong with it. My problem with it is that I'm saying that they can literally make you become that if they choose to. That's what I'm attacking. They're literally creating specific things. And just by that, like, well, all of a sudden, if you're going to do that, well, are you not going to be able to procreate anymore? You're no longer going to be able to pass down your code. You guys see, like, how you can start eliminating certain bloodlines and certain traits by doing that. You guys understand? Literally. Instead, now they can choose to focus on specific traits, specific looks, specific habits, narcissists, exploiters, duty ideals. All of a sudden, right? And think about dating apps. What do? They reward a certain look. They reward certain things. Like girls have all the power. What are they like? Do you guys see like all of a sudden all these other guys are getting insecure, like they're getting hurt, they're doing this stuff like that. Maybe they feel like they need to change, they need to become more like bad boy traits and do stuff like that. Like they're like, well, if you become that, then you're going to be rewarded. But until then, no. You see, what are those things are? Those are more dark traits. How can we move humanity more towards the dark side, right? But it's not, hey, only the guys who have those specific traits are going to be rewarded by those girls. And instead, now we're creating the ultimate race of all. Now, one of the things that I wrote that I didn't write here, but it made me think of, it's like, what if they're actually like, we all inhabit human flesh vessels, but actually we like, or our origins come from like maybe different aliens or different stars and stuff like that. Who knows, right? We don't know. But what if it's like our souls originate from different star planets or things of that nature, like Orions and who knows what else, right? And what if there's secretly a battle going on? We pretend we're all human, like in a flesh vessel, but the human, basically think of human as just a flesh vessel. That's what a human is. What actually is going on inside is something much more complex. And think about like the Holocaust. What was the key that was the whole battle? It was about creating the ultimate race, right? Like what if there are alien races that are going on, and the Aryan race was actually just a specific alien race that wanted to become the ultimate thing? And like the Jews and all those were actually just usually another alien race. Like, do you guys see, like, could be, we don't know, but what if that's now what's happening with genetics and breeding, and like why certain people are being created to become insecure and all this stuff? Like that's what's actually happening. We're eliminating certain genetics, certain traits, just to create the ultimate race, a certain ideal, just darkness. I don't know. It's really interesting to think about, right? And I don't have all the answers, but I'm throwing out ideas and suggestions for people, because this is what based on my research, based on my experiences, this is what I truly believe in. It makes sense to me. And I want people to evaluate and start thinking about, like, really think about what's going on in the world, guys. We could literally create what we want, like for humanity. Like if we don't want certain things, we can basically start breeding it out. Well, we don't want, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say, because you can't sugarcoat it, we don't want black people and Asian people anymore. So like, let's stop, let's make them not have as many kids anymore. Well, how can we do that? Well, let's put the black people in poor communities and let's kill them off early, or put them in prison. Same with the Mexicans and Latinos. I heard that Japan and China has issues with birth stuff. Well, how do we do that? We don't want more Asians and stuff like that. So let's just make all the Japanese men super depressed and just workaholics, and all the girls like, or maybe more effeminate, so that the girls aren't like into them. Instead, they are attracted to like more like, let's push American beauty ideals. So they want that, but the guys are indoctrinated to not be like that. So now all of a sudden there's like this counter push, and instead they're not having kids anymore. So now we're not having. You guys see, like, think about it. Think about it. And what if like literally abortion is being encouraged for specific, not planned births? I argue, based on my own experience with children and miscarriages, that they are actually conceptualizing specific births. They plan for specific people to be born. Like when, like, just saying, like, truly, like, having unprotected sex all the time, and you're like, why are we not getting pregnant? But then all of a sudden it happens. Like, I feel like it's truly planned, like it's a calculated thing. So they encourage abortions for births that were not planned. They don't have a storyline written, a narrative written for them. I want you guys to think about that. Could it be literally to that level? Like they're like, okay, oh, this is the one. This kid is going to be the one that we need. This is the one we want. And now that's what they allowed it to actually go through. Like a miscarriage was like that. There wasn't the right storyline. They didn't like it. They didn't want it to happen. Like it affects people. And plus they're like, ooh, eases also trauma and insecurity and things like that. Or also maybe they don't want you to have a kid, and they're trying to stop you by just having miscarriages. Because what does that do? It's painful. It's hurtful. It's harmful. All of a sudden you guys might not try again. And if you don't try again, you can stop bloodline. One of you guys have good traits. What do you have? Good genes. What do you have? Good snapshot. And they're like, shit, we didn't want that snapshot. He was too good at that point. We need to cause more pain and damage and trauma, so that then when he gets snapshotted, the kid is going to be worse. I don't know. I believe the dark wants people fearful, insecure, hurt, so that the next generation is going to become that. Snapshot, base, reinforce. Easier childhood trauma, easier dark drainage to take our energy, period. Something to think about, guys, is I would argue, and some people might say that this is hubris, that I'm an arrogant prick, then so be it. I don't care. I won the lottery. I was meant to rule as a king. I learned the system. They gave me all the answers. But yet I was ethical. But still, like, I developed all the things. Like, I had a great family. I was taught so much opportunity, like lessons. I mean, I walked away from a $400,000 paying job, and I could do something more. I've been offered higher paying jobs since, yet I don't take them now. I have nothing. Essentially, like, I'm being protected and helped by other people, but like, you could say that I have complete poverty. I've kept a few things, the very few things that I had from my days of grinding in the system, but I could literally be a king. Yet I choose not to. They wanted me to be a king. They literally chose me to be a king. Yet I won the lottery and I rejected it. What do you guys think about that? Would you be okay if anything that I'm saying right now is true? Would you be okay keeping the current system, everything about the illusion, all these things that even like genetics and births are planned and manipulated? If your destiny at birth was that you're going to be the king, you won the coin flip. Are you going to be a god or are you going to be a slave? Oh, you are a slave. Oh, in that case, I want to change the system. Fuck it. Yet here I am saying that I won the lottery. I won the coin flip. I was destined to be this king. And I'm choosing to destroy it. How does that make sense? Think about that, guys. Because once you know what it is, like, how can you support this? Why is it literally a coin flip? Like, are you chosen to win? You're chosen to lose. Deal with it. That's not okay. Everyone needs to have a chance. Everyone needs to have a choice. Why are we literally dictating at birth and then fabricating the scenarios and ensuring that they succeed and happen that way? Like, yes, this person is going to be your slave. Enjoy it. They're literally going to be your slave. They're going to be your maid. Why aren't you happy about that? Why are you complaining? Why are you associating with them? They're beneath you. What is wrong with you? You're meant to rule with the elite. That's what they wanted for me. And I said, fuck that. And I'm burning it all down and I'm destroying it all. It's rigged. They control it. And literally every day they're controlling it more and more and more and more and more. And I'm telling you, it goes as deep as literally births and manipulation to that level. Why would anyone give that up? Because it's all manipulated. How can we be okay with that? Think about it. The moment someone's born, it means that they conceived a storyline. There's an author that wrote a storyline, and the traits are installed. The snapshot is there. I argue that there's a master designer. I need more proof, but that's what I argue. But what I've noticed is that if you shake it up, once you have your kid, if you shake it up, if you did something that they didn't want, it ruins the storyline. They haven't written a new one yet, and they don't like that at all. They don't like that. So you were supposed to stay at your medical software sales job or medical device sales job, make a lot of money because your kid was destined for greatness. And you were going to raise him, and he was going to become this exploiter, and he's going to become this salesman, or maybe he was going to become the next composer, the next Andre Rieu. And this was his destiny. And because you chose to do this path, you ruined the storyline. What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, I say, why is there something that is deciding for us what the storyline is? We decide, not them. Think about it, guys. The whole process is they are creating cattle and they're creating rulers. And they're doing it with looks, they're doing it with money, they're doing it with insecurities, with traumas, with traits, everything. Encouraging bad behaviors. Think about which races, which demographics have more teen pregnancies. Which ones? Think about it, guys. Think about it. Who is more prone to going to jail? The prison system. Which races? Think about it, guys. You really think it's an accident You really think it's an accident? They're just meant to be food for the system. They're energy. They're meant to be slaves. That's all they are. They're literally bred to be cattle. That's all they are. And you know which races I'm talking about, guys. You know. And for the people that are getting encouraged to do an abortion, it's because they were not destined to have that kid. It's not a storyline that they want to write. Period. They're destined for slaughter as well. Again, it just makes me so sad to think about all these things. But it is possible to bypass and then ruin the storyline that they have pre-written. It is possible. And now you could say, like, why, dude, if you were destined to be a ruler, if you were destined to be a king, why would you want to ruin that? And I'm like, I used to agree with you. I'm like, why would I do that? But for me, once I realized the extent of the manipulation and once I learned all this information, I couldn't go back. I was horrified. I was terrified. And then it seemed like I did something throughout my life that drew the attention of powerful entities, positive spiritual light beings, or maybe you could say God himself, or whatever, angels. And they gave me even more information. And maybe I'm being manipulated and so, but I ask you, like, why would they encourage me to be getting this information? It's just, I had it all and I walked away because I just couldn't conceptualize and understand how anyone could be okay with this. Who cares if I'm destined for greatness? I don't want it to be in a world that works like this. I want it to be a world where we all had a chance, not because I got lucky when I was born, that they chose that I was going to be a winner. Now, am I going to throw away those talents or those benefits and those blessings? No, but I'm going to use them to fight for good. So that's my challenge for all of you. If you've been blessed, if you've been chosen, stop exploiting. Use your talents, use your skill set, use the opportunity that was given before you to fight back against the system. If we all unite, we can bring it down. It's time. It's time. It's time to break it. It's time to break it. You know, we talked a lot about the spiritual connection, the imposters, the dark, like understanding it. I just don't understand why they can't embrace peace. They keep baiting me. They keep attacking me. And you guys hear what I'm talking about. You guys hear what I'm talking about. Like, why? Like, what's wrong with things that I'm talking? Like, I'm just trying to help equalize everything. Just trying to make people have a chance. Trying to make sure that people aren't destined and born to be cattle and slaves. Yet they don't like that. Ask yourself why. I'm giving the information that other people are charging thousands of dollars for free, if they even share this kind of information at all. Why is that a problem? Oh, wait. It's not. It's just they're selfish. They want to keep the information away from you. And if they are going to give you something, they're going to give you the half-assed version, and they're going to exploit you for it to drain your energy so they can create their dream lotus, their dream world, while you're stuck with a shitty one. Now, we learn how to flip it and make it incredible. But do you guys see, like, it's just, what's interesting is you start realizing that everything is just noise. That's how they do it. Everything's just noise if you're doing too much good, because they try to make sure that you have no progress. They try to make sure that your head hurts. They try to make sure that you don't sleep. They try to make sure that you don't help people around you. For example, like for me, they try to make sure I don't help my brother. They try to make me re-engage with the system. They try to bait me in every way possible to do so. They try to make me feel insane constantly. So if anyone who's like, am I crazy? That's them trying to do that. They try to make you go around in circles so that you don't actually, like, instead of streaming, like I'm about to stream, they might all of a sudden present 20 things to me that are all good and helpful, so that I spend 2 hours trying to think about that rather than just doing. It's fucked up. But how do we get uncontrollable? How do we resist these nudges, right? Something to think about. Like, for example, let's say I wanted to do, I'm trying to come up with some new ideas. an ad pops up and it's maybe making a suggestion like, hey, you should incorporate video games into what you talk about today. I'm like, okay, cool. So then I check out like Reddit and I'm checking out like a video game subreddit. All of a sudden, like something else pops up. I'm like, oh, that's not a bad idea. Let's say if I stopped there, it would be perfect. But then all of a sudden, there was another nudge, and they know that I like being like Sherlock Holmes and like investigating things. And it's like, oh, well, hold on, that date. Whoa, that's a very specific date. What does that mean? Or like, oh, that's like the angel numbers or something like that. And then all of a sudden, you start going down a rabbit hole. And next thing you know, you just went down a completely another path. You got completely lost. And now you're completely overwhelmed because now you're like, wait a minute, what is right? What is wrong? You guys see, like, it all started with good nudges, but they baited you. They learned what you care about, what you're good at, what interests you. And that's how they bait you. And I ask you, think about how sad that is, that even the things that you care about, even the things that you love, they weaponize against you. And that's my problem with this. Like, they weaponize everything that we fucking like. And because of that, this is where it gets interesting. You realize something that I say a lot is, I hate them. And think about Anakin in episode 2. I hate them. Dark makes you feel hate versus love. Literally, that's what dark does. So they make you feel all alone. They make you feel like you can't trust anything. They literally, especially if you become a person of interest, they sabotage every area that's potentially good for you, where you get information or not. Now everything's contaminated. You can't trust anything. Nothing's pure anymore. Do you guys see why does it have to be that way? What are they afraid of? Right? They weaponize your pursuit for knowledge. They try to trigger you through overwhelming feelings. They try to catch you in traps. They try to bait you. They try to anger you. They try to make you feel hatred. They try to make you do a dark action to continue the cycle of revenge. Or if they can't do that, they try to get you to not do anything. Either thing is a victory for them. You either don't do anything or you do the dark action. They want you to spend time on chores. This is an interesting one. People are like, wait, doing chores and keeping your house clean is good. But yes, it might be a good nudge. But what if they actually instead get you to focus on doing all those chores so you can never actually share your knowledge? Do you guys see? Like, turn off your phones, guys. It's the easiest way to bait you. The easiest way to control you. Phones. 100%. Turn your phone off. They literally present good ideas to prevent or cause problems. How fucked up is that? Literally, all of a sudden I'm giving you good suggestions. You might have to question it if I'm actually just trying to manipulate you down a dark path. Like, that's the world that they have created now. If they realize that you catch on to their dark manipulations and their insecurity triggers, they know how you operate, then they try to ruin everything you touch. Everything you hold dear, anything you hold sacred. To me, that's why they have to be purged. That's why they have to be purged. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, it's by figuring out and realizing that, or answering the question, is this a school? Do we just actually live in a school? Is this an illusion that's just called school or a prison? Once you start thinking about it, you're going to notice the days actually start blending together. We have time. We learn lessons. The challenges keep repeating themselves for some reason. Do we learn them? A problem presents itself. Do we learn from our mistakes? Do we learn how to handle it? What if that's actually the Dark One's purpose, the thing that I'm saying that we need to destroy? That they're just here to teach us, that they're trying to make us grow, make us learn from our mistakes. Is that its actual purpose? If so, that's actually not that bad, right? I mean, that's a good thing. It's helping us grow. But here's the question. What if there's better ways to teach than the way they're currently doing it? We all learn differently. I mean, anyone who's like been at a school or like interacted with kids or even just like training at a job, like, you know that not everyone's going to learn the same way. So if so, why are we trying to teach humanity as a species as a whole and all the animals and all the living beings and souls that are existing on Earth through the same methods of abuse and manipulation and fabrications? If we all learn differently, then we have to do a customized approach. We can't put everything through the same things. Now, what if you only realize if you're not consumed by the system that this is actually a school, that we have time? You start seeing through the illusion. We have options. But as long as you're consumed by the system, as long as you're worried about paying bills and like, oh my gosh, I need to do this and I need to do that and I have to wake up early for work and I don't have any time and I come home and I'm tired, you never actually see through it. And that's intentional. But if you actually leave it and you find a way to survive without engaging with the system, all of a sudden you're like, wait, I don't care what time it is. I don't care what day it is. I don't care about any of those like outside systems. They don't matter to me. Like all of a sudden, like, wait, I don't even get sick. Wait, is that fabricated too? Is that an illusion too? Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? So I argue that it's essentially like this. You wake up, you go to sleep, you eat, you drink water, and there's going to be a lesson and a problem that's going to present itself. And until it's solved, it repeats. Think of it as like, essentially I say we all are living just one day over and over and over and over and over and over again, the same day until you solve that current problem. And then now your next day changes, period. That's just how it is. We literally wake up, we eat, we drink water, and then we have to deal with that problem or whatever the lesson that we're trying to learn right now. And it could literally be something that you're learning like in a video game, right? But that's the current lesson. And then you go to sleep and it repeats and starts again. And you don't notice that until you actually exit the system. You're like, wait a minute, this problem keeps presenting itself. This thing keeps happening. So I'm asking you, like, are we actually in a school? But what I've realized is that the dark ones, they don't actually care about teaching. They're just doing a show. They're just manipulating. If you actually care about teaching, you make sure that the people are taken care of. You're like, well, hold on a minute. Are you okay? Let's ease you in. All right, let's repeat this lesson. Let's encourage you. Let's reward you. You've made so much progress. Right? Like, it's just, one of the things that they think about, it's just, we have to learn how to rewrite the narrative. And we're getting there. I'm about to explain it, but it's the key to everything, right? You have to change what is true and what is false in the narrative. And that to do so, you have to learn how to control your emotions. And one of the problems that I have is that I've basically solved it. I'm 99.9% of the way there, but they targeted me and they make me literally feel that hatred where I'm just like, fucking dark. But actually, hold on. Sorry, I was wrong. I misread my notes. Oh. So how do we rewrite it? How do we become uncontrollable? This is one part. This is a first strategy. So you're rewriting the narrative to make it true for you. So let's say they manipulated something, right? They caused the problem, and you're like, fuck. How can you reverse it? How can you make the problem better? So in my case, what made me mad recently, for example, was feeling betrayed. I felt betrayed by something. Like, let's say, like I trusted my light guide, and all of a sudden something happened. Let's say it was like your light guide or an ally or your wife or your brother or your friend. And something happened. You're like, ugh! You're like, why did you do that to me, brother? Why did you do that to me, sister? Why did you do that to me, friend? Why did you do that to me, wife? Why did you do that to me, light spirit? Why did you do that to me, dog? If you sit on that, they do that intentionally to make you feel that way, because that they know that's what makes you mad, the feeling of betrayal. So it's that theory that's like, oh, it was them, betrayal. But if you rewrite the narrative, you have the pen. You have the pen. If you have the pen and you say, nah, that wasn't betrayal. It wasn't them. It was Dark. Dark nudged them. Dark made them do this. And actually, they really did. I'm not just saying that. They really did. Once you understand that that's how the world works, it's real. Period. They really do. Like, they can literally nudge and manipulate people. So once you understand, like, wait a minute, my wife just insulted me right now? She didn't betray me. The Dark nudged her to do that. Oh, problem solved. Okay, we're good. We're good. It was fucking Dark. Fucking Dark. See, we got to be the light, right? Dark's the enemy. Dark's the enemy. Destroy the illusion. All of a sudden, you're cured now. The fear and the anger are gone. Now, you can love again. Do you guys see? Like, you rewrote it. Wait a minute. Dark did this. Dark. Fuck you, Dark. But wait. Hold on. We're going to destroy this illusion. They're the enemy. Problem solved. But hold on. We're not alone. We have other people. Like, we have to all unite together to defeat the Dark. All of a sudden, now you're cured from every single problem that happens. You're like, oh, Dark, why do you do this? Okay, light, we have to all be the light. Let's work together, guys. Let's work together. We have help. You know, my brother got nudged, right? Like, my sister got blocked. My spirit guide got compromised. That's all, right? Wink, right? Right? Ah, and then you can just even take it to the next level. Oh, it's just another bait. They're just baiting me. We shouldn't do anything. Dark, oh, they're so good. They're incredibly skilled. Oh my gosh. Let's study them. Let's learn them, right? You know? But be careful. They study you too. If they know that every time you hear a specific noise, you avoid that path, they're going to present something really bad on that other path because you avoided that path, they're going to present it there. So they're going to lead you to something else that you despise. They turn annoyances into the feeling of despising. Think about that. So sometimes it's good to embrace the hate, the fear, the dark, the anger, the despising feeling, and use it, weaponize it for good. It's time to cause havoc. It's time to destroy the system once and for all. It's time, guys. It's freaking time to intentionally destroy the system, and we're going to provoke them back. We're going to poke them and see where the limitations of the system are. We're going to stress test it. It's time to quit it if you can. So if you make yourself believe that it's fucking dark and, oh my gosh, they're the problem, they've been doing all this stuff, it's a freaking illusion, then there's no more power over you. There's just no more power over you. You now become uncontrollable. You rewrite the narrative. And I argue that I'm not wrong, by the way. Like, I truly believe these things, that Dark is doing this stuff. Now, some people are like, maybe you're just delusional. I'm like, maybe, but try it out, guys. Wait, that bad thing happened. Like, your friend just called you fat. Like, dude, you just got Dark nudged. They're like, wait, yeah, you're right, actually. Like, why did I say that to you? I don't even know why. So I say it's true, but what? Like, even if it wasn't, you're like, it makes you feel better. You're like, wait a minute. That's because the Dark is manipulating them. Huh. Interesting. Right? Wink. All of a sudden, the pain is gone. Now we control our reality. It's not in their hands anymore. Because my helpers, my allies, the people who care about me, they wouldn't do this to me. Nope. So some other options to think about with the school theory is that if there's multiple signs, right, the dark and light signs, what if they're all on the same side? What if actually if it's just one side? Like I thought it was factions, but there's not. And the faction is just called school. If so, are they all pure evil? And if so, should they all be destroyed? Because that means that there's no enjoyment in that option. It means we just need to break the whole thing. It means we're just toys. We're meant to be slaughtered and used. So that's option one. What about option two? Is it the Dark One's job to do this? To be intentionally... They were intentionally created to be the enemy and cause problems in our lives. Again, if that's the case, we should stop playing. Because that means that something intentionally exists to bother and harm us. Is it for the purpose of our energy drainage? You know? Like, otherwise, what's the point? If this option is true, that means it's not a school, in my opinion. Maybe at first it was. But now, it's just a slaughterhouse. It's just a concentration camp. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is there actually something here that's trying to help us to counteract? Are there two sides to this story? Or is that mere wishful thinking? That we aren't meaningless, that we aren't mere pawns, that we aren't just here to be studied. What do you guys think? Are we being trained to be X? X being whatever our role is. Like, for example, like it could be a doctor, like a soldier, an agent, a spy, a Jesus, whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of different options. You guys see? But at the end of the day, it comes down to one thing. Why do we live in a world where they're manipulating things to cause us to feel problems? It's just not okay. And I argue that if you learn how to rewrite the narrative to say that there's a dark force that's doing so and that we have light helping us and we're not alone, all of a sudden all the problems vanish. All the problems vanish because you're taking control of the narrative. So here's another method to think about. So for example, let's say you hate the feeling of stickiness and I grab this mug right now. I'm like, oh, it feels sticky. How do we control our emotions? How do we rewrite it? How do we learn to become a dragon or warrior of light? Check this out. You ready for this, guys? So let's say something bad happened in my life. And this is my response to this bad feeling. Oh no! Please, help me. Is anyone out there? I'm all alone. I'm worried. I don't know. I don't understand this feeling. I can't handle this right now. Sticky is so freaking scary, guys. Someone please save me. Wait, my allies, are they fighting a battle? They need all the energy they can muster. Right? If Dark attacks and I don't need their help, then it means that we're winning. It means that we can flip it. It means that we can be victorious. It's time to play newfound courageous music. Da, 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 da. We got this. We shall defeat the Dark One. We are not alone. We are not alone. They are with me. They get me. They support me. I'm not abandoned. I have help. Do you guys see what I'm doing here? It's called the actor strategy. We're not alone method. It's a template. So did you ever want to be an actor? Even as a dream? You channel the emotion. You have to pretend to be sad or scared over this event that happened. So for this case, I grabbed something stinky, like, oh no, oh, stinky's so scary. I can't handle this. Can someone help me, please? Where is everyone? Oh my god. Oh wait, they're fighting. They're fighting. I know they're fighting for me right now. They're just not here present right now. They're fighting. So they need me to be strong right now. They need me to handle this. I got this, guys. Come on. If I can take this, if I can endure this attack right now, this sticky feeling, it's so scary. Oh my gosh, I know I hate it so much. But that means that now dark is focused on me. And if they're focused on me, that means that other light warriors can attack freely. We're going to win. We got this. We got this. You know, do it with a cry voice. You know, you're an actor talking to his god or to his allies that are not present. Think of it like that. You're about to lose faith. That's the script. Write it out and then just read the script. Oh no, please help me. This harmless thing is so scary. Fucking dark, you're the problem. I know light is going to care about me. I know that they are. You know? I'm going to destroy the illusion. They're the enemy. I know I have people trying to help me. All of a sudden, everything changes. It's the actor method, guys. Try it out. It literally takes away all their power. Here's another example. This is just some random things that or before I get into that. I guess an additional part to the actor method is essentially it's what I call writing a story to explain the event. Make it up if you have to. Think of it as it's a movie, a video game, a book. You're going to act it out because most people won't question it, but it's for you. So for people who are like, what does this mean? Think about this on go on YouTube and go to certain songs from certain movies and read some of the comments. There are going to be people that write a story about oh guys, funny story. Do you know that in Schindler's List, this scene, when he dropped the coin, that was actually the first take that they ever did. But he just showed such emotion and worry when he dropped it that they just stuck it out. They used it as actually the main scene. Or this originally was meant for this composer wrote this song while he was laying in the hospital, and the director just thought that was so cool when he did that it was so genuine. They had to run with it. I ask you, how do you know that story is true? How do you know that story is true? Most people won't question it, especially if you know how to convey it correctly. So you can literally write a story explaining any event. So if you have an event that hurt you or caused a problem, oh, well, what ended up happening was because there was a dark entity that nudged my sister to cry right then. And she cried. And because she cried, other people started laughing. And because they started laughing, well, all of a sudden there was a director that was like, dude, I want to write a movie about this. So then they literally made a movie about my life. And because of that, well, now I'm here. And that's why everything's great, because it's just, I'm living a movie. If you're like, wait, what? Really? I'm like, yeah, that's literally how I got into a movie. I became an actor. So people are like, well, aren't you making that shit up? I'm like, of course. But they are fabricating everything outside. All of it's bullshit. It's fabricated. So we use their own tactics against them. Fabricate back. Fabricate back. Become unbreakable. Who's the master? Who's the master fabricator of illusions? Them or us? Why are we okay living in such a world in the first place? We're only using this tactic to survive. We are trying to destroy it. But until then, we fabricate back. Just create stories like, oh, well, the reason why I'm doing this stream right now is because this pen dropped, and the pen drop created this ripple effect that completely changed the entire world. And now we live in a new reality. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Hey, guys, can we create a song for my stream? And then I'm going to write that comment in there, and everyone's just going to believe that it's true. Most people are not going to question it. There's a lot of methods that you can do to fight back, and I'm not going to really get into it too deep right now, but I just want people to understand that, if you literally befriend the enemy, everything changes, right? If you hate cockroaches and you befriend them and you even feed them, and you can watch you play music and you can watch their antennas play to the music. It's real. I mean it. Pay attention to some of your favorite songs. So For example, for the people who are going to try the not alone actor method, like I have help, I have allies. They're just fighting a battle right now. They're not here right now. They're coming. They're going to protect me. Fucking dark. I know you're causing these problems. Find a song to represent that. So, for example, Final Fantasy IX has a great song called Not Alone. Check it out, guys. Or maybe The Lion King, Remember Who You Are. Or Oliver, Why Should I Worry? And Why Should I Care song. Maybe the song I'm Still Standing. Right? Find your songs that bring back positive reminders. And a lot can change. Okay. One last push. And here we go. The finale. This is it. This is it. Okay, this part's going to be fun. Humans rely on approximations. So what does that mean? It means that we're coded. I can show you 90% of the same thing as a reminder and control you because you're going to believe that that's the same thing. I call it getting it close enough. You can fill in the gaps. For people who want an example, think of it as the infamous middle of words don't matter. Actually, we're going to change the song. Let's do this one. So, humans relying on approximations is something that needs to be a little more emotional, and I need to get that right. It was a little bit too. I was just excited. I've been looking forward to talking about this part. It's kind of sad if you think about that we fill in the gaps, actually, because it means that we don't appreciate the finer details. But it also means that it's been weaponized against us. So you're writing a word, and people say that only if you like the first two letters and the last two letters of a word are correct, not everything in the middle don't matter. Like people are going to fill them in, and they're going to know what the word is. Like it could be completely misspelled, and you will know what word it is. That's the power of the brain. So I ask you that, like, could that mean that if knowing that that's how humans work, could we be conditioned? Could we be experiments? Could we be androids that are coded that now they know exactly how to program us and how to manipulate us? Right? It's the same for people, for things, for signs. It's not just words, right? Like that's the scary part. You can literally see someone who just like an angle of them, same hairstyle, same jacket that they always wore, same shoes, and you like, is that you? And they turn around like, what? Like, oh, that's not you. Like, holy shit. Like, it's absolutely terrifying, guys, when you realize that you can literally make someone think that someone else is there or something else is going on. And it's just through approximations. And it's literally just showing you 90% of the same thing. Now, imagine if you study someone and you realize that every time they see a bird, they always dodge left. Right? What happens then? Sorry, I got lost. I shouldn't have gone into that yet. But it makes you realize that if we repeat stuff, we can start coding people. And how can we code people? Through music, through audio and visual. Music helps code stick more. good or bad, it's a tool that's used. So that's why I'm always having music going on in the background here, because on audio and visual, and that's why I'm going to be adding subtitles. It helps the storage. It helps the memory retention. I want people to think of it like this. If they learn, okay, every time we show him X, he will do Y. For people who play video games, think of it as a boss fight in a game. It's pattern recognition. Every time you hear this sound, you're going to dodge the attack, right? Because it means an attack is incoming. What if we can use that to learn other people's behavior? You don't think that others are doing that to us? If we can learn that in a game about a boss fight, an enemy that we're facing, you don't think that something else is watching us and observing us and being able to figure out our patterns, our defense mechanisms? So the question is, can you recognize your own patterns? Can you pause and actually reflect on the way you dodge, the way you move every single time a blow comes your way? You have to be able to intentionally bypass it and become aware of it. If you can't literally pause and be like, wait a minute, what's my action every time that happens? And if you can't shake it up, then you're vulnerable. Like literally think about like how you write. Can you literally change, like if let's say you write in all caps, can you start putting lowercase letters randomly in between? Can you? You're like, of course, that's easy, but try it out. Just literally without even thinking, like, can you do that? Does it take an effort? Pay attention to that. That conscious effort, that is you fighting back against programming, fighting back against conditioning, right? Now, you have to be able to recognize your patterns that you created yourself and the ones that they created in you, that they put in you. Can you change them up? Or is it impossible? It's not easy, but you have to try. Like, what is it that they put in you and what is it that you do? It could be harmless, right? But you have to be able to pause and reflect on it. Can you resist? Can you resist? Every time noise pops up, what do you do? What do you do? Can you actually resist this time? It's extremely hard. Can you? Can you actually make a conscious choice to change it up? Or will you not? And truly practice with harmless things. Like, for example, every single time I say blue, I take a sip of water. Actually, nope, not doing it this time. Can you do that? It's as simple as that. That's how you start reprogramming yourself. Start reconditioning yourself. Because if you can't do that, let me make it so clear. If you can't do that, it knows exactly where you're going to go, what you're going to do, and what to show you. Period. And for the people who are living on a strict schedule, it knows everything. It's now planned. You have to cause deviations in your speed, in your approach. If you don't, you're vulnerable. So again, now I get to the correct spot. If it knows every time you see a bird, you dodge left, guess what? Now it can literally place birds in your path and it's going to make you go left. And it keeps putting birds. You keep going left, and eventually it's going to lead to something really bad that it wants you to see. If you can't pause and stop and be like, wait a minute, bird, ooh, you're about to go left. Actually, let's just go right this time. If you can't do that, that means you're 100% being controlled and manipulated right now in this current world that we live in. I promise you it's happening. It's all through approximations. They know exactly what to show you just by studying you. It has to get to the point. Where one second. You have to become hyper aware. You have to be able to change literally everything. When you're writing, each letter, can you change capital to lowercase, below, left? Like, can you literally do that? Does it matter? Yes, it does matter. Not in the sense of like, oh, well, why am I writing like that? Like, is it really a problem that I always write all my letters in caps? No. But what does matter is that you can't change, that you can't deviate, that you're not fully in control of your actions. Can you resist? Can you? That's the question. If you can't, you're vulnerable. So how do we practice fighting back? It's practice daily, doing simple things. How do you drink your water? Do you always grab the handle from the left? This time, let's do it from the right. Take 2 sips. I want people to pay attention to something. I'm throwing things in to shake it up, but pay attention to eye candy. Pay attention to eye candy. It draws in the crowd. It's a distraction tool. It's a distraction tool. Now we can use distractions for good. You can use it for your own sake. Like, hey, maybe there's too much noise. Like they got you. Like, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? I'm just going to start looking up girls in bikinis just to distract myself. Fuck it. Whatever it is for you. Maybe you like fancy art like the Mona Lisa and like things of that nature, like Van Gogh. Check it out. You know, maybe you like watching videos of like nature and like ocean. Do that. Like, but eye candies can draw you in. It can be a distraction. But how, for example, what do you do when you wash your hands? What do you do? Do you always turn on cold and then warm, or do you only turn on one? This time do both. Hey, for some reason when you wash dishes, you always wash it in the left sink rather than right. This time do it on the right. And then actually do a little bit on the left and then do right again. Can you do that? It's just getting to the point where you can actually pause, think about it, and change it yourself. Like, hey, when you put away your shoes, can you resist it? Can you? Or can you not? Can you do the opposite this time? Can you? Can you put your shoes in from left to right? Like, can you put them upside down? People are like, well, why? What's the point? The point is you're fighting back against conditioning, against programming, right? Like when you're searching something on YouTube, instead of just choosing the algorithm, whatever it suggests to you, can you actually search? And then when you search, like, you choose the first option and choose the second, and then when you choose the second one, be like, nope, I'm not going to watch that one. Search again. Like you're practicing fighting back. It's completely, the action itself is irrelevant, but it's practice for the things that actually matter. I said earlier, it's how you write. Can you literally change that up? I always start on the left on the paper, and then I work my way down. You know what? This time start on the right. This time start at the bottom. Like, can you do that? Can you start like putting arrows and like jumping around, like do that stuff? How do you play games? What's your approach in games? Can you try something different this time? Do you always use the same weapons? You always use the same abilities? When you watch movies, like, hey, you know what? This time let's start at the middle point of the movie. Can you literally do things like that? Can you pause, reflect, resist, shake it up? How do you make coffee? Do you always do 6 scoops? Can you do this time 7? People are like, but 6 is the ideal way. The question is, can you? How you pour in the water when you're making coffee? Can you change it up this time? Hey, I always use a cup and a filter. Well, you know what? This time I'm just going to grab it with my hand. Yes, I'm making a mess, but can you? Can you do that? Where you walk with your dog every morning, will you change it up? Do you always go to the same tree? Do you always go to the same spot? Do you have 6 different spots? Can you? It's a question of, can you do it? Can you shake it up? If you can shake it up with harmless things, you can start breaking programming. It literally is that simple. Are you able to? Who cares how you fill up the water? But once you start proving it to yourself that, wait a minute, I can change. I can pause and choose. Like, wait, which one am I going to drink from? You know what? Nope. Yep. You know what? Yep. And if someone's watching you, they might think you're ridiculous. But the point is, you're literally changing it up. That's the power. It's the power of a reset. All it takes is one day of a few repetitions. That's all it takes. And then you break the programming. You're reprogrammed. Truly, the easiest way to notice is hang a towel somewhere. Wash your hands. And every time after you wash your hands, you go to that towel, right? Take away that towel. Take away that towel. Move where you put the soap. Like if you have it on the left, put it on the right. Now, just go about your day and then randomly go to the bathroom. You might actually be like, oh, wait. You might you might catch yourself reaching to the left because that's where you always do the soap. You're like, wait, oh, the soap isn't there. It's on the right. And then all of a sudden you finish washing your hands, like, you do your thing. Maybe you always put some water, or you brush your hair a little bit with some water. And then all of a sudden you're going to the towel on the left and you're like, oh, wait, there's no towel there. Huh, well, I guess I'm going to have to dry my hands with like my pants, or like go to the kitchen to dry it. That is literally proof of how easy it is to program and condition people. That's all it takes. So for people, when you're getting programmed at work and maybe taught to lower your value and be enslaved, that's the power of vacations. you're basically resetting yourself, going away from all the indoctrination so that you can recondition yourself. Now, the problem is most people just don't do that. That's why they're still checking work emails. They're doing all that stuff like that. You have to be able to resist. It's extremely challenging, but it literally is the game. It's the game. You start learning the tactics of pause, think, decide, counter. Even if it's inefficient, it's the proof of choice. And like that, you learn the tactics. Pause. Think. Decide. Counter. Even if it's inefficient. Practice. 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 I don't know. It's just learning how to reset and snap out of it. If you can shake it up with harmless things, when the moment comes that something serious happens, you now see it. And once you see it, you can now counter it. And it might only work short term. Like you might only resist it short term and they might reprogram you and recondition you with something else. But the question is, can you resist it? Can you? Can you become uncontrollable? Just start writing it down. And you're going to start noticing the loops where things repeat. But for yourself, you can literally program yourself. You can literally brainwash yourself. How do you do it? Add music, write it down, and then start practicing it. So let's say like you want to change how you wash your hands, play a song. Let's say the song is, I don't know, whatever you type in like video game water music and have that video game water music going while you're washing your hands. And then change it up. How you do it every time you start. And then every time you start washing your hands and you change the method, you're having that music going. And eventually keep repeating that. Write it down as well. You can override the old code and create new code. Having music helps you override it because now you have something that you can attach that to, that new action, the new code. Truly, think about that. Some other things that I'm just going to shoot out quick to make people think is that our mental health people and therapists in on the trickery. Anyone who gets too close, do we call them crazy? Is that why we get people to pay for therapy, to get them to engage with the system? So we can get them healed, so they can get drained again, and thus the loop. Our labels, terms that just keep people out of knowing what's going on. Like if I say, hey, have you read the 6th generation book of this? I'm like, the fuck is the 6th generation? Like, why can't you just say the name of it? Oh, you don't know what the 6th generation is? You see like specific jargon. Pay attention to that, guys. That's intentional to keep people out of things. Don't fall for outside bait. Period. Don't fall for it. All right. Here we go. One last push. So we were talking about music. I want people to understand something. I'm going to change this one up. I'll end it with this. Whenever a song plays again, it means that you discovered something bad or good. So think about like in a video game. Like in life, think of life as a video game. And there's a song that keeps playing at specific moments. What does that mean? It means that you can start conditioning your player. You can start conditioning your player that every time they hear it, something happens. They make an association with it. And what happens when they make an association with it? What happens when they make an association with it? They say, oh no, it's this song again. That means something's going to happen. Oh no, it's this visual again. Like, oh my God, it's that monster. Oh, it's this X. You guys see, like, whenever a song plays again, if you can literally make them, condition them to create an association with that particular song. Oh, this is the sad song. I mean, oh no, guys, the sad song is playing. Something bad's going to happen. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, with that association, then you add an approximation. And it gets the job done. Doesn't even have to be... Actually, let's continue now. I'll get back to that. So what does that association do, right? Oh no, that feeling, that word. Oh no, it's this. Oh no, it's this. That's what I call it. Provokes or summons code to feel emotion. Code is emotion. Period. So when you hear the song right now, like let's say this classical song that comes on, you're like, oh, something bad's gonna happen. That song summoned the code to feel that emotion within us. Think of it like if you ever designed a video game, like if you used like RPG Maker or if you did coding, there's an action called call script. And it calls that script up to the top, to us. So we hear that song, like, boop, boop. Now that script is activated. Now we run that script. Oh, okay, now it's time to be worried. It's time to feel sad. The most of us don't realize that that's how it works because we can't understand it because code is invisible. But for those people who are trying to understand that, think about it like if you're learning a new programming language. So like there's C++, there's Java, there's Ruby, there's Visual Basic. All of them are very similar. But you're not going to understand another one just because you've mastered one. So emotion is code. Emotion is code. And I just told you that code can be literally controlled through music, through a sound. So here's a question for you guys. How do you inflict X status in a video game? Let's say you're trying to poison something. Normally, it doesn't just happen immediately. You have to build it up through repeated attacks or perhaps one powerful blow. And then all of a sudden, like the meter fills up and then boom, now they're poisoned. So I want you to keep that in mind. What if we're trying to poison someone, all right? Association and approximation is how they do it. So if you actually know the code, if you know that, for example, you can provoke and summon scripts through sound, that means you can demand it. You can summon it on demand. You can control it. And you can cause things. You can cause what you want to happen. That means you're in full control. You're essentially the creator of the game. You code everything. That is how they manipulate the whole world. That's how they bypass free will. That's how they bypass all direct intervention through association and approximation. And I call those nudges and conditioning. Think about it like that. Like I can present to you a girl that walks by right now that looks so similar to your first girlfriend, 90% similar, but she's not. That association that you have with her now, and it's an approximation, like literally the approximation is her, right? It's the way she looks, maybe the way she dressed, maybe the way she sounds, voice, visual. And all of a sudden, maybe she was from Hawaii, so you hear a car drive by playing Islander music. And you're like, oh my goodness. Like, it makes you think of her. That association, the music, it called the script. I was like, oh, that reminds me of when we went to that Hawaiian bar. And then the approximation was the visual. You see, that's how they call the script. That's how they program you. They can literally then make certain approximations and associations bad. They can keep nudging you to those things. Like they know that, hey, she traumatized you. She was rude to you. She insulted you. So now they can choose to make those approximations and associations bad reminders. So now everything associated with that, all they have to do is do it enough times through repetition. And now you associate all those bad things to her or with her. So if they present anything that can bring up her, now they can make you feel negative emotions. And what happens when you bring up enough of those negative emotions together? All of a sudden you might say, why do I feel anxiety? You might actually say that aloud, like, why do I feel anxiety right now? Because that means that there's sufficient associations and approximations currently present in your surroundings or have been presented to you in a short amount of time. If you feel anxiety, it means that there's been sufficient associations and approximations that cause negative code to be called. Think of it now back to what I said about how do you inflict the status. It's the status being anxiety or fear or trauma. That's how they do it, through associations and approximations. Now, I ask you, are these spirits that are doing these things, that are nudging us, that are influencing it, are they invisible? Are they here with us? Probably. Are they attacking us right now? Probably. But it's clear that they're doing planned attacks against us. They're trying to inflict these status on us. So, if the key here, the answer to everything is association and approximation is the code of life. Period. All they need to do is make you associate certain things with certain events, and then they just have to present something that's close enough to it, an approximation, and it gets the job done. Doesn't even have to be the exact thing. If it is, then it's a slam dunk, but close enough. Think about, like, you right now hear a song from an artist, and there's like a segment in that song that has a tune that sounds similar enough to another song that makes you think of it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you're like, oh wow, that reminded me of this song. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. So, how do we fight back against that? How do we fight back against that? Well, the secret is they are going to try to rearrange you, knowing that it's going to bring up an X memory. You know that now. So the secret is you have to rewrite it to absurdity. That's the strategy. Rewrite it to absurdity. It only matters to you if you know the connection, right? So here's something to think about how when we're rewriting to absurdity. Is that's the solution, right? We have to practice it. We have to be able to rewrite the association at will. That's the key. It has to be literally at will. If you can get this down, like literally, I just coughed. And for some reason, that cough makes me think of, hey, I just had sex. So now if I hear, like, before, cough was noise. Anytime I heard cough, it just brought back a bad reminder of, like, literally some fucking annoying person that always coughed. And now I'm just like, wait, actually, it reminds me of sex. That's a good reminder. People are like, that's absurd. Like, cough reminds you of that? Like, yeah, it literally does. So we start practicing. Literally, you have to practice like this. You just basically quick rapid fire. So what if I say, like, fire hydrant? Oh, it reminds me of the first time I scored a goal in soccer. Banana. Oh, it reminds me of the first time I went to Germany and I had a banana in my grandma's place. A cleaning spray. Oh, it reminds me of the first time a blind fell in my house and then I put it back together, and I always used to be afraid of putting blinds back. Like, what? Pencil. Oh, it reminds me of this essay that I wrote in first grade about a pencil who was like a gladiator and he was a badass. You're like, whoa, wow, that means I'm a good writer. Or you can just let those things literally cause you fear and darkness. But literally just start just looking at random things, like rewrite it. Like, oh, what is a sticky note? Oh, a sticky note is literally shows that I'm a great writer. Dog poop. Oh, it's the first time that I went to Mexico and I bumped into a lot of dogs. Do you guys see? Like, you can literally, it only matters to you. If you rewrite the association, you are in full control. The key is to rewrite the association to absurdity. Oh, a spider. You were afraid of spider. And the association is what causes you the insecurity, the trigger. Let's say you're afraid of spiders. You're like, oh, spiders just, I don't know. They kind of remind me of having sex with that one girl. We named that sex position the spider. So now all of a sudden, every time you see a spider, and you're terrified of spiders, by the way, because like maybe your friend got bit by one. You're like, all of a sudden now you see a spider and you might literally rewrite it to the point where you will get an erection when you look at a spider. Think about that, guys. Or maybe like it's just like a random letter of the alphabet, like the letter Y reminds you of like a girl. And every time you see the letter Y, you're like, ooh. You guys see, like, the game of life is associations and approximations. It's the code, and they do it through music and visual. Ants, spiders. I don't know, right? Like, you're afraid of ants. All of a sudden, it's like, ooh, I see an ant. It makes me think of like slowly singing, "The ants go marching one," and it just you're slowing down because you're staring at a girl's butt. I don't know, like, or maybe it reminds you of your first kiss, or maybe like you see a spider web or a spider, and instead it's like it reminds you of Spider-Man. Do the right thing. Do you guys see, like, if you can literally rewrite the narrative, rewrite the association at will, they have nothing on you. You become the author. You become the creator. You're the one who now controls the code, not them. That's the key to everything. That's the key to everything. And with that, guys, you have all the tools that you need now to survive, to be able to fight back. Now you understand how they do it. And now you understand, like, literally the whole game of life is association, approximation, and nudges. That's literally it. Once you understand that, you have full control. Like I said, be an actor. Write down the script. Be like, oh no, fucking dark. Oh, I'm so scared. The stickiness feeling is so scary. And, you know, you take away their power, right? Be like, I'm not alone. I'm taking the blows right now because light's going to come help me. And then if you can also just rewrite the association, then you're in full control. There's nothing that they can do. There's nothing that they can do then. Practice. And practice pausing and shaking it up. If you can do those few things and you go back and listen to all of my content, all of my streams, all my videos that I'm going to release, and all the tactics of how to regenerate your shield and your health, then we're in full control. It's time. Are you with me? It's time to sing the song of hope. And it's called Deliverance. If we all stand together, united, because we are one, we will, and we give one unified blow, we can finally destroy the Dark One in this illusion for good. You ready to create a new world? Our world. Our terms. Peace. I love you guys. All right.